Tonight I'm going to share a story with you. It's not a campfire tale spun from imagination. This is a true account. A story that originated from a park ranger. It circulates online. It chills the bones. It centers on a park ranger. Someone sworn to protect the wilderness, to keep visitors safe. But sometimes the wilderness and the people within it hold secrets darker than any animal's den. The clip you're about to see delves into one telling of the story. It's as no ass, the horrifying true story of a park ranger's terrible decisions. Brace yourselves, because the truth is often far more terrifying than fiction, and sometimes the worst monsters are the choices we make. My name is Ben Carter, and for the past 5 years, I've been a park ranger in the Denali National Park and Preserve, Alaska. That's 6 million acres of untamed wilderness, a landscape of jagged peaks, glacial rivers, and forests that stretch further than the eye can see. It's a place of breathtaking beauty, a place where the silence can be both deafening and profoundly peaceful. But it's also a place of secrets, a place where the line between reality and nightmare blurs, and where the ancient whispers of the wild still hold power. Most folks think being a park ranger is all about scenic hikes and spotting wildlife. And sure, there's plenty of that. I've seen grizzly bears spar on the tundra, watched caribou migrate in their thousands, and witnessed the northern lights dance across the sky in a spectacle that defies description. I've learned the language of the ravens, the tracks of the wolves, the subtle shifts in the wind that warn of an approaching storm. I thought I knew this wilderness. I thought I understood its rhythms, its dangers, its inhabitants. I was wrong. Dead wrong. Before last summer, my biggest concerns were the usual careless tourists wandering off trail, the occasional wildfire sparked by lightning, the ever-present threat of a bear encounter gone wrong. We're trained for all of that. We carry bear spray, radios, first aid kits, all the tools of a modern ranger trying to maintain some semblance of order in a place that inherently resists it. We're taught to respect the wilderness, to be prepared for the unexpected. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what I found that morning. It started like any other day. The Alaskan summer sun, which barely dips below the horizon during those months, was already high in the sky, painting the snow, capped peaks of brilliant gold. I was on patrol, driving my trusty, battered pickup truck along a gravel road that snaked through the heart of the park. My radio crackled with the usual chatter, a lost hiker near Wonder Lake, a report of a moose calf separated from its mother. Routine stuff. Then came the call that changed everything. Dispatch relayed a report from a group of backpackers who had stumbled upon an abandoned campsite near the Toklat River. Abandoned wasn't quite the right word, though. The backpackers described it as unsettling. Tents were still set up, sleeping bags laid out, a half-eaten meal on a camp stove. It was as if the campers had simply vanished into thin air. A chill went down my spine. This wasn't uncommon. People underestimated the wilderness all the time. They got lost, injured, or worse. But the way the backpackers described the scene, it was the absence of struggle, the eerie stillness, that bothered them, and it bothered me too. I acknowledged the call and headed towards the coordinates, my mind racing. Hypothermia, a sudden bear attack. But even a bear attack would leave behind signs of a struggle, torn tents, scattered gear, blood. This felt different. The drive took longer than I expected. The Toklat River area is deep in the park, accessible only by rough, unpaved roads. The further I drove, the more isolated I felt. The towering spruce trees seemed to press in on either side, their shadows stretching long and dark across the road. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the rumble of my truck's engine and the occasional cry of a hawk circling overhead. When I finally reached the designated coordinates, I found the backpackers waiting for me, their faces pale and drawn. They were a young couple, probably in their late 20s, experienced hikers judging by their gear. They pointed me towards a small clearing nestled beside the river. "It's just over there," the woman said, her voice trembling slightly. We didn't touch anything. We knew something was wrong. I thanked them, grabbed my pack, and headed towards the clearing. The moment I stepped into the campsite, I felt it. A cold, heavy presence that settled over me like a shroud. The air was still, the silence absolute. It was as if the entire wilderness was holding its breath. The scene was exactly as the backpackers had described it. 3 tents, neatly arranged. A portable stove with a pot of half-cooked stew, still slightly warm. Sleeping bags unzipped, as if their occupants had just stepped out for a moment. Personal belongings, backpacks, water bottles, hiking boots were scattered around, giving the impression of a hasty, unexplained departure. I cautiously approached the first tent, unzipping the flap. Inside, a sleeping bag, a pillow, a headlamp. No sign of a struggle, no blood, no anything. I moved to the second tent, then the third. The same, empty. Eerily, perfectly empty. My heart pounded in my chest. This wasn't right. This wasn't natural. People don't just disappear. Not like this. I started a systematic search of the area, looking for any clue, any sign of what might have happened. I checked for footprints, broken branches, anything out of the ordinary. The ground was soft and damp, making it ideal for tracking, and that's when I saw them. They were near the edge of the clearing, leading away from the campsite and into the dense undergrowth. Tracks. But unlike any tracks I had ever seen before, they were large, far too large for a human, and they weren't bear tracks. Bear tracks are broad with distinct claw marks. These were narrower, almost elongated, with 4 distinct toes that ended in points that were too sharp to be claws, more like talons. But it wasn't just the size and shape that were unsettling. It was the way they moved. The stride was unnaturally long, and there was a strange, almost sliding quality to them, as if the creature that made them hadn't walked, but rather glided across the ground. I knelt down, examining the tracks more closely. I've tracked everything from tiny voles to massive grizzlies, and I've never seen anything like this. The soil around the tracks was undisturbed, as if the creature had weighed nothing at all, despite the depth of the impressions. A wave of primal fear washed over me. This wasn't just a missing persons case. This was something else entirely, something wrong. I pulled out my radio, my hand shaking slightly. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Carter. I'm at the Toklat River campsite. I need backup. And send someone who knows about unusual animal tracks. I think we have a situation." The radio crackled with static. Then the dispatcher's voice, calm and professional, despite the tremor in my own. "Copy that. Ranger Carter. Backup is on its way. What kind of unusual tracks are we talking about?" I hesitated, looking back at the strange, unsettling marks in the earth. How could I even begin to describe them? How could I explain the feeling of dread that was creeping into my bones? I don't know," I finally said, my voice barely a whisper. "I've never seen anything like them before. Just hurry." And as I stood there, alone in the silent wilderness, staring at those impossible tracks, I knew that my life as a park ranger, my understanding of the world, had changed forever. The whispers of the wild had become a scream, and I was caught in its terrifying echo. The familiar comfort of the Alaskan wilderness had vanished, replaced by a chilling, unknown threat. And those tracks, those damned tracks, they were just the beginning. They were a prelude to a nightmare I couldn't even begin to comprehend. They were a sign that something ancient, something other, had awakened in the heart of Denali. And it was hungry. The wait for backup felt like an eternity. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept glancing back at those tracks, their unnatural shape burned into my memory. They led deeper into the forest, disappearing into a thicket of tangled undergrowth and ancient, gnarled trees. I had the overwhelming urge to follow them, to find out where they led, but a primal instinct, the same instinct that kept animals alive in this wilderness, told me to stay put. I forced myself to focus on securing the campsite. I took photos of the tracks, the tents, the abandoned belongings. I meticulously documented everything, my ranger training kicking in, trying to impose some order on the growing chaos in my mind. But the more I documented, the more the reality of the situation sank in. This wasn't a search and rescue anymore. This was a recovery mission. And something told me it was going to be unlike anything I'd ever faced. Finally, I heard the familiar rumble of another truck approaching. 2 other rangers, Sarah Miller and Jim Davies, arrived. Sarah was a veteran ranger known for her calm demeanor and sharp eye. Jim was younger, eager to prove himself, but I could see the apprehension in his eyes as he took in the scene. "Ben, what have you got?" Sarah asked, her voice steady but her gaze fixed on the abandoned campsite. I pointed to the tracks. "Those. I don't know what they are. They lead away from the campsite into the woods. The campers, they're gone. No sign of a struggle. Just gone." Sarah and Jim followed me to the edge of the clearing, their expressions shifting from curiosity to disbelief to a chilling understanding. Sarah knelt down, examining the tracks with the same intensity I had. "These aren't bear," she said, her voice low. "Too narrow. And the stride, it's too long." "Too even?" Jim, who had been trained in tracking, was visibly shaken. I've never seen anything like this. The pressure distribution, it's like it barely touched the ground. But the impressions are so deep. We spent the next few hours meticulously combing the area. We expanded the search perimeter, following the direction of the tracks as far as we could, but the dense undergrowth made it difficult. The tracks would appear and disappear, seemingly at random, as if the creature that made them could simply vanish and reappear at will. We found no other signs of the missing campers. No discarded clothing, no blood, no indication of where they might have gone. It was as if they had been plucked from the face of the earth. As the day wore on, a sense of hopelessness began to settle over us. The Alaskan summer twilight, that strange lingering half-light that never truly becomes night, cast long, eerie shadows through the trees. The silence of the wilderness, which had once been comforting, now felt menacing, pregnant with unseen danger. Sarah called in the situation to headquarters. The initial report had triggered a full-scale search and rescue operation, but as the reality of our findings sunk in, the tone of the communication shifted. It was no longer about finding lost hikers. It was about finding something else. They're sending in a specialized team, Sarah said, her voice grim. Wildlife biologists, trackers, even a couple of, well, let's just say they're experts in the unexplained. I raised an eyebrow. Unexplained. Sarah gave me a look that said more than words ever could. Ben, this is Alaska. There are stories, legends, things that people don't talk about much, things that science can't explain. Jim, who had been listening silently, finally spoke up. You mean like Bigfoot? Sarah sighed. I'm not saying it's Bigfoot, Jim, but I'm also not saying it's not. We need to keep an open mind. We need to be prepared for anything. The thought of Bigfoot, or some other mythical creature being responsible for the disappearance of the campers, was almost too absurd to consider. But the tracks, those damn tracks, they defied any logical explanation. They were a tangible, terrifying reminder that something unnatural was out there. As darkness finally began to creep in, we set up a temporary camp near the original campsite. We built a large fire, its flickering flames providing a small measure of comfort in the encroaching gloom. We ate our rations in silence, the crackling of the fire the only sound breaking the stillness. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound seemed to be amplified. I kept glancing at the edge of the forest, half expecting to see those strange tracks reappearing, leading back towards us. Sleep was impossible. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the sounds of the night, the hooting of an owl, the rustling of leaves, the distant howl of a wolf, all sounds I had heard countless times before. But tonight, they sounded different. They sounded menacing. And then I heard something else, a sound that sent a chill down my spine. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike anything I had ever heard. It wasn't a bear or a wolf or any other animal I knew. It was something else. Something primal, something ancient, something filled with a terrifying, unearthly hunger. The growl came again, closer this time. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest. I reached for my rifle, my hand shaking. Sarah and Jim were also awake, their eyes wide with fear. What was that? Jim whispered, his voice barely audible. Sarah didn't answer. She just stared into the darkness, her face pale in the firelight. The growl came again, even closer now. And then we saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing red in the darkness, at the edge of the firelight. They were large, too large for any animal I knew. And they were filled with an intelligence, a malevolence, that was utterly terrifying. The creature stepped into the light, and for a moment, we were frozen in terror. It was unlike anything I could have imagined. It was tall, impossibly tall and slender, almost emaciated. Its limbs were long and spindly, ending in those sharp, talon-like claws I had seen in the tracks. Its skin was a sickly, pale gray, stretched taut over its bones, and its head was the most terrifying part. It was elongated, with a narrow snout and those glowing red eyes. Its mouth was filled with rows of sharp, needle-like teeth, and it was smiling, a slow, cruel smile that revealed the full extent of its predatory nature. It stood there for a moment, studying us, its eyes burning into ours. Then, with a speed that defied its gaunt frame, it lunged. The nightmare had begun. The creature's lunge was impossibly fast. One moment it was at the edge of the firelight, a grotesque silhouette against the darkness. The next, it was upon us. Jim screamed, a high-pitched, terrified sound that was cut short as one of those razor-sharp talons swiped across his chest. He went down instantly, a crimson stain blooming on his ranger uniform. Sarah reacted with the speed and precision born of years of training. She raised her rifle and fired, the blast echoing through the silent wilderness. The bullet struck the creature in the shoulder, but it seemed to have little effect. It staggered back slightly, its red eyes blazing with fury, but it didn't fall. I fumbled for my own rifle, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it. The creature turned its attention to me, that horrifying smile still plastered across its face. It took a step forward, its long, spindly limbs moving with an unnatural grace. I fired again and again. The bullets ripped into its flesh, but it kept coming. It was as if it were fueled by something beyond pain, beyond any natural biological process. It was driven by a hunger, a primal insatiable need that I could feel radiating from it in waves. Just as it was about to reach me, Sarah tackled it from the side. She was a strong woman, but she was no match for the creature's strength. It swatted her away like a fly, sending her crashing into a nearby tree. She slumped to the ground, unconscious. I was alone, facing this thing. With only a few rounds left in my rifle, I knew I was going to die. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But the blow never came. I opened my eyes, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature was still there, standing over me, its red eyes burning into mine. But it wasn't attacking. It was studying me. Then it did something that I will never forget. It tilted its head, almost curiously, and let out a low, rumbling sound. It wasn't a growl, not this time, it was something else. Something that sounded almost like a whisper. I couldn't understand the words, if they were words at all. But I understood the meaning. It was a warning, a promise. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished. It melted back into the darkness, leaving me alone with the carnage and the silence. I scrambled to Sarah's side. She was breathing, but unconscious. I checked on Jim. He was gone. His body was mangled. I won't go into the details, but it was a sight that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I managed to get Sarah onto my back and carry her to the truck. I radioed for help, my voice shaking so badly I could barely speak. I told them what had happened as best I could, but I knew that they wouldn't believe me. The rescue team arrived a few hours later. They found Sarah still unconscious and Jim's remains. They found the tracks, the same tracks I had seen earlier, but they didn't find the creature. It was gone, vanished without a trace. The official report attributed the deaths to a rogue bear attack. They claimed that I was suffering from shock and trauma, that my account of the creature was a hallucination, a product of a disturbed mind. They dismissed the tracks as being unidentifiable due to distortion. Sarah recovered, physically at least, but she never spoke about what happened that night. She resigned from the park service shortly after and moved away. I haven't heard from her since. I was put on administrative leave, pending a psychological evaluation. I was labeled as unfit for duty. I lost my job, my career, everything I had worked for. But I didn't lose my memory. I still see those tracks in my nightmares. I still hear that whisper in the silence. I still see those red eyes, burning in the darkness. I know what I saw, I know what happened, and I know that it's still out there, waiting, hunting. The official story is a lie, a convenient cover-up for something that they can't explain, something that they don't want to explain. Because the truth is too terrifying. The truth is that there are things in this world, in the dark corners of the wilderness, that are beyond our understanding. Things that are ancient and powerful and hungry. I've tried to move on, to put it all behind me, but I can't. The wilderness, which was once my sanctuary, is now a source of constant fear. Every shadow holds a potential threat. Every sound is a reminder of that night. I'm writing this now not as a confession, but as a warning. If you ever find yourself in the Alaskan wilderness, if you ever see tracks that don't make sense, if you ever hear a whisper in the silence, don't investigate, don't follow. Just run. Run as fast as you can and don't look back. Because whatever is out there, it's not human. It's not animal. It's something else entirely. And it's always watching, always waiting, always hungry. The wilderness holds secrets. Some of them are beautiful. Some of them are terrifying. And some of them are best left undisturbed. The story of the missing campers, of Jim's death, of Sarah's silence, it's not just my story. It's a warning, a testament to the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of our perception, a darkness that can consume us whole if we're not careful. And the worst part is, I don't think it was the only one. I think there are more, and I think they're getting closer. The whispers are getting louder, and I'm afraid that one day the silence will break. And when it does, it will be replaced by a scream that will never end. The true horror isn't just what happened in the woods, it is in knowing that it will happen again, and no official explanation can protect us. The true horror is the echo in the silence. My name is Sarah Miller, and I'm what you might call a nature enthusiast, which is a polite way of saying I prefer the company of trees and mountains to, well, most people. That's why I signed up to be a park ranger in the Alaskan wilderness. I crave the solitude, the vast expanse of untouched beauty, the quiet hum of the natural world undisturbed by the incessant chatter of civilization. I pictured myself trekking through pristine forests, breathing in the crisp, clean air, feeling a profound connection to something ancient and powerful. What I didn't picture was the terror. The absolute gut-wrenching, soul-shattering terror that now clings to me like the ever-present Alaskan chill. I was assigned to Denali National Park, a sprawling 6 million acres of breathtaking and often unforgiving landscape. My posting was relatively remote, even by Denali standards, a small ranger station overlooking Eagle Lake, a glacial lake nestled deep within a valley ringed by snow-capped peaks. It was beautiful, undeniably so. The water was a shade of turquoise so vibrant it almost hurt to look at, reflecting the towering mountains and the vast, impossibly blue sky. During the day, the sun glinted off the icy peaks, creating a dazzling spectacle of light and shadow. At night, the stars exploded across the inky blackness, a celestial tapestry so dense and bright it felt like you could reach out and touch them. The northern lights, the aurora borealis, would often dance across the sky, painting the darkness with swirling ribbons of green, purple, and crimson. It was a place of raw, untamed beauty, a place where you could truly feel the insignificance of humanity in the face of nature's grandeur. My first few weeks were idyllic. I settled into the rhythm of the wilderness. My days were filled with routine patrols, checking trails, monitoring wildlife, and occasionally interacting with the few hikers and campers who ventured this far into the park. I learned to identify the tracks of wolves, moose, and bears, to distinguish the calls of different birds, to read the subtle signs of the changing seasons. I reveled in the silence, the absence of car horns, sirens, and the constant drone of human activity. It was a silence so profound it felt like a physical presence, a blanket wrapped around me, muffling the noise of the outside world. But that silence, the very thing I had sought, would soon become my tormentor. The ranger station itself was a small, sturdy log cabin built to withstand the harsh Alaskan winters. It had a wood burning stove, a small kitchen area, a bunk bed, and a radio for communicating with the park headquarters. There was no internet, no cell service, just the crackling static of the radio and the occasional burst of conversation with the dispatchers in Hilly, the closest town, several hours away by snowmobile in the winter. I was completely isolated, utterly alone, and for a while, I loved it. I felt a sense of freedom, of independence that I had never experienced before. I was the guardian of this small corner of the wilderness, a solitary sentinel watching over the mountains and the lake. The summer months brought a steady trickle of visitors, mostly experienced backpackers and seasoned outdoorsmen. I enjoyed the brief interactions, the chance to share my knowledge of the area, to hear their stories of adventures on the trails. But mostly I was content in my solitudes, spending my evenings reading by the warm glow of the stove or sitting on the porch, watching the sunset paint the sky in fiery hues. I felt at peace, connected to the land in a way I had never thought possible. Then came the family, the Millers, John, Mary, and their 2 children, 8-year-old Emily and 6-year-old Ben. They were from somewhere in the Midwest, I think, city folk looking for an authentic Alaskan experience. They were assigned one of the designated campsites near Eagle Lake, a secluded spot about a half-mile hike from the ranger station. I remember meeting them briefly when they checked in. John was enthusiastic, full of questions about the local wildlife. Mary seemed a little apprehensive, clutching her children's hands tightly. The kids were excited, bouncing with energy, eager to explore. They seemed like a typical, happy family embarking on a summer adventure. I gave them the usual safety briefing, warning them about bears, moose, and the unpredictable weather. I emphasized the importance of staying on marked trails and carrying bear spray. They nodded, listened attentively, but I could sense a certain naivete, a lack of understanding of the true power and potential danger of the wilderness. They set off towards their campsite, their brightly colored backpacks bobbing along the trail. I watched them go, a faint sense of unease settling in my stomach. It was nothing specific, just a gut feeling, a ranger's intuition honed by years of experience in the wild. I told myself I was being overly cautious, that they would be fine. They were just a family enjoying a camping trip. What could possibly go wrong? That was 3 days ago. 3 days of increasingly oppressive silence. 3 days of growing dread. 3 days of the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring and your skin crawl. I had planned to check on them the following day, a routine patrol to make sure they were settling in okay. But a sudden storm blew in, a fierce squall that whipped up the lake into a frenzy of whitecaps and sent the trees swaying violently. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the windows of the cabin and making the whole structure groan. I was confined to the station, monitoring the radio for any distress calls. The storm lasted for 2 days, a relentless barrage of wind and rain. When it finally subsided, the world was transformed. The air was crisp and clean, washed clean by the downpour. The lake was calm again, reflecting the clear blue sky. But the silence was different. It was heavier, thicker, more profound. It was the silence of a graveyard. As soon as the weather permitted, I set out for the Millers' campsite. The trail was muddy and slick, strewn with fallen branches. The forest seemed eerily quiet, devoid of the usual sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves. A sense of foreboding settled over me, a cold knot of dread tightening in my chest. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my ears. As I approached the campsite, I called out, my voice echoing unnaturally loud in the stillness. "Hello, Millers, park ranger?" No response. I rounded a bend in the trail, and then I saw it. The campsite, the tent, the family, and the silence became deafening. The scene before me was wrong. Profoundly, disturbingly wrong. It was like a macabre tableau, a still life painting of unimaginable horror. The Millers' campsite was pristine, almost unnaturally so. Their bright yellow tent stood perfectly intact, the guy lines taut, the zippers closed. A small, neatly stacked pile of firewood sat beside a cold fire pit. Their camping chairs were arranged in a semicircle facing the lake. Their backpacks were lined up neatly against a tree, untouched. Everything was in its place, orderly, undisturbed, except for the Millers themselves. They were frozen, not in the literal sense, not encased in ice, but frozen in their actions, in their expressions. John was sitting in one of the camping chairs, his hands gripping the armrests so tightly his knuckles were white. His head was tilted back, his eyes wide open, staring up at the sky. His mouth was agape, frozen in a silent scream. Mary was kneeling beside him, one hand outstretched as if reaching for him, the other clutching a small, stuffed rabbit, probably Emily's. Her face was contorted in a mask of pure terror, her eyes wide and vacant, her mouth twisted in a silent wail. Emily and Ben were huddled together near the tent entrance, their arms wrapped around each other in a desperate embrace. Emily's face was buried in her brother's shoulder, but Ben's was visible. His eyes were wide, staring straight ahead, fixated on something just outside the tent. His mouth was open in a silent gasp, his face a picture of absolute, unadulterated fear. They were all like that. Frozen, lifeless. Their skin had a strange grayish pallor, their eyes lacked the luster of life. But it wasn't the stillness that was so horrifying. It was the expressions on their faces. It was the sheer, unbridled terror etched into every feature, every muscle, every frozen tear track. It was the kind of terror that transcends mere fear, the kind that reaches deep into your soul and shatters it into a million pieces. It was the look of people who had seen something so unspeakably horrific, so utterly beyond human comprehension, that it had literally scared them to death. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, paralyzed by the scene before me. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing, to make sense of the impossible. It was like my brain had short-circuited, refusing to accept the reality of the situation. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything to escape the suffocating horror of that place. But I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, trapped in a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. Slowly, painstakingly, I forced myself to approach the campsite. My legs felt like lead, my breath caught in my throat. I kept telling myself there had to be a rational explanation, some logical reason for what I was seeing. A sudden illness? A freak accident? A poisonous gas leak? Anything but the unthinkable. I circled the campsite, searching for any sign of a struggle, any evidence of what might have happened. There was nothing. No signs of animal attack, no footprints other than the Millers and my own, no broken branches, no overturned equipment. The tent was intact, the zippers closed. Their food supplies were untouched, their water bottles full. It was as if they had simply stopped, frozen in time, their last moments etched in expressions of pure terror. I checked their pulses, knowing it was futile. Their skin was cold, clammy, lifeless. Their eyes were vacant, staring blankly into the void. They were gone. A whole family, wiped out in an instant by something unseen, something unknown. My training kicked in, overriding the fear that threatened to consume me. I forced myself to be methodical, to document the scene, to gather any evidence I could find. I took photos with my park-issued camera, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. I noted the positions of the bodies, the condition of the campsite, the lack of any obvious cause of death. I searched the surrounding area, extending my search perimeter further and further, hoping to find some clue, some explanation. But there was nothing. Just the silence. The deafening, oppressive silence of the wilderness, broken only by the frantic beating of my own heart. I radioed headquarters, my voice trembling as I reported the situation. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Miller, Eagle Lake. I have a situation. Multiple fatalities. A family of 4. They're dead. I don't know what happened. There's no sign of anything. They're just dead." The dispatcher's voice crackled back, laced with disbelief and concern. "Repeat that, Ranger Miller. Multiple fatalities. What happened? Are you in danger?" "I don't know what happened. There's no sign of a struggle, no animals, nothing. They're just frozen, in fear. But I need backup. I need a medical examiner. And I think I need a priest." The dispatcher assured me that help was on the way, but it would be hours before anyone could reach me. Hours alone with the bodies, with the silence, with the growing certainty that something truly evil had happened at Eagle Lake, something beyond human understanding. As I waited, I sat on a log a short distance from the campsite, watching the scene, trying to piece together the puzzle. What could have possibly caused this? What could have scared a family so badly that it literally killed them? I scanned the surrounding forest, my eyes searching for any movement, any sign of life, any clue. And then I saw it. Or rather, I didn't see it. It was a subtle distortion in the air, a shimmering, almost imperceptible ripple, like heat rising off asphalt on a hot summer day. It was just outside the tent, in the exact spot where Ben had been staring. It was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds, and then it was gone. But I saw it. I felt it. A cold, prickling sensation on the back of my neck, a feeling of being watched, of being invaded. It was then that I knew. This wasn't a bear attack. This wasn't a natural disaster. This was something else, something unnatural, something that defied logic, that defied science, that defied everything I thought I knew about the world. The silence was no longer just an absence of sound. It was a presence, a malevolent, watchful presence, and it was waiting. The hours that followed were a blur of activity and dread. The Alaska State Troopers arrived along with a medical examiner and a small team of investigators. They swarmed the campsite, taking photographs, collecting samples, examining the bodies. I answered their questions as best I could, describing the scene, the lack of any obvious cause of death, the strange, shimmering distortion I had seen. They listened politely, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They were looking for a rational explanation, a logical cause, something that could be explained away by science or circumstance. They weren't finding it. The medical examiner, a seasoned veteran named Dr. Lawson, was particularly baffled. He examined the bodies meticulously, searching for any sign of injury, any indication of poison, any clue that could explain their sudden deaths. He found nothing, no wounds, no toxins, no internal trauma. Their hearts had simply stopped. It's like they were scared to death. He muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Literally scared to death. I've seen cases of extreme stress causing cardiac arrest, but nothing like this. Their faces, it's like they saw something unimaginable. His words echoed my own thoughts, confirming the growing horror that had taken root in my soul. We were dealing with something beyond the realm of normal human experience, something that defied explanation. As darkness fell, the investigators packed up their equipment, preparing to transport the bodies back to Healy. The troopers offered to stay with me at the ranger station, but I declined. I needed to be alone to process what had happened, to try to make sense of the impossible. I also felt a strange, inexplicable urge to stay at Eagle Lake, to watch over the place where the Millers had met their terrifying end. It was as if some unseen force was holding me there, compelling me to stay. After they left, the silence returned, deeper and more oppressive than ever. The moon was full, casting an eerie, silver glow over the lake and the surrounding mountains. The air was cold, biting at my exposed skin. I built a fire outside the ranger station, hoping the warmth and light would offer some comfort, some protection from the unseen terrors that lurked in the darkness. but the fire did little to ease my fear. The shadows danced and flickered, playing tricks on my eyes. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of the trees, sounded like footsteps, like whispers. I felt like I was being watched, scrutinized by unseen eyes. The feeling of being invaded, the prickling sensation on the back of my neck, returned stronger than before. I started to hear things. Faint whispers, carried on the wind, just at the edge of hearing. I couldn't make out the words, but they sounded like voices. Pleading, desperate, terrified voices. They seemed to be coming from the direction of the lake, from the campsite where the Millers had died. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination, as the effects of stress and exhaustion. But the whispers persisted, growing louder, more insistent. They seemed to be calling to me, beckoning me to come closer. Against my better judgment, I found myself drawn back to the campsite. I walked slowly, my heart pounding in my chest, my senses on high alert. The moon cast long, distorted shadows, making the trees look like grotesque, twisted figures. The silence was broken only by the whispers, which now sounded like a chorus of voices, chanting something unintelligible. As I reached the edge of the clearing, I saw it again. The shimmering distortion, the ripple in the air, just outside where the Miller's tent had stood. It was larger this time, more defined, and within it, I could almost make out shapes, forms, faces. They were fleeting, indistinct, like images glimpsed through a fog. But I could see the terror in their eyes, the agony in their expressions. They looked like the Millers, but they were different. Twisted, distorted, consumed by an unholy fear. And then I heard it. A voice clear as a bell, cutting through the whispers. It was Emily's voice, the little girl's voice. "Help us," she pleaded. It's in the lake. It sees you." The voice was abruptly cut off, replaced by a guttural growl, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth. The shimmering distortion expanded, growing larger, more menacing. I felt a wave of cold, paralyzing fear wash over me, so intense that I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything to escape the horror that was unfolding before me. But I was frozen, rooted to the spot, just like the Millers. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, threatening to burst. My vision began to blur, my senses fading. And then I saw it, rising from the lake, a shape, vast, dark, amorphous. It was like a living shadow, a creature of pure darkness. It had no discernible features, no eyes, no mouth, just a swirling mass of blackness that seemed to absorb the moonlight. It was the thing that the Millers had seen, the thing that had scared them to death, and it was coming for me. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. I braced myself for the terror, for the pain, for the end. But it didn't come. Instead, I heard a voice, my own voice whispering a prayer I hadn't uttered since childhood, a desperate plea for help, for protection, for salvation. And then, silence. Slowly, cautiously, I opened my eyes. The distortion was gone. The whispers were gone. The lake was calm, reflecting the moonlit sky. I was alone. I don't know how long I stood there, trembling, staring at the empty lake. I don't know what saved me. What drove away the creature that had haunted Eagle Lake? Was it my prayer? Was it some residual power of the Millers, protecting me from the same fate that had befallen them? Or was it simply luck? I don't have the answers. All I know is that I survived. I survived the horror of Eagle Lake, but I'm not the same. The silence no longer brings me peace. It brings only dread. The beauty of the wilderness is now tainted by fear. I can still see the Millers' faces, frozen in their final moments of terror. I can still hear their whispers carried on the wind. I resigned from my position as park ranger the next day. I packed my belongings, left the cabin, and drove away from Denali, from Alaska, from the wilderness that I had once loved. I don't know where I'm going, but I know I can never go back. The silence out here can be deafening, especially when you know what lurks within it. And sometimes, the most terrifying decisions are the ones that lead you to a truth you can never unsee. The truth about what happened at Eagle Lake. The truth about what waits in the darkness. The truth about the things that we can't explain, the things that we can't see, the things that can scare us to death. And worst of all is knowing I let that evil, whatever it was, know I could perceive it. I don't know if I escaped it or if I was allowed to leave. My name is Jake Thompson. Sounds generic, I know, like the protagonist in some cheesy action flick, but trust me, my life was anything but action-packed until recently. Mostly, it was peaceful, quiet, the kind of quiet that settles deep into your bones and makes you forget the frantic rhythm of the outside world. For the last 12 years, I've been a park ranger in Denali National Park, Alaska. 6 million acres of untamed wilderness. I've seen grizzly bears square off over salmon runs, watched moose calves take their first wobbly steps, and witnessed the northern lights dance across the sky in a symphony of color that would make your heart ache with its beauty. I thought I'd seen it all. I was wrong. Dead wrong. The Alaskan wilderness, for all its breathtaking grandeur, is also a harsh mistress. She demands respect. You make one wrong move, underestimate the weather, overestimate your abilities, and she'll swallow you whole. You'll become another statistic, another cautionary tale whispered around campfires. We rangers were the intermediaries, I guess. The ones who try to keep the balance between the wild and the unwary. We preach preparedness, wilderness safety, bear awareness. Most folks listen. Some don't. And sometimes, even when you do everything right, something else happens. Something that defies logic, something that chills you to the core, something that makes you question everything you thought you knew. It started with a routine missing persons report. The Miller Party. 4 hikers: Robert Miller, the experienced leader, his wife, Sarah, and their 2 friends, David and Emily. They were seasoned backpackers, the kind who meticulously planned their routes, checked their gear, and left detailed itineraries. They weren't the type to go off trail or take unnecessary risks. Their permit was for a 10-day trek through the Toklet River region, a relatively remote area known for its stunning views and challenging terrain. When they didn't check in at their designated ranger station on day 11, we weren't immediately alarmed. A day late wasn't uncommon. Gear malfunctions, minor injuries, a slight miscalculation of the route, these things happened. We dispatched a helicopter for a routine flyover just to make sure everything was all right. The pilot, a grizzled veteran named Hank, spotted their campsite near the base of a ridge overlooking the river. He reported back, his voice unusually tight. "Base, this is Chopper 7. I've located the Miller Party's campsite. It's intact, tents up, gear looks organized. But I don't see any signs of the hikers. That was odd. Usually if a party was delayed, they'd stay put, especially if they had shelter and supplies." Hank circled the area several times, scanning the surrounding landscape for any sign of the Millers, but found nothing. That's when the first prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine. I assembled a small search and rescue team myself. Maria Sanchez, a sharp, no-nonsense ranger with 8 years of experience, and Ben Olson, a younger ranger, eager but still a little green. We flew out to the Millers' campsite, landing a short distance away to avoid disturbing the area. The air was crisp and cold, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The silence, broken only by the distant rush of the Toklet, was almost deafening. As we approached the campsite, I felt a growing sense of dread. It was too perfect, too sterile. The campsite was a textbook example of leave no trace principles. Their cooking gear was neatly packed away, their sleeping bags rolled and secured, their backpacks lined up against a fallen log. There was no sign of a struggle, no scattered belongings, no indication of a bear encounter or any other kind of wildlife disturbance. It was as if the Millers had simply vanished into thin air. The tent, a bright orange 4-person dome, was the focal point. It stood erect, the guy lines taut, the rainfly securely fastened, and in the very center of the tent floor there was a hole. It wasn't a tear or a rip. It was a perfect circle, about 3 feet in diameter. The edges were smooth, almost cauterized, as if something incredibly hot had melted through the nylon fabric. I knelt down, my heart pounding in my chest, and peered into the hole. The ground beneath was undisturbed, just packed earth and a few small pebbles. There was no sign of digging, no debris, no anything. Maria joined me, her face pale. "What the hell?" she whispered. Ben, standing behind us, stammered, a bear. Maybe it clawed its way in. I shook my head. No, a bear would have ripped the tent to shreds. This is something else. I've seen bear damage. I've seen what a grizzly can do to a tent, to a backpack, even to a human body. It's brutal, messy, and unmistakable. This was precise, surgical. I carefully reached down and touched the edge of the hole. The fabric was slightly melted, but not charred. It was oddly smooth, almost glassy. I ran my fingers around the circumference, searching for any clue, any trace of what might have created this anomaly. Nothing. We spent the next several hours meticulously searching the campsite and the surrounding area. We found no footprints other than the Miller's own, leading to and from the river where they presumably collected water. We found no signs of a struggle, no blood, no torn clothing, no discarded gear. It was as if the Millers had been plucked from their tent leaving behind only this unsettling, perfectly round hole. The silence of the wilderness, which I usually found so comforting, now felt oppressive, heavy with an unspoken menace. The vastness of Denali, which had always inspired awe, now seemed to breed a sense of isolation and vulnerability. We were looking for answers in a place that held its secrets close, a place that could swallow you whole without a trace. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the valley, we set up our own camp a short distance from the miller's site. We needed to rest, to regroup, to try to make sense of the impossible. But sleep didn't come easy. Every rustle of the wind, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept seeing that hole, that perfect circle of nothingness, burned into the back of my eyelids. What had happened to the millers? Where had they gone? And what had created that hole? The questions gnawed at me, fueling a growing sense of dread that I couldn't shake. I knew, deep down, that we were dealing with something far beyond our understanding, something that defied the natural order of things. And I was terrified. This was no longer a search and rescue mission. It was something else entirely. Something much, much darker. Something that I feared would haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. The pristine nature of the campsite, contrasted with that single terrifying anomaly, was the most unsettling thing I'd ever encountered. It was wrong. Profoundly, deeply wrong. And the worst part was, I had absolutely no explanation for it. No frame of reference. Nothing to compare it to. It was a void not just in the tent floor, but in my understanding of the world. The night was a torment. Sleep evaded me, replaced by a restless cycle of half-dreams and jarring awakenings. Every creak of the tent poles, every whisper of the wind through the nearby pines sounded like a footstep, a voice, a presence just beyond the thin nylon walls of my shelter. Maria and Ben seemed equally on edge. I could hear them tossing and turning in their respective tents, the occasional muffled sigh or groan betraying their unease. The first rays of dawn, painting the eastern sky in shades of pale pink and orange, brought a small measure of relief. The oppressive darkness retreated, but the underlying dread remained, a heavy weight in my chest. We made coffee, the strong, bitter brew doing little to dispel the lingering fatigue and anxiety. We ate in silence, the usual morning banter conspicuously absent. "We need a plan," Maria said, finally breaking the quiet. Her voice was tight, her usual confidence replaced by a cautious hesitancy. "We've searched the immediate area. We need to expand our search radius systematically. And we need to contact base. Tell them what we've found." I nodded, my gaze drawn back to the miller's tent. The hole seemed even more unsettling in the daylight, a stark violation of the natural order. Agreed, but we need to be careful. Whatever happened here, it's not normal. We don't know what we're dealing with. Ben, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up, his voice barely above a whisper. Did you guys hear anything last night?" I thought I heard something like whispering. Maria and I exchanged a look. I hadn't heard anything specific, but the overall sense of unease had been so intense that it wouldn't have surprised me. Whispering, Maria asked, her brow furrowed, like voices. Ben shook his head, his eyes wide. No, not voices, more like the wind, but different, like it was trying to say something, but I couldn't make out the words. I dismissed it initially as nerves, the product of an overactive imagination fueled by fear and lack of sleep. But the seed of doubt had been planted. The Alaskan wilderness was known for its strange sounds, the howl of the wind through canyons, the groan of shifting ice, the eerie calls of unseen animals. But this felt different. We spent the morning meticulously combing the area around the campsite, expanding our search in concentric circles. We found nothing. No tracks, no signs of a struggle, no discarded belongings, no clues whatsoever. It was as if the Millers had been erased from existence, leaving behind only that inexplicable hole in their tent. Around midday, we returned to the campsite, frustrated and increasingly bewildered. I decided to contact base. Using our satellite phone, I reported our findings to Ranger Station Dispatch, relaying the details of the pristine campsite, the missing hikers, and the hole. I tried to keep my voice steady, professional, but I could hear the tremor of unease creeping in. The dispatcher, a woman named Sarah, ironically, listened patiently, asking clarifying questions, her tone calm and reassuring, but I could sense the underlying concern in her voice. "Okay, Jake," she said finally, "we're sending a team out to assist you. They should arrive in about 4 hours. In the meantime, stay put. Don't do anything reckless." "And Jake, yeah, Sarah, be careful." "Something about this, it doesn't feel right." Her words echoed my own fears, amplifying the sense of dread that had been building inside me. We were dealing with something unknown, something that defied explanation, something that had the potential to be incredibly dangerous. As we waited for the backup team, I decided to examine the hole in the tent again. I knelt down, my face inches from the smooth, melted edges. I ran my fingers around the circumference, searching for any clue, any anomaly, any hint of what might have created it. And then I felt it. A faint vibration. A subtle humming sensation, almost imperceptible. It was coming from the ground beneath the hole. I pressed my ear against the fabric, my heart pounding in my chest. There it was again. A low, resonant hum, like a distant engine or a giant heart beating slowly, rhythmically. It was so faint that I almost dismissed it as my imagination, but it was undeniably there. I looked up at Maria and Ben, their faces mirroring my own apprehension. Do you hear that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. They both leaned in, their heads close to the ground. Ben's eyes widened.
Yeah, I hear it. What is it?
Maria shook her head, her expression a mixture of confusion and fear. I don't know, but it's coming from underneath the tent. We carefully lifted the edge of the tent, peering into the darkness beneath. The humming grew slightly louder, but we still couldn't see anything. The ground was packed earth, just as it had been before. No cracks, no fissures, no openings, just the hum. And then I smelled it, a faint acrid odor like ozone or burning metal. It was subtle, almost masked by the scent of pine and earth, but it was definitely there. I wrinkled my nose, trying to identify the source. Do you smell that? I asked Maria and Ben. They both nodded, their faces grim. Yeah, Maria said. It smells like a welding torch, or something electrical. The combination of the humming and the smell was deeply unsettling. It suggested something technological, something man-made. But that made no sense. We were in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness, miles from any civilization. There were no power lines, no generators, no anything. As the backup team approached and with dusk starting to fall, the humming seemed to intensify and the acrid smell grew stronger. The air around the tent felt charged, like static electricity. I felt a prickling sensation on my skin and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. We backed away from the tent, our eyes fixed on the hole. The silence of the wilderness seemed to press in on us, amplifying the low rhythmic hum. Then the wind picked up. Not a gentle breeze, but a sudden, forceful gust that whipped through the campsite, scattering loose debris and making the tent flap wildly. And with the wind came the whispers. This time they were clearer. Not words exactly, but sounds. Tonal shifts, almost musical, but with an underlying quality of menace, like a lullaby sung by something that wanted to devour you. Ben grabbed my arm, his eyes wide with terror.
I hear it! I hear it! It's talking!
Maria stood frozen, her face pale, her hand clutching the bear spray at her hip. What is it saying? She whispered. I shook my head, my mind reeling. I didn't know. I couldn't understand the whispers, but I felt them. They resonated deep within me, a primal fear triggering a fight or flight response. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that we were in grave danger. Whatever had taken the Millers was still here, and it was aware of us. The whispers grew louder, swirling around us, pressing in, suffocating us. The humming intensified, vibrating the ground beneath our feet. The acrid smell became overwhelming, burning our nostrils. We were trapped, caught between the vast, unforgiving wilderness and something else. Something ancient, something powerful, something that had awakened from a long slumber, and we were in its way. The arrival of the backup team was the only thing that gave us a sliver of hope. But I knew deep down that it might not be enough. We had stumbled upon something far beyond our comprehension, and we were about to pay the price. The roar of the approaching helicopter cut through the swirling whispers and the oppressive hum, a momentary reprieve from the escalating terror. The downdraft whipped the tent violently, the fabric straining against its moorings. For a split second, I felt a flicker of hope. Reinforcements, more experienced rangers. Maybe, just maybe, we could get out of this alive. The helicopter landed a safe distance from the Millers' campsite, its searchlight cutting a swath through the gathering dusk. 4 figures emerged, silhouetted against the bright beam. Ranger Captain Emily Carter, a seasoned veteran with a reputation for unflappability, and 3 other rangers, all carrying heavy-duty gear, including rifles and what looked like some kind of specialized equipment. We rushed towards them, the wind and the whispers still swirling around us. I quickly briefed Captain Carter, trying to convey the urgency and the sheer wrongness of the situation. I described the Miller party, the pristine campsite, the hole, the humming, the smell, the whispers. Carter listened intently, her face grim. She didn't dismiss my claims, didn't chalk it up to fatigue or overactive imagination. She'd seen enough in her years in Denali to know that the wilderness held secrets, that sometimes things happen that defied explanation. "All right, Thompson," she said, her voice calm but firm. "Let's take a look." As we approached the Miller's tent, the humming intensified, and the acrid smell became almost overpowering. The air crackled with an almost palpable energy. Even the experienced rangers on Carter's team looked uneasy. "What the hell is that?" one of them muttered, his hand instinctively reaching for his rifle. Carter held up a hand. She signaling for silence. She pointed to one of the rangers, a tall, lanky man named Peterson. "Peterson, get a reading on that energy signature. See if you can isolate the source." Peterson pulled out a device that looked like a cross between a Geiger counter and a metal detector. He carefully approached the tent, sweeping the device over the ground. The readings on the device spiked dramatically as he neared the hole. "Captain," Peterson said, his voice strained, "I'm getting a strong, I don't know what to call it, an electromagnetic anomaly. It's concentrated right at that hole, and it's fluctuating, pulsing." Carter nodded, her eyes fixed on the hole. "All right, everyone weapons ready, but hold your fire unless absolutely necessary. We don't know what we're dealing with." The Rangers formed a semi-circle around the tent, their rifles trained on the hole. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. The humming grew louder, the whispers more insistent, the air thicker with that burning metallic scent. Suddenly, the ground beneath the tent began to vibrate. Not a gentle tremor, but a violent shaking that threatened to knock us off our feet. The humming escalated to a deafening roar, and the whispers coalesced into a single, piercing shriek. Then it happened. A beam of light, an intense, blindingly white light, shot up from the hole, piercing the roof of the tent and extending high into the night sky. It was like a pillar of pure energy, pulsating with an otherworldly power. The Rangers cried out in surprise and fear, shielding their eyes from the intense glare. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering in my chest. I had a fleeting glimpse of something moving within the beam of light, a swirling, amorphous shape, too fast and too indistinct to make out clearly. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light vanished. The humming ceased, the whispers faded, the acrid smell dissipated, the tent collapsed, the fabric shredded and torn where the beam had pierced it. Silence. A stunned, disbelieving silence. We stood there frozen, our weapons lowered, our minds struggling to process what we had just witnessed. What was that?" Ben stammered, his voice trembling. Carter shook her head, her face pale. I don't know, but whatever it was, it's gone." We cautiously approached the remains of the tent. The hole was still there, but it looked different. The edges were no longer smooth and melted. They were ragged, uneven, as if something had clawed its way out. And then we saw it. Scattered around the hole on the ground and on the tattered remnants of the tent were small metallic fragments. They were irregularly shaped, like shards of broken glass, but they were made of a dark, matte metal that I didn't recognize. They were cold to the touch, and they seemed to hum faintly, a barely perceptible vibration that made my skin crawl. Peterson carefully collected some of the fragments, placing them in a sealed evidence bag. "I've never seen anything like this before," he said, his voice hushed. It's not any metal I recognize. And the energy signature, it's off the charts." We searched the area again, hoping to find some clue, some explanation, some sign of the Millers. But there was nothing. They were gone, vanished without a trace, as if they had been taken. The official report filed by Captain Carter was heavily redacted. It spoke of a geological anomaly, a localized electromagnetic disturbance, and an unexplained disappearance. The metallic fragments were sent to a government lab for analysis, but the results were never made public. The Miller case was officially closed, classified as unresolved. But I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and I know that the Millers weren't victims of some natural phenomenon. They were taken by something else, something that came from beneath the ground, something that used that hole as a portal, a gateway. I still work in Denali National Park. I still patrol the trails, still assist hikers, still preach wilderness safety, but I'm no longer the same. The experience changed me, fundamentally. I see the beauty of the wilderness, but I also see the darkness that lurks beneath the surface. I hear the whispers on the wind, and I know they're not just the wind. I've learned to live with the unanswered questions, with the gnawing sense of dread that never completely goes away. I've accepted that there are things in this world that we will never understand, forces that are beyond our comprehension. Sometimes, at night, when the wind is howling and the northern lights dance across the sky, I look up at the stars and I wonder what else is out there, what other holes are waiting to be opened, and what will come through them. The Millers were experienced. They were prepared. They did everything right. And yet they were taken. It's a chilling reminder that no matter how much we think we know, no matter how much we try to control our environment, there are forces at play that are far beyond our grasp. And sometimes the wilderness claims its own in ways we can't even begin to imagine. The perfectly round hole, the lack of any other trace, the humming, the smell, the whispers, it all pointed to something utterly alien. And that's the most terrifying part. We weren't dealing with a bear or a landslide or any other natural threat. We were dealing with something other, and we were utterly helpless against it. That helplessness, that sense of being at the mercy of something we couldn't understand is what stays with me. That's the true horror, the unknown, the unexplainable, the void. My name is Emily White, and I'm a park ranger. Or, I was a park ranger. I don't think I can ever go back, not after what I saw, not after what I did. The National Park Service, they'll tell you stories. They'll show you training videos, run you through drills, teach you bear safety and first aid and how to navigate by the stars. They'll talk about hypothermia and dehydration and the dangers of getting lost in the vast, unforgiving Alaskan wilderness. They'll even touch on the occasional aggressive moose or a particularly bold black bear. But none of it prepares you for the real horrors. The kind that don't have names, the kind that whisper in the white silence of a blizzard, the kind that leave you questioning your sanity, questioning everything you thought you knew about the natural world. I was stationed at Denali National Park and Preserve, 6 million acres of raw, untamed beauty, towering mountains, sprawling glaciers, forests that stretch to the horizon, and a sky so vast it makes you feel insignificant. It's a place of breathtaking beauty, but it's also a place of profound, unsettling otherness. You feel it in the wind that howls down from the peaks, in the rustling of unseen things in the dense undergrowth, in the way the shadows lengthen and twist as the sun dips below the horizon. I loved it. I really did. I'd grown up in suburban Connecticut, dreaming of wide, open spaces. I devoured books about explorers and survivalists, fantasized about living off the land, about being truly free. Denali was my escape, my chance to prove myself, to test my limits against something real, something ancient and powerful. I spent my first few years learning the trails, getting to know the local wildlife, mostly from a safe distance, and mastering the art of layering clothing. I thought I was tough. I thought I was prepared. I was wrong. It started subtly. Little things. A strange scent on the wind, metallic and sharp, like ozone mixed with something rotten. Unexplained sounds in the night, not the usual calls of owls or the rustling of small animals, but something deeper, a guttural growl that seemed to vibrate in my chest. Footprints in the snow that didn't belong to any animal I recognized, too large for a wolf, too distorted for a bear. I dismissed them at first. Tiredness, overactive imagination, the stress of the job. But the unease grew, a persistent knot in my stomach that wouldn't loosen. Then, last spring, the college students went missing. It was a group of 5 typical kids, fresh out of high school, eager to experience the Alaskan wilderness before starting college. 3 guys, 2 girls. I remember their names: Liam, the self-proclaimed leader, all bravado and confidence; Noah, his quieter, more cautious friend; Ben, the jokester, always cracking wise; Sarah, the adventurous one, always pushing the limits; and Chloe, the artist, constantly sketching in her notebook. They were from somewhere in the Midwest, I think. Ohio, maybe. It doesn't matter now. They had a permit for a 5-day backpacking trip in the Toklet River area, a relatively well-traveled route, but still remote enough to feel like a real adventure. They checked in with the ranger station, gave us their itinerary, and headed out. We didn't hear from them again. When they didn't return on schedule, we initiated a search. The first 24 hours are crucial in these situations. Hypothermia is a real threat, even in the spring. We mobilized the search and rescue teams, dispatched rangers on foot, ATVs, and even a helicopter. The weather was clear, thankfully, which made visibility good. We found their campsite on the 3rd day. It was wrong. The scene sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold Alaskan air. Their tents were set up, neatly arranged in a small clearing near the river. The fire pit was still smoldering, a few embers glowing faintly in the gray ash. A pot of water was hanging over the fire, half full. There were even a few mugs scattered around, as if they'd just finished having a cup of coffee or tea. It looked like they'd simply vanished into thin air. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood, no overturned gear, no indication of an animal attack. It was as if they'd been erased. My superior, Ranger Jackson, a grizzled veteran who'd seen it all, or so I thought, was visibly shaken. He muttered something about unprecedented and highly unusual. He radioed back to headquarters, his voice tight with a tension I'd never heard before. We fanned out, searching the immediate area. We called out their names, our voices echoing eerily through the silent forest. Nothing. Just the wind whistling through the trees and the rushing water of the Toklat. It was later that day, miles away from the campsite, that we started finding the pieces. A shredded backpack, its contents scattered across the snow. A torn piece of a bright blue jacket snagged on a branch. A single hiking boot, its laces still tied. A water bottle crushed and mangled as if something had squeezed it with immense force. The items were spread out over a vast area, as if something had carried them off, playing with them, discarding them at random. And there was something else, a smell. That same metallic, rotten scent I'd noticed before, only stronger now, clinging to the shredded fabric and the broken gear. It made my stomach churn. Ranger Jackson looked at me, his face pale. "This isn't a bear, Emily," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "This isn't anything I've ever seen." And that's when the true horror began to sink in. This wasn't a simple case of lost hikers. This was something else entirely. Something unnatural. Something that defied explanation. Something that the training manuals hadn't even hinted at. The training tells you the basics, but out there in the wilderness, the only basic thing is your fear. The stories they told us in training are just stories. They don't cover the things that actually happen out there. Okay, here's part 2 of the story, continuing the narrative and deepening the mystery and horror. Again, it aims for around 1,000 words. Part 2Z. The tracks in the snow, the discovery of the scattered gear changed everything. The initial urgency of finding lost hikers morphed into something darker, a chilling dread that settled over our team like the Alaskan winter itself. We were no longer searching for survivors. We were searching for clues. Clues to something we couldn't comprehend, something that had ripped those kids apart and scattered their belongings across miles of unforgiving terrain. Ranger Jackson, despite his outward stoicism, was clearly rattled. He ordered us to expand the search perimeter, focusing on the areas where the gear had been found. He also requested backup, including a specialized tracking team with dogs trained to find, well, whatever this was. He wouldn't say the word predator, but the implication hung heavy in the air. We spent the next 2 days combing the area, meticulously documenting every piece of evidence, every broken branch, every disturbed patch of snow. The dogs arrived, highly trained German shepherds, their handlers grim, faced and focused. They sniffed the gear, their noses twitching, their bodies tense. They followed the scent trails, leading us further and further into the wilderness, deeper into the heart of the unknown. And that's when we found the tracks. They weren't bear tracks. I knew bear tracks. I'd seen them countless times. These were different. Larger, for one thing. Much larger. And the shape, it was wrong. The paw prints were elongated, almost humanoid, but with claws that were far too long and sharp to belong to any human. They were deeply imprinted in the snow, indicating a creature of immense weight. But the most disturbing thing about the tracks was the way they moved. They didn't follow any logical pattern. They circled back on themselves, crisscrossed, and sometimes disappeared altogether, only to reappear yards away, as if the creature had levitated or teleported. The thought was absurd, of course, but the evidence was right there in front of us, etched into the frozen ground. The dog handlers exchanged uneasy glances. Their dogs were whimpering, their tails tucked between their legs, refusing to follow the trail any further. These were animals trained to track dangerous criminals, to face down bears and mountain lions, and they were terrified. That fear was contagious. It spread through our team like a virus, infecting even the most seasoned rangers. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some new species, something undiscovered. Maybe it was a genetic anomaly, a freak of nature. Maybe it was, I didn't know what it was. But the more I saw, the more I realized that whatever we were dealing with was beyond anything I could imagine. The metallic, rotten smell was stronger here, almost overpowering. It clung to the air, making it difficult to breathe. I felt a growing sense of nausea, a dizzying sensation that made me want to collapse. I wasn't the only one. Several of the other rangers complained of headaches, dizziness, and a strange, metallic taste in their mouths. As dusk began to settle, casting long, eerie shadows across the snow, we found something else. Something that made my blood run cold. It was a structure, of sorts. Hidden deep within a thick grove of spruce trees, it was almost invisible from a distance. It was made of bones. Not just any bones. Animal bones, yes, but also other bones. Bones that looked disturbingly human. Skulls, ribs, femurs, all woven together with branches and vines, forming a grotesque, macabre structure that resembled a nest. Or a shrine. Or I didn't know what to call it. The air around the structure was thick with that awful smell, so intense it made my eyes water. The dogs were going berserk, barking and howling, straining at their leashes, desperate to get away. Ranger Jackson ordered us to secure the area, his face ashen, his voice trembling. He radioed headquarters again, his words clipped and urgent. He didn't say what we'd found, but the tone of his voice spoke volumes. We set up camp a safe distance from the bone structure, none of us wanting to get any closer than we had to. Sleep was impossible. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the whispers of the unseen, the echoes of the missing students' screams. I lay awake in my tent, listening to the sounds of the night, my heart pounding in my chest. I kept replaying the events of the past few days in my mind, trying to make sense of it all. The missing students, the scattered gear, the strange tracks, the bone structure, it all pointed to something terrifying, something beyond human comprehension. And then I remembered something small, something I'd almost forgotten. Chloe, the artist. The quiet one. I remembered seeing her sketchbook at the campsite. It had been lying open on top of her sleeping bag, as if she'd been drawing right up until the moment she disappeared. I hadn't looked at it closely at the time, but now I needed to see it. I slipped out of my tent, ignoring the protests of my aching muscles and my exhausted mind. The moon was full, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. The bone structure loomed in the distance, a dark, menacing silhouette against the snow-covered trees. I made my way back to the original campsite, my footsteps crunching softly in the snow. The fire pit was cold now, the embers long dead. The tents were still standing, their flaps rippling in the wind. I found the sketchbook where I'd seen it before, on Chloe's sleeping bag. I picked it up, my hands trembling. The cover was worn, the pages filled with drawings of landscapes, animals, and other things. I flipped through the pages, my heart pounding faster with each turn. The early drawings were typical sketches of mountains, trees, rivers. But as I got closer to the end, the drawings became disturbing. There were images of strange creatures, grotesque figures with elongated limbs and distorted features. There were symbols I didn't recognize, swirling patterns that seemed to pulse with an unholy energy. And then, on the last page, I saw it, a drawing of the bone structure. It was almost identical to what we'd found, down to the smallest detail. But there was something else in the drawing, something we hadn't seen. Standing in front of the structure, its arms outstretched, was a figure, tall, thin, and featureless. It had no face, no eyes, no mouth, just a blank, smooth surface where its head should have been. And in its hand it held something small and round, a human skull. I stared at the drawing, my mind reeling. Chloe had seen it, she had known, she had drawn it, but how? When? And what did it mean? That's when I heard the sound. A low, guttural growl coming from the direction of the bone structure. The same growl I'd heard before, the one that vibrated in my chest. I looked up, my heart leaping into my throat. Standing there, silhouetted against the moonlit trees, was the figure from Chloe's drawing. Tall, thin, and faceless. And it was looking right at me. Okay, here's part 3, the conclusion of the story, bringing the horror to a climax and leaving a lingering sense of unease. Again, it aims for around 1,000 words. Part 3, the thing without a face, my breath hitched. My body froze, every muscle locked in place, a primal fear overriding every rational thought. It was real. The thing from Chloe's drawing, the impossible, monstrous entity, was real. And it was here. The creature, I couldn't even bring myself to call it a creature. It was something beyond that stood motionless, a void in the fabric of reality, a silhouette darker than the shadows surrounding it. The moonlight seemed to bend around it, as if even light itself couldn't bear to touch it. The air crackled with that metallic, putrid scent, now so intense I gagged, my eyes watering. It didn't move. It didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching me. My mind raced, a chaotic jumble of terror and disbelief. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but my body wouldn't obey. I was paralyzed, trapped in the gaze of this thing. Then, slowly, deliberately, it raised one arm, a long, impossibly slender arm, ending in those elongated, clawed fingers I'd seen in the snow prints, and in its hand it held something. Not a skull, as in Chloe's drawing, but something else, something that glinted faintly in the moonlight, something familiar. It was Liam's compass, the one he'd proudly shown me at the ranger station, bragging about his navigation skills, the one he'd used to lead his friends into the wilderness to their deaths. The creature held the compass out as if offering it to me, a silent invitation, or a warning, or a mockery. I finally found my voice, a strangled whisper escaping my lips. What are you? The creature didn't answer. Of course it didn't. It didn't have a mouth. It didn't have a face. But I felt something. A pressure in my mind, a cold, invasive presence that seemed to probe my thoughts, my fears, my memories. And then I understood it wasn't a creature in the traditional sense. It wasn't an animal or a monster or even a demon. It was something else. Something ancient, something that had existed long before humans, long before life itself. Something that fed on fear, on despair, on the very essence of life. It had drawn the college students in, lured them with the promise of adventure, of freedom, of escape, and then it had consumed them. Not their bodies necessarily, but their selves, their hopes, their dreams, their very identities. It had left behind only empty shells, shattered remnants of what they once were. And now it was offering me the same choice. The compass, a symbol of direction, of purpose, of control. It was tempting to take it, to follow it, to escape the horror of this place, of this reality, to give in to the fear, to let it consume me, to become nothing. But I couldn't. I thought of Chloe, her drawings, her silent warnings. I thought of Liam, Noah, Ben, and Sarah, their youthful exuberance, their dreams cut short. I thought of Ranger Jackson, his stoicism shattered, his faith in the natural order destroyed. I thought of myself, of my own dreams, my own desire for escape, my own naivete. I had come to Denali seeking adventure, seeking something real, and I had found it. But it wasn't what I had expected. It was something far darker, far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. And I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that I couldn't let it win. I took a shaky breath, forcing myself to meet the creature's gaze, or the place where its gaze should have been. No, I whispered, my voice stronger now. I won't. The creature didn't react. It simply continued to hold out the compass, its silent offer hanging in the air. I took another step back, my hand reaching for the bear spray on my belt. It was a futile gesture, I knew. Bear spray wouldn't do anything against this abomination. But it was all I had. I fumbled with the safety clip, my fingers numb with cold and fear. I pulled the trigger, aiming the spray directly at the creature's face. A cloud of orange mist erupted from the canister, engulfing the creature. It didn't scream. It didn't flinch. It didn't even move. The mist slowly dissipated, revealing nothing. The creature was gone. The compass lay on the ground, glinting in the moonlight. The metallic smell was fading, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of the Alaskan night. I stood there, shaking, my heart pounding, my lungs burning. I didn't know if I'd scared it away or if it had simply left. I didn't know if it was gone for good or if it would return. I didn't know anything, except that I couldn't stay here. I stumbled back to my tent, my legs feeling like lead. I woke the others, my voice frantic, my words tumbling over each other. I told them what I'd seen, what I'd done. They didn't believe me. Of course they didn't. They thought I was hallucinating, suffering from stress, or worse. Ranger Jackson looked at me with a mixture of pity and concern. He ordered me to stand down, to get some rest. He said they'd handle it, but I knew they couldn't, they wouldn't. They couldn't even see it. I packed my gear, my hands still shaking. I left the sketchbook behind, lying open on Chloe's sleeping bag, a silent testament to the horror we'd faced. I walked away from the campsite, away from the bone structure, away from Denali. I walked until I reached the park boundary, until I could see the lights of civilization in the distance. I never looked back. I resigned from the park service the next day. I moved back to Connecticut, to the safety of my suburban home. I tried to forget, to move on, to pretend it had never happened. But I can't. I see it in my dreams, that faceless figure standing in the shadows, offering me the compass. I smell that metallic, rotten scent on the wind, even in the middle of the city. I see the tracks in the snow, even when there's no snow on the ground. I know it's still out there, waiting, watching, and I know that one day it will come for me again. The wilderness holds more than just beauty, and I found it. I held its gaze, and even now, I still see it when I close my eyes. The stories they tell you are just stories. They can't protect you. My name is David Lee, and I've been a park ranger at Blackwood National Forest for 15 years. I've seen my share of things out here: lost hikers, the occasional bear encounter, even a couple of wildfires that got a little too close for comfort. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for the Henderson family. That call, it still echoes in my head, a cold, metallic whisper that slices through the quiet of the night. It came in on a Tuesday just after 10 p.m. I was on night duty, which usually meant dealing with rowdy teenagers trying to sneak in some underage drinking, or the occasional family who'd underestimated the trail and gotten themselves turned around. I was nursing a lukewarm cup of coffee, staring out at the inky blackness beyond the ranger station windows, listening to the crackle of the radio. The forest was unusually quiet that night, even for Blackwood. No wind rustling the leaves, no owls hooting, just a heavy, oppressive silence that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Then the silence shattered. A high, pitched, insistent beep pierced the quiet, a distress beacon. My heart instantly jumped into my throat. Distress beacons weren't common, especially not in the remote section of the park. It was originating from Zone C, Sector 7. That area was known for its rugged terrain, dense undergrowth, and almost total lack of cell service. It was a place for experienced hikers, people who knew what they were doing, and even they rarely ventured that deep. I grabbed the radio, my hand shaking slightly. Dispatch, this is Ranger Lee. I've got a distress beacon activation in Zone C, Sector 7, requesting backup and medical assistance. Dispatch crackled back, the voice of old Martha, veteran dispatcher who'd heard it all. Copy that, Ranger Lee. Beacon ID. I checked the monitor, the red light blinking insistently. Beacon ID is Henderson Family, registered to a George Henderson. There was a pause, longer than usual. Henderson, George Henderson, right, got it. Ranger Thompson is closest to your location. He's en route, ETA 20 minutes. Medical is being scrambled, but with that location, expect at least an hour, maybe more. An hour, that felt like an eternity. Zone C, Sector 7 was a good 2-hour drive on the best of days, even in our all-terrain vehicles. And this was far from the best of days. The silence on the other end of the radio told me Martha knew it too. Anything else on the Henderson file? Martha, I asked, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Registered for a 5-day backpacking trip. Family of 4, George, Mary, and 2 kids, Emily and Josh, ages 10 and 8, respectively. They checked in 4 days ago, reported no issues. Experienced campers, according to their file. Experienced campers. And yet, they'd triggered the beacon. Something had gone terribly, terribly wrong. I grabbed my gear, first aid kit, extra radio batteries, a high-powered flashlight, and my trusty sidearm, a .357 Magnum. I wasn't expecting trouble, not the kind a gun could solve, but out here you never knew. Blackwood had a reputation, a dark whisper that followed it, a sense of unease that settled over you the deeper you went. The locals, mostly Native American from the nearby reservation, spoke of ancient things, of spirits that roamed the woods, of places best left undisturbed. I'd always dismissed it as folklore, superstition. But that night, staring out at the impenetrable darkness, I felt a shiver of doubt. Ranger Thompson, a young, eager guy fresh out of the academy, arrived 15 minutes later, his face pale but determined. Ready, Ranger Lee. I nodded, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. Let's go. And Thompson, be prepared for anything. The drive was brutal. The dirt track that served as a road in that sector was barely passable, full of ruts and potholes that threatened to swallow our vehicle whole. The headlights cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but towering trees and dense undergrowth that pressed in on us, claustrophobic and menacing. The silence was back, broken only by the roar of our engine and the crackle of the radio, which remained stubbornly silent. As we got closer to the beacon's coordinates, the signal grew stronger, the beeping more insistent. It was like a frantic heartbeat urging us on, a desperate cry for help in the wilderness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we reached a small clearing. The beacon was pinpointed to a campsite just beyond the trees. We parked the vehicle, grabbed our flashlights, and stepped out into the night. The air was cold, surprisingly so for this time of year, and a thick fog had begun to roll in, reducing visibility to just a few feet. The smell hit me first, a strange, coppery tang that made my stomach churn. It wasn't the smell of decay, not yet, but something else, something unnatural. "You smell that, Thompson?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He nodded, his face even paler than before. "Yeah, what is it?" I didn't answer. I didn't know. I just knew it was wrong. We moved slowly towards the campsite, our flashlights cutting through the fog, revealing glimpses of the scene ahead. A tent partially collapsed, a scattering of camping gear, and then the bodies. The Hendersons, they were all there, George, Mary, Emily, and little Josh. But they weren't right. Their bodies were arranged in a strange, almost ritualistic pattern, limbs twisted at impossible angles, their backs arched, necks craned upwards as if they were staring at something in the sky. Their eyes, God, their eyes. They were wide open, pupils dilated, filled with a terror so profound, so absolute, that it seemed to have frozen them in place. It was like they had seen something so horrifying, so utterly beyond human comprehension, that it had literally scared them to death. There wasn't a mark on them. No signs of animal attack, no wounds, no blood. Just that look. That frozen, eternal scream of pure, unadulterated terror. Thompson stumbled back, gagging. What the hell happened here? I couldn't answer. I just stood there, staring at the scene, the cold, coppery smell filling my nostrils. The image of those eyes burned into my mind. I've seen death before in many forms, but this was different. This was something else entirely. Something evil. The distress beacon continued to beep, a mocking reminder of our failure to arrive in time. But I knew deep down that it wouldn't have mattered. Whatever had happened to the Hendersons, it had happened long before we got there. And whatever it was still out there, in the darkness waiting. The fog swirled around us, thick and cloying, making it difficult to breathe, difficult to think. Thompson was still retching a few feet away, his flashlight beam dancing wildly across the trees. I forced myself to move, to approach the bodies. I had a job to do, even if my mind was screaming at me to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. I knelt beside George Henderson, the father. His skin was cold, clammy, almost waxy. Rigor mortis hadn't fully set in, which meant they hadn't been dead for long, maybe a few hours at most. His clothes were intact, his hiking boots still laced tightly. There was no sign of a struggle, no indication of what had caused this catatonic state. I moved on to Mary, then Emily, then Josh. Each one was the same, twisted, contorted, their faces masks of unimaginable horror. Little Josh was clutching a small, stuffed bear, its fur matted with the same strange, coppery, smelling substance that permeated the air. I gently pried it from his stiff fingers, a lump forming in my throat. "Thompson," I called out, my voice hoarse. "Get on the radio. Tell dispatch we have a 419 multiple victims. Request a full investigative team, coroner the works, and tell them to be careful." Thompson, still pale and shaken, fumbled with the radio. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Thompson. We have a situation, Zone C. Sector 7, a multiple, deceased." He trailed off, struggling to find the words. I took the radio from him. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Lee. We have 4 confirmed deceased Henderson family. Because of death unknown. Scene is highly unusual. Request immediate assistance, full investigative team, coroner. Advise extreme caution. We have unusual circumstances." Martha's voice came back, sharp and professional, despite the tremor I could hear beneath it. "Copy that, Ranger Lee. Assistance is on its way. Ite, we're looking at least 3 hours given the location and the weather. Hold the scene. Do not, I repeat, do not disturb anything." 3 hours. Another eternity. I looked around the campsite. The tent was partially collapsed, as if something heavy had fallen on it. The camping gear, cooking utensils, sleeping bags, backpacks was scattered haphazardly, but not violently. It was as if the Hendersons had simply dropped everything and frozen. I started a systematic search of the immediate area, my flashlight beam cutting through the fog. I found nothing. No footprints other than our own, no signs of animal activity, no weapons, no anything. It was as if the Hendersons had simply ceased to exist in a normal, physical way, their lives extinguished by something beyond our understanding. The only thing that stood out was the silence. The oppressive, unnatural silence that had been present since I arrived at Blackwood. It was even more pronounced here at the campsite. It was the silence of a vacuum, the silence of something listening. I went back to the bodies, a growing sense of dread creeping into my bones. I examined their clothing more closely, looking for any clue, any trace of what had happened. I found nothing. No tears, no rips, no bloodstains. Just that strange, coppery residue, which seemed to be concentrated around their faces, particularly their eyes and mouths. I pulled out a small evidence bag and carefully scraped some of the residue from George Henderson's cheek. It was a reddish-brown color, slightly sticky, with a faint metallic scent. I sealed the bag, my mind racing. What was this stuff? Some kind of poison, a hallucinogen. But how could it have caused this instantaneous paralysis? This terror that seemed to have etched itself onto their very souls. The hours crawled by. The fog grew thicker, the darkness more profound. Thompson and I huddled together near the vehicle, trying to stay warm, trying to ignore the feeling of being watched. We spoke in hushed whispers, our conversation punctuated by the insistent beeping of the now useless distress beacon. Finally, the headlights of the investigative team appeared in the distance, cutting through the fog like beacons of hope. But I knew deep down that hope was a fragile thing in this place. The team arrived, a dozen people, including the coroner, Dr. Emily Carter, a stern, no-nonsense woman with years of experience, several detectives, and a couple of forensic specialists. They set to work quickly and efficiently, cordoning off the area, taking photographs, collecting evidence. Dr. Carter examined the bodies, her face grim. I've never seen anything like this. She muttered more to herself than to anyone else. No obvious cause of death, no trauma, no signs of poisoning. It's like they were frightened to death. Frightened to death. Detective Miller, a grizzled veteran with a cynical eye, scoffed. Come on, Doc, that's not a medical diagnosis. I know that, Detective, Carter snapped. But it's the only explanation I have right now. Their bodies, they're in a state of extreme neurological shock. Like their brains were overloaded with something. She pointed to the residue on George Henderson's face. This substance, we need to get this analyzed. It might be the key. The forensic specialist carefully collected samples of the residue, along with soil samples, air samples, and anything else that might provide a clue. They worked with a quiet urgency, their faces betraying a mixture of professional curiosity and unease. As the investigation continued, I found myself drawn back to the collapsed tent. I carefully lifted the fabric, peering inside. The sleeping bags were neatly rolled up, the pillows still plump. There was a small, open book lying on one of the sleeping bags, a children's book. Goodnight, Moon. A pang of sadness went through me. And then I saw it. On the inside of the tent, just above where Josh Henderson's head would have been, there was a drawing. It was crude, childish, done in crayon, but it was unmistakable. It was a picture of something. A tall, spindly figure with long, clawed hands and a head that was elongated, distorted, with large, black, empty eyes. My blood ran cold. I recognized that figure. It was the same figure that had haunted my dreams since I was a child, the same figure that the local Native Americans spoke of in hushed whispers. The figure they called the Skinwalker. I stared at the drawing, my heart pounding in my chest. The Skinwalker. A creature of legend, of nightmare. A shape-shifting entity said to possess supernatural powers, capable of inflicting terror and death with a mere glance. I'd always dismissed it as folklore, a scary story to tell around the campfire. But now looking at that crude, chilling drawing, I couldn't deny the icy grip of fear that was tightening around my throat.
Detective Miller?
I called out, my voice trembling.
Come here.
Take a look at this. Miller, who had been overseeing the collection of evidence, ambled over, his expression skeptical. What is it, Ranger Lee? Found another ghost. I pointed to the drawing. Inside the tent, take a look. He peered inside, his flashlight beam illuminating the image. He frowned, his skepticism slowly melting away, replaced by a dawning unease. What the hell? It's a child's drawing. I said, my voice barely a whisper. But it looks like something from the local legends. Miller straightened up, his face pale. Legends. What legends? I hesitated. I'd always been reluctant to talk about the Skinwalker, to give credence to the superstitions. But now there was no denying it. The Native Americans, they have stories about a creature, a shape-shifter that roams these woods. They call it the Skinwalker. Miller stared at me, his eyes wide. A shape-shifter. You're serious. I don't know what to believe anymore, I admitted. But that drawing, that's what they describe. A tall, spindly figure with long claws and those eyes. Miller looked back at the tent, his face a mask of disbelief and growing horror. He didn't say anything, but I could see the wheels turning in his head. He was a seasoned detective, a man of logic and reason. But even he couldn't deny the evidence before his eyes. The forensic team finished their work, carefully bagging and tagging every piece of evidence. The bodies of the Hendersons were gently placed in body bags and loaded onto the all-terrain vehicles. As they drove away, their headlights disappearing into the fog, I felt a profound sense of loss, of failure. We hadn't been able to save them. We hadn't even been able to understand what had killed them. Dr. Carter approached me, her expression grim. The preliminary analysis of that residue, it's unlike anything I've ever seen, she said. It's organic, but it has some unusual properties. It seems to interact with neural pathways in a way that's highly unusual. We need to do more testing, but I suspect it's some kind of neurotoxin. A very potent one. A neurotoxin. I asked, but how could it cause that? I gestured towards where the bodies had been. I don't know, Dr. Carter admitted, but it's the only explanation I have right now. It could have induced some kind of extreme hallucinatory state, causing the victims to experience unimaginable terror, enough to stop their hearts. The theory made a chilling kind of sense, but it still didn't explain the drawing, the legends, the feeling of dread that hung heavy in the air. The investigation continued for weeks, then months. The forensic analysis of the residue remained inconclusive. It was definitely organic, definitely a neurotoxin, but its exact composition and origin remained a mystery. The drawing was dismissed as a child's imagination, fueled by campfire stories. The case was officially closed, listed as unexplained deaths, but I never forgot the Hendersons. I never forgot the look in their eyes, the strange, coppery smell, the drawing in the tent, and I never forgot the whispers. After the incident, I started spending more time with the local Native American community. I listened to their stories, their legends, their warnings. They spoke of the skinwalker with a mixture of fear and respect. They told me of its powers, its shape-shifting abilities, its ability to mimic human voices, to lure its victims to their doom. They told me that the skinwalker was drawn to places of darkness, of negativity, of fear. And they told me that Blackwood National Forest was one of its favorite hunting grounds. I started noticing things I hadn't noticed before. Strange tracks in the woods, too large to be any known animal. Unexplained noises at night, like whispers on the wind. A constant feeling of being watched, of being followed. I even started seeing things. Glimpses of a tall, spindly figure in the periphery of my vision, just out of focus. A fleeting shadow in the trees. A pair of glowing eyes in the darkness. I knew it was probably just my imagination, my mind playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the skinwalker was real, that it was out there, and that it was watching me. I eventually resigned from my position as a park ranger. I couldn't take it anymore. The constant fear, the nightmares, the whispers. I moved away from Blackwood to a small town far away from the mountains, far away from the darkness. But even now, years later, I still can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. I still hear the whispers in the wind. I still see the shadows in the trees. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I see the faces of the Hendersons, their eyes wide with terror, their bodies contorted in unnatural positions. And I know that the skinwalker is still out there, waiting for its next victims, waiting in the silence. The true, horrifying story is what you don't see. It's the not knowing that burrows its way into your mind. It's the silence that screams the loudest. And that's why I'll never go back to Blackwood National Forest. Because some things are best left undisturbed. Some secrets are best left buried in the darkness. Some silences should never be broken. Because the truth is far more terrifying than any legend. The truth is, we are never truly alone. My name is Jessica Brown, and I've always felt the Alaskan wilderness calling to me. Not in some woo-woo, spiritual sense, but a deep, bone-deep resonance. It's in the scent of pine needles baking in the brief summer sun, the roar of a distant grizzly that makes your hair stand on end, the absolute, breathtaking silence that settles over the land like a blanket of fresh snow. It's a brutal beauty, and I've always respected it, even feared it a little, but I never truly dreaded it until the incident at Lost Creek. I'm a park ranger, third generation. My grandpa, Hank Brown, was practically a legend in these parts. He knew the Chugach State Park like the back of his calloused hand. He taught my dad, Robert, everything he knew, and Dad, in turn, passed it all down to me. Tracking, survival skills, first aid, sin rescue, you name it, I learned it. I grew up running through these woods, climbing these mountains, feeling the pulse of the wild in my very blood. I thought I knew its secrets. I was wrong. Lost Creek isn't some ominous, foreboding place by its name. It's actually quite beautiful, a meandering stream that cuts through a valley of towering spruce and hemlock. Sunlight filters through the canopy, dappling the mossy ground, and the air is usually filled with the cheerful chatter of chickadees and the rush of the water. It's a popular spot for day hikers and the occasional overnight camper, nothing too strenuous. That's why the call that came in on that Tuesday morning in late July felt so off. Ranger Station, this is dispatch. We've got a 1096 at Lost Creek, possible 1045. The dispatcher's voice crackled over the radio. My stomach instantly tightened. 1096 possible mental subject. 1045 deceased person. At Lost Creek. It didn't make sense. Ton 4. Dispatch. I responded, my voice betraying none of the unease I felt. I'm en route. ETA 20 minutes. I grabbed my pack, already stocked with the essentials first aid kit, radio, bear spray, survival gear, and hopped into my truck. The drive to the Lost Creek trailhead was a blur. My mind raced, trying to piece together a scenario that made sense. A medical emergency, a sudden fall, an animal attack. None of them felt quite right. There was a prickling at the back of my neck, a sense of wrongness that I couldn't shake. When I arrived at the trailhead, I saw a small group of hikers huddled near the entrance, their faces pale and drawn. They looked like they'd seen a ghost. One of them, a young woman with trembling hands, pointed towards the trail. He's back there, she stammered. We found him. I thanked them and started down the trail, my pace quick but measured. I needed to assess the situation, remain calm, and follow protocol. But the closer I got to the reported location, the heavier the air felt. The cheerful sounds of the forest seemed to fade, replaced by an unsettling silence. Even the sunlight seemed dimmer, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. The campsite was about a mile in, nestled in a small clearing beside the creek. And there he was. A lone tent, bright orange against the muted greens and browns of the forest. And inside the tent, visible through the unzipped flap, a sleeping bag. And inside the sleeping baglaman, he was lying on his back, his arms at his sides. His face was visible, and that's what made my blood run cold. It was pale, almost translucent, the skin stretched taut over his bones. His eyes were closed, but his mouth was slightly open, as if he'd been about to speak or scream, but the sound had been stolen from him. He looked drained, like every ounce of life had been siphoned out of him, leaving behind only an empty shell. I cautiously approached the tent, my hand resting on the can of bear spray at my hip. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood, no obvious injuries. The campsite was undisturbed, his gear neatly arranged. It was as if he'd simply ceased to be. I knelt beside the sleeping bag, my heart pounding in my chest. I checked for a pulse, knowing it was futile. His skin was cold, lifeless. I carefully examined his face, his body, searching for any clue, any explanation. Nothing. It was then that I noticed the trees. Around the campsite, 5 towering spruce trees formed a rough circle. And on each of their trunks, carved into the bark, were symbols. Intricate, complex symbols that I'd never seen before. They weren't native Alaskan, not that I recognized. They weren't runes or hieroglyphs or anything I could place. They were alien, and they radiated a palpable sense of dread. I took out my phone, intending to photograph the symbols, but the battery was dead, completely drained. I charged it fully before leaving the station. I tried my radio. Static, nothing but a hissing white noise. I was cut off. Alone, with a dead man and a circle of trees bearing symbols that seemed to whisper secrets I didn't want to understand. I backed away from the tent, my eyes fixed on the symbols. They seemed to pulse to rhythm in my peripheral vision. I felt a wave of nausea, a dizzying sense of disorientation. I needed to get out of there. I needed to get back to the station to report what I'd found, to get help. But as I turned to leave, I heard it. A whisper. Faint, almost imperceptible, like the rustling of leaves in a breeze that wasn't there. It seemed to come from the trees, from the symbols themselves. And it seemed to be calling my name. Jessica. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I told myself it was the wind, the creek, my own imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Something was wrong. Something was terribly, terribly wrong at Lost Creek. And I had a feeling that this was just the beginning. This solo camper, this seemingly peaceful death, these unsettling symbols, it was a prelude to something far more sinister. Something that was lurking just beneath the surface of the Alaskan wilderness, waiting to be unleashed. And I, Jessica Brown, was right in the middle of it. My training, my experience, my ingrained respect for the wild, none of it had prepared me for this. This was beyond anything I'd ever encountered. This was a darkness that felt ancient, primal, and utterly terrifying. I felt very, very small and very, very alone. I stumbled back to the trailhead, my mind reeling. The whisper, or what I hoped was just a hallucination, echoed in my ears. I practically ran. The image of the dead man's face burned into my memory. The hikers who had reported the body were gone, likely having retreated to a safer distance, or perhaps to call for help themselves. I was grateful for that small mercy. I didn't think I could have formed coherent sentences at that point. Reaching my truck, I fumbled for my spare radio, a clunky, older model I kept as a backup for just such emergencies. It crackled to life, thankfully, and I immediately contacted dispatch. Dispatch, this is Ranger Brown, requesting immediate assistance at Lost Creek Trailhead, confirm 1045, requesting backup medical examiner and I hesitated, unsure how to explain the symbols, and someone familiar with unusual markings. The dispatcher's voice, usually calm and professional, held a note of concern. Unusual markings, Ranger Brown? Can you elaborate? I can't explain it over the radio, I said, my voice shaking. Just send someone, please. The wait for backup felt like an eternity. I paced back and forth, replaying the scene in my head, trying to find some logical explanation, some detail I'd missed. But the more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that there was nothing logical about what I'd found. The drained appearance of the body, the dead electronics, the unsettling symbols, it all pointed to something otherworldly. Finally, a small convoy of vehicles arrived, 2 state trooper cars, an ambulance, and a truck carrying Dr. Emily Carter, the regional medical examiner, and a surprisingly young man in a rumpled suit who introduced himself as Agent David Miller from, well, he didn't specify which agency, just that he was there to assist with the unusual circumstances. His presence only heightened my anxiety. Dr. Carter, a seasoned professional with a no-nonsense attitude, immediately got to work examining the body. Agent Miller, meanwhile, focused his attention on the symbols. He circled the trees slowly, his eyes narrowed, taking notes in a small, leather-bound notebook. He didn't seem surprised or even particularly disturbed by what he saw. That in itself was disturbing. Have you ever seen anything like this before, Agent Miller? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He glanced at me, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Let's just say I've seen similar things, he said cryptically. We're dealing with something outside the realm of conventional understanding, Ranger Brown. Outside, what does that even mean? I pressed, frustration creeping into my voice. That man is dead. We need answers, not vague pronouncements. He sighed, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. I understand your frustration. Believe me, I do. But some things are best left unexplained. For your own sanity, his words sent a chill down my spine. Best left unexplained. Was he suggesting we just ignore what happened? Cover it up, Dr. Carter, meanwhile, had finished her preliminary examination. She looked up at us, her expression grim. I can't determine a cause of death, she said, shaking her head. There are no signs of trauma, no obvious medical conditions. His organs appear shrunken, atrophied, as if he'd been starved. But that's impossible. He was clearly well fed, judging by his gear and the remaining food supplies. It's like his life force was just gone. Her words echoed my own initial assessment. Drained, the word hung in the air, heavy and ominous. The state troopers, meanwhile, were documenting the scene, taking photographs, and collecting evidence. They treated it like a standard death investigation, but I could see the unease in their eyes. They, too, felt the wrongness of it all. As the day wore on, a sense of oppressive dread settled over the Lost Creek campsite. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. The symbols seemed to glow faintly in the fading light, their intricate patterns seeming to shift and wreathe. Agent Miller, after hours of studying the symbols, finally approached me. I've been able to decipher fragments, he said, his voice low. They're a language, an ancient language, one that predates any known civilization. What do they say? I asked, my heart pounding. He hesitated, then spoke, his words measured and chilling. They speak of a presence, a being, something that feeds. On life, on energy. He paused, looking directly at me. And this location, Lost Creek, seems to be a focal point, a place of power, a place where this being can manifest. My breath caught in my throat. A being that feeds on life. It sounded like something out of a horror movie, not reality. But the evidence, the dead man, the symbols, the drained electronics, It all pointed to something beyond my comprehension. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Agent Miller looked around the campsite, his gaze lingering on the symbols. "We contain it," he said. "We try to understand it, and we pray that it doesn't spread." His words offered little comfort. Contain it? How do you contain something you don't even understand? How do you fight a being that feeds on life itself? As the last rays of sunlight faded and darkness enveloped the Lost Creek campsite, I knew that this was only the beginning of a nightmare. A nightmare that I, Jessica Brown, was now inextricably bound to. The whispers of Lost Creek had become a roar, and I was afraid of what they were telling me, afraid of what was coming. The Alaskan wilderness, once my sanctuary, had become a source of terror, and I, the protector of this land, felt utterly helpless against the darkness that had awakened within it. My grandfather's stories, my father's lessons, they were filled with tales of bears and blizzards, of the challenges of survival in a harsh environment. But they had never mentioned anything like this. This was a different kind of wild, a different kind of danger. And I had a sinking feeling that I was about to learn a whole new meaning of the word, fear. The days that followed the discovery at Lost Creek were a blur of frantic activity and mounting dread. Agent Miller, with his unsettlingly vague pronouncements and air of quiet authority, essentially took control of the situation. The state troopers, initially skeptical, quickly fell in line, their faces reflecting a growing unease that mirrored my own. The official story, released to the press, was a vague statement about a hiker succumbing to a rare medical condition. The symbols, the drained electronics, the sheer wrongness of it all, that was all swept under the rug. I was ordered to keep quiet, to cooperate with Agent Miller's investigation, and to avoid Lost Creek at all costs. But I couldn't. The whispers, both literal and metaphorical, wouldn't let me. I found myself drawn back to the area, driven by a morbid curiosity and a desperate need to understand what had happened. I started researching, spending hours in the local library and archives, poring over old maps, historical records, and native Alaskan legends. I learned that Lost Creek had always had a reputation, a place to be avoided. Stories whispered among the indigenous tribes spoke of a shadow in the woods, a creature that stole the spirits of men. These stories had been dismissed as folklore, superstition, but now I wasn't so sure. One evening, while reviewing topographical maps of the area, I noticed something peculiar. The 5 trees marked with the symbols at the Lost Creek campsite, they weren't randomly placed. They formed a perfect pentagram with the campsite at its center. And when I overlaid that pentagram onto a larger map of the Chugach State Park, I discovered something even more disturbing. There were other locations scattered throughout the park where similar pentagrams could be drawn using prominent natural features, lone peaks, isolated lakes, ancient rock formations as the points. And at the center of each of those pentagrams, there had been reports of unexplained disappearances, strange occurrences, or a lingering sense of unease reported by hikers and rangers over the years. Reports that had been dismissed, filed away, forgotten. I brought my findings to Agent Miller, my hands trembling as I spread the maps out before him. He studied them intently, his expression unreadable. Finally, he looked up at me, his eyes filled with a grim understanding. "You've stumbled onto something significant, Ranger Brown," he said, his voice low. "Something we've been tracking for a long time. These pentagrams, they're not just markers. They're conduits, amplifiers. They channel the energy of this being." "So what is this being?" I asked, my voice shaking. Is it a demon? A spirit? Something from another dimension?" He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "We don't have a name for it, not one that would make sense to you. It's a force, a presence, something that exists beyond our understanding of reality. It feeds on life, on energy, drawing it from this world to sustain itself. In Lost Creek, it's the main conduit. It appears to be the strongest. Yes, the most active. But the others, they're waking up. We've been seeing increased activity at several of these sites. Increased activity." The word sent a shiver down my spine. What did that mean? More deaths, more disappearances. Over the next few weeks, the situation escalated. There were more reports of strange occurrences throughout the park, hikers reporting feelings of intense dread, electronic devices failing inexplicably, animals behaving erratically. The whispers I'd heard at Lost Creek became more frequent, more insistent, sometimes even forming words, calling my name, urging me towards something. Something dark. Something terrifying. One night, I couldn't resist the pull any longer. I drove back to the Lost Creek trailhead, my heart pounding in my chest. The forest was eerily silent, the usual sounds of the night absent. The air felt heavy, charged with an almost palpable energy. I hiked to the campsite, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The symbols on the trees seemed to glow with an inner light, pulsating faintly. As I approached the center of the pentagram, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, a dizzying sense of disorientation. And then I saw it, a shimmering, translucent form hovering just above the ground where the dead camper's tent had been. It was shapeless, formless, yet it radiated an overwhelming sense of power, of hunger. It was like looking into a void, a black hole that threatened to consume everything in its path. The whispers intensified, swirling around me, coalescing into a single, chilling voice. Jessica, join us. Become one with the silence. I stumbled backward, my mind screaming in terror. I wanted to run, to flee, but my legs felt like lead. I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. The form began to expand, to reach out towards me, tendrils of darkness snaking through the air. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable, for the feeling of my life being drained away, leaving me an empty shell. But then silence. I opened my eyes, my body trembling. The form was gone. The whispers had ceased. The forest still. I didn't know why. I didn't know how. But I was alive. I had survived. I stumbled back to my truck, my mind racing. I knew I couldn't stay. I couldn't fight this thing. I had to leave. I had to get as far away from Lost Creek, from the Chugach State Park, from Alaska as I could. I resigned from my position as a park ranger, packed my belongings, and drove. I drove south for days until I reached the lower 48. I found a small town in the middle of nowhere, a place where the mountains were small and the forests were tame. A place where the silence was peaceful, not consuming. But even here, thousands of miles away, I still feel it. The pull, the whispers, the faint, lingering dread. I know that the darkness I encountered at Lost Creek is still out there, waiting, feeding. And I know that one day it might find me again. The Alaskan wilderness, once my home, is now a source of nightmares. And the name Jessica Brown, once a symbol of pride and connection to the land, is now forever tainted by the horrifying truth of what happened at Lost Creek. The true story that was never meant to be heard. A story of a park ranger's terrible, terrible decisions. A story of a darkness that consumes and a silence that never truly ends. And I sadly carry this burden, this secret. I am not safe. No one near these places is ever truly safe. My name is Kevin Wilson, and I still have nightmares about the silence. Not just any silence, not the peaceful quiet of a snowfall, or the hushed reverence of a library. This was a silence that pressed in on you, a suffocating, unnatural void where sound should have been, but wasn't. It was the silence after we found the Johnson Group's campsite. And it was a silence that screamed of something terribly, terribly wrong. I've been a park ranger at Redwood National and State Parks for 15 years. I've seen my share of things: lost hikers, bear encounters, the occasional idiot trying to carve their initials into 1,000. Year-old Redwood. I've dealt with injuries, minor emergencies, and the general unpredictability of nature. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what happened that summer. It's been 5 years, and the memory is still so vivid, so raw. It feels like it happened yesterday. The chill still runs down my spine. The phantom smell of damp earth and something else still lingers in my nostrils. It started like any other routine patrol. I was partnered with Sarah Jenkins, a relatively new ranger, fresh out of training, but sharp as a tack and eager to prove herself. We were assigned to the southern sector of the park, a particularly remote area known for its dense old-growth forests and rugged terrain. The Johnson Group had filed a permit for a week-long backpacking trip through that sector. They were a party of 6, all experienced hikers according to their application. The leader, a man named Robert Johnson, had even listed previous expeditions to Denali and the Himalayas. They were, on paper, the least likely group to cause us any trouble. The first few days of their permit passed without incident. We checked in with them via radio on day 2, a standard procedure. Robert Johnson's voice was clear and confident, reporting good weather and excellent spirits. They were sticking to their planned route and expected to be at checkpoint 3 by the following evening. That was the last we heard from them. When they didn't check in at checkpoint 3, it was an immediate cause for alarm. Experienced hikers sometimes adjust their schedules, and radio communication in the deep valleys could be spotty. We gave them a grace period of 12 hours. But when those 12 hours stretched into 24, and still no word, Sarah and I were dispatched to retrace their planned route. The hiking was arduous. The trail was overgrown in places, winding through towering redwoods that blotted out much of the sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight on the forest floor. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, the usual symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves a comforting backdrop to our increasingly uneasy trek. As we neared the area where they should have been camped, the usual sounds started to fade, almost imperceptibly at first. I remember Sarah commenting on it. "It's getting quiet, isn't it?" She said, her voice a little hushed. I nodded, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. It wasn't just quiet, it was wrong quiet. It was the absence of sound, not the peacefulness of it. The birds had stopped singing. The wind had ceased to whisper through the leaves. Even the sound of our own boots on the trail seemed muffled, swallowed by the oppressive stillness. We rounded a bend in the trail, and there it was, the Johnson Group's campsite. Or rather, what was left of it. My first thought was that they had moved on, perhaps ahead of schedule. But that thought dissolved almost instantly as I took in the scene. The campsite was abandoned. Not packed up neatly, not deliberately dismantled, but abandoned as if everyone had simply vanished into thin air mid-activity. There were 3 tents, all still standing, but the flaps were open, the interiors exposed. Sleeping bags were partially unzipped, as if someone had been in the middle of getting out of them. A half-eaten meal sat on a camp table, the food congealed and covered in a swarm of flies, the only sign of life in the entire clearing. Backpacks were scattered haphazardly, their contents spilling out. Hiking boots were left near the tent entrances, as if their owners had intended to step right back into them. It was the details that really chilled me. A book lay open on a camp chair, its pages fluttering slightly in the non-existent breeze. A pair of glasses sat perched on top of a water bottle, as if their owner had just taken them off for a moment. A half-finished game of cards was laid out on a small folding table. It was a scene frozen in time, a tableau of interrupted normalcy. "Hello," Sarah called out, her voice echoing unnaturally in the silence. "Park rangers, is anyone here?" Only silence answered. We moved cautiously through the campsite, our senses on high alert. We checked each tent meticulously, finding them empty. We examined the scattered gear, looking for any clue, any sign of what might have happened. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood, no torn clothing, no indication of an animal attack. It was as if the Johnson Group had simply been plucked from existence, leaving behind only their belongings and an overwhelming sense of dread. I remember picking up a small, stuffed toy, a well-worn teddy bear from beside one of the tents. It must have belonged to one of the younger members of the group. The sight of it, so innocent and out of place in this scene of inexplicable abandonment, sent a shiver down my spine. The silence continued to press in on us, heavy and suffocating. It was a silence that seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of wrongness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I've experienced fear before, the adrenaline rush of a close encounter with a bear, the anxiety of a search and rescue operation in a blizzard. But this was different. This was a deeper, more primal fear, a sense of dread that seeped into your bones and chilled you to the core. Sarah, usually so composed, was visibly shaken. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. What happened here, Kevin?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I shook my head, unable to offer any explanation. "I don't know," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "But we need to get out of here. We need to report this." We didn't touch anything else. We left the campsite exactly as we found it, a monument to the inexplicable, a testament to the terrifying silence that had swallowed the Johnson Group whole. We retreated back down the trail, the oppressive quiet following us like a shadow, the feeling of being watched clinging to us like a second skin. The woods, once familiar and comforting, now felt alien and menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through us. The radio call back to headquarters was strained. I tried to keep my voice steady, to relay the facts as clearly and concisely as possible, but I could hear the tremor in my own voice. I could sense the disbelief on the other end of the line, the unspoken question hanging in the air. How could 6 experienced hikers simply vanish without a trace? I didn't have an answer. And I knew, with a growing certainty that chilled me to the bone, that whatever had happened to the Johnson Group was something far beyond our understanding, something far more terrifying than anything I had ever encountered in my 15 years as a park ranger. The silence, that awful, unnatural silence, was the first clue, and it was just the beginning. The real horror was yet to come. It lurked in the shadows in the unseen spaces between the trees, waiting to reveal itself. The return hike felt infinitely longer than the trek in. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, every gust of wind which had finally subtly returned, though it did little to dispel the oppressive feeling, whispered secrets we couldn't understand. Sarah kept glancing over her shoulder, her hand never straying far from the bare spray on her hip. I couldn't blame her. My own senses were on high alert, every nerve ending screaming a warning I couldn't decipher. We reached the ranger station just as dusk was beginning to settle, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and blood orange. The sight of the familiar building, with its warm light spilling out onto the porch, should have been a relief. But the feeling of dread clung to me like a shroud, refusing to dissipate. The station chief, a grizzled veteran named Captain Miller, met us at the door. He took one look at our faces and his usual jovial demeanor vanished. "Report," he said, his voice grim. We recounted everything we had seen, the abandoned campsite, the eerie silence, the complete lack of any logical explanation. I described the small details, the half-eaten meal, the open book, the child's teddy bear, hoping that some seemingly insignificant clue might trigger a revelation. Captain Miller listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. He asked a few clarifying questions, but mostly he just absorbed our words, his silence mirroring the unsettling quiet of the woods. When we finished, he let out a long sigh. "Damn it," he muttered more to himself than to us. "This isn't good. Not good at all." He immediately ordered a full-scale search and rescue operation. Teams were assembled, equipment was checked, and a helicopter was dispatched to conduct an aerial survey of the area. Sarah and I were instructed to stay at the station to provide any further information and assist with the coordination efforts. The next few hours were a blur of activity. Radios crackled with reports, maps were spread out on tables, and the station buzzed with a tense, urgent energy. But despite the flurry of activity, a sense of unease permeated the air. The silence we had encountered at the campsite seemed to have followed us, casting a pall over the entire station. As the night wore on, the search teams began to report back. They found nothing. No tracks, no signs of a struggle, no indication of which direction the Johnson group might have gone. The helicopter, equipped with infrared cameras, detected no heat signatures other than the search teams themselves. It was as if the earth had simply swallowed the missing hikers whole. The lack of any concrete evidence only fueled the growing sense of dread. Theories began to circulate, ranging from the plausible sudden unexpected flash flood, a rogue bear attack, to the increasingly outlandish a mass kidnapping, a government conspiracy. But none of them felt right. None of them could adequately explain the complete and utter absence of any trace, the unsettling silence that had permeated the campsite. Around midnight, I stepped outside for some fresh air. The night was clear and cold, the stars a brilliant tapestry against the inky blackness. But even the beauty of the night sky couldn't ease the knot of anxiety in my stomach. I found myself staring out at the dark, looming forest, the trees silhouetted against the starlight. That's when I heard it. A faint whisper, barely audible above the rustling of the leaves. It seemed to be coming from the edge of the woods, just beyond the reach of the station's lights. I strained my ears, trying to make out the words, but it was like trying to catch smoke. The whisper was too indistinct, too ethereal. It was like a voice carried on the wind, a fragment of a dream. But it was definitely there, and it was calling my name. "Kevin?" I froze, my blood turning to ice. I looked around, searching for the source of the sound. There was no one there. The station was quiet, the only sound the hum of the generator and the occasional crackle of the radio. "Kevin?" The whisper came again, slightly louder this time, still coming from the edge of the woods. It was a voice I didn't recognize, yet it felt strangely familiar, like a forgotten memory struggling to surface. It was a voice that was both alluring and terrifying. I took a step towards the woods, drawn by an invisible force. I knew I shouldn't. I knew it was irrational, dangerous, possibly even insane. But I couldn't resist. The whisper was calling to me, beckoning me into the darkness. "Kevin, come." I took another step and another. My heart was pounding in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I felt a strange mixture of fear and anticipation, of dread and curiosity. "Kevin, we're waiting." The whisper was now clear, distinct. It was coming from directly in front of me, just beyond the edge of the trees. I could almost see a figure standing there, shrouded in shadow, its form indistinct and shifting. I was about to step into the darkness to answer the call when a hand grabbed my arm, pulling me back with surprising force. It was Sarah. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with alarm. "Kevin!" "What are you doing?" she hissed. "Are you crazy?" I blinked, momentarily disoriented. The spell was broken. The whisper faded, replaced by the sound of Sarah's panicked breathing. I looked back at the woods, but the figure was gone. The darkness was just darkness, the silence just silence. I don't know. I stammered, my voice shaking. I thought I heard something. Sarah looked at me skeptically, her gaze searching my face. "You heard what?" "There's nothing out there." I knew she wouldn't believe me. I knew it sounded crazy, but I had heard it. I had heard the whisper, the call from the darkness, and I knew with a growing certainty that it was connected to the disappearance of the Johnson group. "We'll need to tell Captain Miller," I said, my voice regaining some of its strength. "There's something out there, Sarah. Something unnatural." Sarah hesitated, still looking at me with a mixture of concern and doubt. But she could see the fear in my eyes, the genuine terror that I couldn't hide. "Okay," she said finally, her voice low. "Let's go." We went back inside, the warmth of the station a stark contrast to the chilling fear that had gripped me outside. We found Captain Miller hunched over a map, his face etched with worry. We told him what I had heard, the whisper in the woods, the feeling of being drawn into the darkness. He listened patiently, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he didn't dismiss me as crazy as I had half expected. He simply nodded slowly, his gaze distant. "I believe you. Kevin," he said quietly. "I've heard stories, old stories, about these woods. Stories that were dismissed as folklore, as old wives' tales. But now..." He trailed off, his voice heavy with unspoken dread. He looked at Sarah, then back at me. "We're dealing with something we don't understand," he said. "Something ancient, something powerful. And we need to be very, very careful." He ordered extra patrols around the perimeter of the station and instructed everyone to stay inside after dark. He also contacted a specialist, a woman named Dr. Eleanor Vance, who was an expert in Native American folklore and mythology. He said she might be able to shed some light on what we were dealing with. As I lay in my bunk that night, unable to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the precipice of something truly terrifying. The whisper still echoed in my mind, a haunting reminder of the unseen forces at play in the woods. The silence of the missing hikers had been broken, replaced by a new kind of silence, a silence filled with whispers and secrets, a silence that promised to reveal the horrifying truth behind the Johnson group's disappearance. And I knew with a chilling certainty that the worst was yet to come. Dr. Eleanor Vance arrived the next morning, a whirlwind of energy and sharp intellect disguised in a deceptively frail-looking frame. She was older than I'd expected, with a shock of white hair and eyes that seemed to pierce through you, assessing your soul with a single glance. Captain Miller briefed her quickly, and she listened with an intensity that was both unnerving and reassuring. She asked us pointed questions, not about the physical evidence or lack thereof, but about the feeling of the place, the quality of the silence, the nature of the whispers. "These woods," she said, her voice low and resonant, "have a long history. Long before the park was established, long before the logging companies came, long before any Europeans set foot on this continent, this land belonged to something else." She spread out a collection of old maps, some hand-drawn on animal hide, others faded in yellowed government surveys. She pointed to a specific area, a deep valley not far from where the Johnson group had disappeared. "This area," she said, tapping the map with a long, slender finger, "was considered sacred, or perhaps cursed is a better word. The local tribes, the Yurok and the Toloa, avoided it. They had stories, legends, warnings. They spoke of beings that lived in the shadows, beings that predated humanity, beings that consumed." She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. "They called them many things, but the closest translation I can offer is the silent eaters. They were said to lure people in, to confuse them, to disorient them, and then to take them. Not just their bodies, but their minds, their memories, their very essence." Sarah shifted uncomfortably. "So you're saying this is some kind of supernatural phenomenon?" Dr. Vance gave a wry smile. "Supernatural, or simply something beyond our current understanding. The line is often blurred, especially in places like this. These old-growth forests, they hold secrets. They remember things that we have forgotten." She explained that the silent eaters were not spirits in the traditional sense. but rather entities, beings of immense power, that existed on a different plane of reality, a plane that sometimes intersected with our own, particularly in places of great natural power, like the redwood forests. They were drawn to strong emotions, to fear, to desperation, and to groups of people, especially those who are already vulnerable or disoriented. The Johnson group, with their experienced confidence, might have unknowingly trespassed on sacred ground, disturbed something ancient and powerful. The silence, the complete lack of any trace, the whispers, these were all hallmarks of the Silent Eater's presence. Captain Miller, a man of logic and reason, was struggling to accept this explanation. But he also knew deep down that something extraordinary was happening, something that defied conventional understanding. He reluctantly agreed to let Dr. Vance lead a small team, including Sarah and myself, back to the Johnson Group's campsite. He insisted on heavily arming us, though Dr. Vance warned that conventional weapons would likely be useless. The only defense, she said, is to be aware, to be present, to resist the lure, the confusion, the whispers, and to respect the power of this place. The hike back to the campsite was even more terrifying than before. Knowing what we might be facing, every shadow seemed to hold a lurking horror. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a whispered threat. Dr. Vance led the way, chanting softly in a language I didn't understand, her eyes scanning the trees, her senses alert to any sign of the unseen. As we neared the campsite, the silence returned, even more profound than before. It pressed down on us, suffocating, almost painful. The air grew thick and heavy, making it difficult to breathe. Then the whispers started. They were faint at first, barely audible, like the murmur of the wind. But they grew stronger, clearer, weaving themselves into our thoughts, playing on our fears, our doubts, our insecurities. I heard my name again, whispered in that same alluring, terrifying voice. It promised answers, it promised peace, it promised oblivion. Sarah stumbled, her face pale and drawn. I can't think, she gasped. My head, it hurts. Dr. Vance grabbed her arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Don't listen to them, she shouted, her voice echoing strangely in the silence.
Focus on the present! Focus on your breath!
Don't let them in! I forced myself to concentrate, to shut out the whispers, to focus on the reality around me. The solid ground beneath my feet, the weight of my backpack, the presence of Sarah and Dr. Vance. It was a struggle, a mental battle against an unseen enemy. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement in the periphery of my vision. A shadow that didn't belong. A shape that shifted and wreathed, defying the laws of physics, of reality. It was at the edge of the campsite, just beyond the reach of the dim light that filtered through the trees. It was tall and slender, impossibly so, its form indistinct and constantly changing. It seemed to be made of darkness, of shadows, of the very silence itself. I tried to speak to warn the others, but my voice was caught in my throat. The whispers were growing louder, overwhelming, drowning out all other thoughts. The figure began to move, gliding towards us with an unnatural grace. It had no discernible features, no face, no eyes, but I could feel its gaze, its hunger, its ancient, terrifying power. Vance raised her hands, chanting louder, her voice filled with a desperate urgency. She began to scatter a fine powder, a mixture of herbs and minerals, around the perimeter of the campsite. The figure recoiled slightly, as if repelled by the powder, but it didn't retreat. It simply shifted its form, becoming even more amorphous, more menacing. Then it spoke, not with a voice, but with a thought, a presence that invaded my mind, bypassing my ears, bypassing my senses. Join us, the thought was not a request, but a command. It was a promise of oblivion, of release from fear, of an end to all suffering. It was a siren song, a lure that was almost irresistible. I felt myself weakening, my resistance crumbling. I saw Sarah swaying on her feet, her eyes glazed over, her face a mask of blank acceptance. Then Dr. Vance did something unexpected. She stepped forward, directly into the path of the approaching figure. She raised her hand, not in defiance, but in offering. "We are not yours to take," she said, her voice surprisingly steady, her gaze locked on the entity. "We acknowledge your power, we respect your domain, but we will not be consumed." She offered the figure a small, carved wooden object, a fetish of some kind, imbued with symbols and markings I didn't recognize. The figure paused, its form flickering and swirling. It seemed to consider the offering. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, it began to recede. The whispers faded, the oppressive silence lifted, the air grew lighter. The figure dissolved back into the shadows, disappearing as if it had never been there. Dr. Vance collapsed to her knees, exhausted but alive. Sarah and I rushed to her side, our bodies trembling, our minds reeling from the encounter. We left the campsite immediately, not looking back. We didn't speak, not until we were well clear of the area, back within the relative safety of the ranger station. The search for the Johnson group continued, but they were never found. The official report listed them as missing, presumed lost in the wilderness. But we knew the truth. We knew what had happened to them. They had been taken by something ancient, something powerful, something that lurked in the shadows of the redwood forest. Captain Miller retired shortly after, unable to shake the memory of the incident. Sarah transferred to a different park, seeking a place where the trees didn't whisper secrets. I stayed. I'm still a park ranger at Redwood National and State Parks. I still patrol the trails. I still help lost hikers. I still deal with the occasional bear encounter. But I'm different now. I'm more aware. I'm more respectful. And I still have nightmares about the silence. Not the silence of the missing hikers, but the silence that followed, the silence filled with whispers, the silence that reminded me of the unseen forces that lurk in the shadows, the ancient beings that still claim these woods as their own. And sometimes on quiet nights, when the wind is just right, I can still hear them calling, whispering my name, beckoning me to join them in the darkness. But I resist. I remember Dr. Vance's words, her warning, her offering, and I keep walking, because I know that the only way to survive in the Old One's woods is to never stop moving, to never give in to the silence, to never listen to the whispers. The price of forgetting is too high. My name is Ashley Green, and I'm a park ranger. Not the kind you see on postcards, smiling and posing with a cartoon bear. I work the Alaskan backcountry, the real deal, the kind of place where nature doesn't just whisper, it roars. Specifically, I work the Knife Fjords National Park, a sprawling, unforgiving wilderness of mountains, glaciers, and coastline. It's beautiful, breathtakingly so, but it's also a place that can swallow you whole without a second thought. It demands respect, and if you don't give it, it'll take it. Sometimes it takes more than that. I've seen a lot in my 10 years on the job. Grisly encounters, near fatal falls, hypothermia cases that would make your blood run cold literally. I've learned to stay calm under pressure, to assess situations quickly, to make the tough calls. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what happened on the Harding ice field. It was a Tuesday, mid-July, which in coastal Alaska means a mix of unpredictable weather. 1 minute, you're basking in sunshine. The next, you're battling a squall that feels like it's trying to rip the skin from your face. I was in the ranger station, a small, sturdy building that serves as our base of operations, catching up on paperwork. The air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and damp wool, the standard aroma of a ranger station in this part of the world. The radio crackled occasionally, mostly routine check-ins from other rangers and the occasional report of a bear sighting near the Exit Glacier Visitor Center. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then the call came in. It wasn't a panicked scream or a frantic plea for help. It was worse. It was a calm, almost detached voice on the other end of the line, a dispatcher from the Alaska State Troopers. "Ranger Green," he said, his tone flat and professional. "We've got a situation up on the Harding ice field. A group of hikers, overdue. That word always sends a shiver down my spine. In this environment, overdue can mean anything from a sprained ankle toe, well, to something far worse." The dispatcher continued, filling in the details. A party of 4 experienced hikers had set out 3 days prior on a planned trek across a section of the ice field. They were well equipped, had filed a detailed itinerary, and had checked in regularly via satellite phone until yesterday. Their last communication had been a brief, somewhat garbled message about reaching a particular landmark, a Nunatak, a rocky outcrop jutting out from the ice known as the Sentinel. After that, silence. My stomach clenched. The Harding ice field is a vast, desolate expanse of ice and snow, stretching for over 700 square miles. It's a place of stunning, almost alien beauty, but it's also incredibly dangerous. The weather can change in an instant, turning a sunny day into a whiteout blizzard. Crevasses, hidden cracks in the ice, can open up without warning, swallowing anything that falls into them. And then there are the seracs, towering blocks of ice that can collapse without any apparent reason. It's not a place you want to be stranded, especially not for 3 days. "What's their experience level?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The dispatcher replied. "They've done this route before, according to their permit, led by a guy named Mark Olson. He's a certified mountain guide, knows the area like the back of his hand. That was both reassuring and unsettling. Experienced hikers are less likely to make stupid mistakes, but they're also more likely to push themselves, to take calculated risks. And on the Harding ice field, even a calculated risk can be deadly. I assembled my team: Ben Carter, a young, eager ranger who'd been with me for 2 years, and Sarah Miller, a veteran of the Park Service, as tough and resilient as the mountains themselves. We gathered our gear: ice axes, crampons, ropes, satellite phones, emergency beacons, first aid kits, enough supplies to last us several days. Every piece of equipment was checked, double-checked, and triple-checked. There was no room for error. The helicopter, a powerful Bell 4 and 7, was waiting for us on the landing pad outside the station. The pilot, a grizzled veteran named Jack, gave us a curt nod. He knew the drill. He'd flown countless search and rescue missions in this area, and he understood the stakes. The rotors started to whine, the sound building to a deafening roar as we lifted off the ground. As we flew towards the ice field, I looked out the window at the landscape below. The dense forests of the coastline gave way to towering mountains, their peaks capped with snow and ice. Glaciers snaked their way down the valleys, like rivers of frozen time. It was a view that never failed to take my breath away, but today, it felt different. It felt ominous. Ben, sitting beside me, pointed to a dark smudge on the horizon. "The Harding," he said, his voice barely audible above the noise of the helicopter. The ice field was a world apart, a vast, white desert stretching as far as the eye could see. The sun reflected off the ice, creating a blinding glare. The air was thin and cold, biting at any exposed skin. As we approached the Sentinel, the Nunatak where the hikers had last been heard from, a sense of dread settled over me. It was too quiet, too still. Jack circled the Nunatak several times, scanning the ice below. There was no sign of life. No tracks, no tents, no movement of any kind. Just the endless, unforgiving expanse of ice. "We'll set down near the base of the Nunatak," Jack said, his voice crackling over the intercom. "Give us a good vantage point to start the search." The helicopter touched down on a relatively flat section of ice, the skid sinking slightly into the snow. We jumped out, the cold air hitting us like a wall. The silence was deafening, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the snow and the distant roar of the helicopter as it lifted off again, leaving us alone in the vast emptiness. We began our search, moving slowly and methodically, scanning the ice for any sign of the missing hikers. Ben and Sarah took the lead, their eyes constantly sweeping the landscape. I followed behind, my hand resting on the ice axe strapped to my backpack. We searched for hours, our hope dwindling with each passing minute. The sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the ice. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and the wind was picking up, whipping snow into our faces. Then Sarah stopped. She pointed to a spot a short distance ahead. "What's that?" she said, her voice tight with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. We moved closer, our hearts pounding in our chests. As we approached, the object came into focus. It was a pile of clothes, neatly folded clothes. Hiking pants, shirts, jackets, underwear, all arranged in a small, precise stack. Next to the clothes were 4 pairs of hiking boots, lined up in a row, as if waiting for their owners to return. It was as if the hikers had simply undressed, stepped out of their clothes, and vanished. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood, no torn fabric, no indication of what might have happened. Just the clothes, the boots, and the silence. The horrifying, absolute silence of the Harding ice field. We stared at the pile of clothes, a tableau of abandonment frozen in the fading light. It was surreal, like a stage set left behind after a play, but the actors had vanished into the wings and never returned. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. This wasn't a typical lost hiker scenario. This was something else, something profoundly wrong. They just took off their clothes. Ben stammered, his voice barely a whisper, echoing the disbelief that was churning in my own gut. He was young, still relatively new to the harsh realities of this job. He hadn't seen the truly bizarre things that the wilderness could conjure. Sarah, the veteran, was more composed, but I could see the unease in her eyes. She crouched down, examining the clothes without touching them. No signs of a struggle, she muttered, more to herself than to us. No rips, no tears, no blood, nothing. I knelt beside her, my gaze fixed on the boots. 4 pairs, all high-quality hiking boots, the kind designed for serious trekking. They were laced up, the laces neatly tied. It was as if the hikers had meticulously prepared for something. But what? Could they have been hypothermic? Ben suggested, his voice still shaky. Sometimes people with hypothermia, they get paradoxical undressing. They feel hot even though they're freezing to death. It was a possibility, a textbook explanation, but it didn't feel right. Hypothermia victims don't neatly fold their clothes. They don't line up their boots. They're disoriented, confused, desperate. This was deliberate, organized, maybe an animal attack. Ben continued, grasping at straws. Maybe. Or wolves. Sarah shook her head. No scat, no tracks, no blood, and a bear wouldn't leave the clothes like this. It would have scattered them. Torn them. She stood up, her gaze sweeping the vast, empty expanse of ice. Something took them, Ben. Something else. The silence that followed was thick with unspoken dread. The setting sun cast long, grotesque shadows that danced on the ice, making the scene even more unsettling. The wind howled, a mournful cry that seemed to echo the hiker's absence. I pulled out my satellite phone, my hands shaking slightly. I needed to report this. To tell anyone what we'd found. But the words felt hollow, inadequate. How could I describe this emptiness? Dispatch, this is Ranger Green, I said, my voice cracking slightly. We've located the missing hiker's belongings at the Sentinel. But there's no sign of the hikers themselves. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Repeat that, Ranger Green. The dispatcher said, his voice laced with disbelief. You found their belongings, but no hikers. That's correct, I said, forcing myself to remain calm. Clothes, boots neatly folded. No signs of a struggle. It's like they just vanished. I could hear the dispatcher typing, relaying the information to someone else. The airwaves crackled with static, the sound amplifying the isolation we felt. Stay put, Ranger Green, the dispatcher finally said. We're sending a team from the Alaska Mountain Rescue Group. They're experts in unusual situations. Unusual situations. That was one way to put it. We set up a small emergency shelter, a bright orange tent that stood out starkly against the white landscape. It offered little protection from the cold, but it was a psychological barrier, a small island of safety in a sea of uncertainty. We huddled inside, trying to keep warm, our minds racing. What could have done this? Ben asked, his voice hushed. He was staring at the tent wall as if afraid to look outside. Sarah and I exchanged a look. We didn't have an answer. We had theories, wild, improbable theories, but none of them made sense. Avalanche, I suggested, knowing it was a long shot. There were no signs of a recent avalanche, no breeze, no disturbed snow.
Free Vass?
Sarah offered, but we'd searched the area around the noon attack thoroughly. There were no obvious crevices, no cracks in the ice that could have swallowed 4 people whole. Maybe they staged it. Ben said, his voice hesitant. Maybe they wanted to disappear, fake their own deaths. It was a possibility, but it seemed far-fetched. Why go to all this trouble? Why hike all the way out to the Harding ice field, only to vanish? And why leave their clothes behind? The hours dragged by, each one filled with mounting anxiety and unanswered questions. The wind howled outside, rattling the tent fabric. The cold seeped into our bones, making it difficult to think clearly. As the night wore on, the silence became almost unbearable. It was a heavy, oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional crack of the ice, a sound that made us jump every time. It was as if the ice field itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Then we heard it, a faint, distant sound carried on the wind. It was a humming, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath us. We looked at each other, our eyes wide with fear. What is that? Ben whispered, his voice trembling. Sarah shook her head. I don't know, she said, but her eyes betrayed her terror. She knew, just as I did, that this was something beyond our understanding. Something unnatural. The humming grew louder, closer. It was a rhythmic, pulsating sound, like a giant heart beating beneath the ice. It filled the air, vibrating in our chests, making our teeth chatter. We scrambled out of the tent, our eyes scanning the darkness. The moon had risen, casting an eerie glow on the ice field, and then we saw it, a light. A faint, ethereal light shimmering in the distance. It was a pale, bluish, white light, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It seemed to be emanating from somewhere within the ice itself, and humming intensified, and the light grew brighter. It pulsed, expanded, and then it began to move. It glided across the ice, towards us with an unnatural, fluid motion. We stood there, frozen in terror, unable to move, unable to speak. The light approached, growing larger, brighter, until it was almost upon us. And then we saw something within the light. Shapes. Indistinct, shifting shapes that moved and writhed within the luminous glow. They were humanoid, but distorted. Elongated, twisted, as if made of smoke or light itself. The humming reached a crescendo, a deafening roar that filled our ears. The light enveloped us, blinding us with its intensity, and then everything went black. I woke up with a gasp, my body drenched in sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. The blinding white light, the humming, the distorted shapes, it all felt like a horrific dream, a nightmare conjured by the isolation and the cold. Then I saw the orange fabric of the tent above me, and it all came rushing back. The missing hikers, the neatly folded clothes, the impossible light, it hadn't been a dream. I sat up, my head throbbing. Ben and Sarah were stirring beside me, their faces pale and drawn. They looked as disoriented and terrified as I felt. What happened? Ben mumbled, his voice hoarse. He rubbed his eyes as if trying to clear the remnants of a nightmare. Sarah shook her head, her gaze distant. I don't know, she whispered. I can't remember. That was the most unsettling part. The memory of the encounter was fragmented, incomplete. I could remember the light, the humming, the shapes, but the details were blurry, elusive, like trying to grasp smoke. It was as if something had tampered with our minds, erased portions of our experience. We stumbled out of the tent. The sun was rising, painting the sky with streaks of pink and orange. The Harding ice field stretched before us, vast and silent, as if nothing had happened. The only evidence of the previous night's events was the lingering feeling of dread that clung to us like a shroud. The Alaska Mountain Rescue Group arrived shortly after sunrise. They were a team of hardened professionals, accustomed to dealing with extreme conditions and difficult recoveries. But even they were baffled by what we told them. We recounted our story as best we could, describing the missing hikers, the clothes, the light, the humming, the fragmented memories. They listened intently, their faces grim, but they offered no explanations. They searched the area thoroughly, using ground, penetrating radar and other advanced equipment, but they found nothing. No trace of the hikers, no evidence of any unusual activity. Nothing. The official report listed the hikers as missing, presumed dead. The cause of their disappearance was listed as unknown. The incident was classified, buried under layers of bureaucracy and official denial. But we knew the truth. Or at least, we knew that the official explanation was a lie. Something extraordinary had happened on the Harding ice field. Something that defied logic, that challenged our understanding of the natural world. We were debriefed, questioned, and eventually dismissed. We were told to keep quiet, to not talk to the media, to forget what we'd seen. But how could we forget? The experience had left an indelible mark on our souls, a haunting reminder of the vast, unknowable forces that exist beyond our comprehension. Ben transferred to a different park, a quieter, less demanding assignment. He couldn't handle the memories, the constant reminder of what had happened. He needed to escape the shadow of the Harding ice field. Sarah retired early. She'd spent her life in the wilderness, but the experience had shaken her to her core. She'd lost her faith in the familiar, in the predictable. The mountains she'd loved had become a source of fear. I stayed. I couldn't leave. I needed to understand. I needed to find answers, even if those answers were terrifying. I returned to the Harding ice field many times, drawn back by an irresistible force. I searched for clues, for any sign of what might have happened to those 4 hikers. I found nothing, but I felt something. A presence, a sense of otherness. Sometimes at night, when the wind is howling and the ice is cracking, I hear it again. The humming, faint, distant, but unmistakable. It's a sound that chills me to the bone, a sound that reminds me of the light, of the shapes of the gaping void that had opened up in our reality. I've come to accept that I may never know the full truth. Some mysteries are not meant to be solved. Some doors are best left unopened. But I can't shake the feeling that the hikers didn't just disappear. They were taken by something that dwells within the ice, something ancient and powerful, something that watches us from the shadows, waiting for its next opportunity. And sometimes when I look out at the vast, white expanse of the Harding ice field, I wonder who will be next. I wonder if the neatly folded clothes are not a sign of death, but of a transition, a stepping out of one reality and into another. And that other reality, I don't think I want to know what it holds. The humming is always there, just below the surface, a constant, terrifying reminder. I listen for it, I wait, and I dread, because I know somehow it's not over. My name is Michael Clark, and I've seen things out here in the Alaskan wilderness that would make your blood run cold. Not the bears, though they're terrifying enough in their own right. Not the wolves, or the blizzards that can bury you alive in a matter of hours. No, the most terrifying things in Alaska are the ones you don't see. The things that whisper in the wind, rustle in the undergrowth just beyond the firelight, and leave you with a chilling certainty that you are not, and have never been, truly alone. I'm a park ranger, have been for 15 years now. I thought I'd seen it all. I've dealt with injured hikers, rescued stranded climbers, even had a close call with a mama grizzly protecting her cubs. That was a bad day, let me tell you. Stitches, a limp that comes back to haunt me when the weather turns, and a healthy respect for the raw power of nature. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for last summer. It started like any other missing persons case. A group of tourists, 4 of them, fresh, faced and eager to experience the real Alaska. They'd booked a guided trek through the Chugach State Park, a vast expanse of mountains, glaciers, and forests that stretches for hundreds of miles. Beautiful, breathtaking, and utterly unforgiving. They were supposed to be out for 5 days, a relatively easy route that followed a well-maintained trail. Experienced hikers, they'd claimed. Prepared for anything, they'd said. Famous last words, as it turned out. Their guide, a grizzled old-timer named Hank Peterson, was the one who raised the alarm. He'd split off from the group for a few hours, a pre-arranged rendezvous point near a place called Whisper Creek. He'd gone to scout a potential campsite further up the trail, something he'd done dozens of times before. Said he wanted to give them the best view in the park. When he got back to the meeting spot, they were gone, vanished. No sign of a struggle, no abandoned gear, not even a footprint out of place. It was as if they'd simply evaporated into the thin mountain air. Hank searched for hours, calling their names, firing off flares, but nothing. He hiked back to the nearest ranger station, a grueling 10-mile trek through rugged terrain, his face white as a sheet, his eyes wide with a fear I'd rarely seen in a man who'd spent his entire life in the wild. We launched a search and rescue operation immediately. Helicopters searched dogs, ground teams combing every inch of the area. We followed the trail, scarred the surrounding woods, even sent divers into the icy waters of Whisper Creek, just in case. Days turned into weeks, and the hope of finding them alive dwindled with each passing sunrise. The families arrived, their faces etched with grief and disbelief. I had to look them in the eye and tell them we were doing everything we could. The truth was, I was starting to feel a knot of dread in my stomach, a sense of unease that went beyond the usual anxieties of a missing persons case. The area where they disappeared was, well, it had a reputation. Locals, the indigenous people who'd lived in these mountains for centuries, avoided it. They whispered about ancient spirits, about creatures that preyed on the unwary, about a darkness that clung to the valleys and peaks like a shroud. They called it the Silent Place, or the Land of Lost Souls, depending on who you talk to. I'd always dismissed those stories as folklore, superstitious nonsense. I was a man of science, of logic. I believed in what I could see, what I could touch. But the longer the search went on, the more I started to question my own certainty. There were oddities, things I couldn't explain. The way the wind seemed to whisper through the trees, even when the air was still. The strange, unsettling silence that would descend upon the forest, broken only by the occasional cry of a raven. The feeling of being watched, a constant prickling sensation on the back of my neck that made the hairs stand on end. One evening, I was sitting by the campfire with Hank, trying to keep warm against the biting chill. He'd been quieter than usual, withdrawn, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. He hadn't said much since he'd reported the missing tourists, and I was starting to worry about him. "Hank," I said, breaking the silence. "You okay?" He didn't answer for a long time, just stared into the fire, his face illuminated by the flickering light. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're gone. Michael," he said. "Taken. Taken by what?" I asked, though a part of me already dreaded the answer. He looked up at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and something else, something that looked like resignation. "The things that live in these mountains," he said. "The things we don't talk about. The things our grandfathers warned us about. Hank, you're not making any sense." He shook his head. "I've seen things, Michael. Heard things.
Out here in the dark?
Things that shouldn't be." He told me stories then, stories he'd heard from his elders, stories he dismissed as old wives' tales. Stories of shape-shifting creatures that lured travelers to their doom, of spirits that guarded ancient burial grounds, of a darkness that could consume a man's soul. Stories of the Wendigo, a creature born of starvation and desperation, a terrifying presence, hungry and forever roaming. I listened, trying to maintain a skeptical facade, but a chill was creeping up my spine. The fire seemed to burn a little less brightly. The shadows in the surrounding forest seemed to deepen. "There's a place," Hank continued, his voice barely audible above the crackling of the fire. "A place deep in the valley, near where they disappeared. A place where the trees grow twisted and gnarled, where the sunlight never reaches. They call it the Devil's Pass." He described a narrow gorge, choked with fallen rocks and choked with a strange, unnatural fog that never seemed to dissipate. He said that anyone who ventured into the Devil's Pass never returned. I should have known better. He muttered, his voice filled with self-reproach. I should have kept them away from that place. "You couldn't have known Hank," I said, trying to reassure him, though I wasn't sure I believed my own words. But I did. He insisted. I felt it. A coldness, a darkness. I ignored it. I thought it was just my imagination. He fell silent again, his gaze returning to the fire. The silence stretched on, broken only by the crackling of the flames and the distant howl of a wolf. Or at least, I thought it was a wolf. The search was officially called off after 3 weeks. The families went home heartbroken and empty-handed. The media moved on to the next tragedy, but I couldn't let it go. The unanswered questions, the unsettling stories, the feeling of dread that lingered in the pit of my stomach, it all kept gnawing at me. I started to do my own research, poring over old maps, reading historical accounts, talking to the local elders, trying to piece together the truth behind the legends. I was increasingly feeling watched, and I'd begun to bring my rifle with me, even on routine patrols. It was a small comfort. A very, very small comfort. And that's when I discovered the first clue, the first tangible piece of evidence that suggested something truly horrifying had happened in the Chugach State Park. Something that would change my life forever and force me to confront the terrifying reality of the things that lurk in the Alaskan wilderness. Something I had always refused to acknowledge. The first clue, as I called it, wasn't much to look at. It was a small, almost insignificant detail that I'd initially overlooked in the initial chaos of the search. It was a photograph, one of dozens I'd taken of the area around Whisper Creek, documenting the search effort. I'd been reviewing them again, weeks after the official search had been called off, going over every detail, every shadow, every broken twig, hoping to find anything that we'd missed. The photo was of a section of the trail, a relatively unremarkable stretch of path winding through a dense stand of spruce trees. The light was dappled, filtered through the thick canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. And there, on the trunk of a large, ancient spruce, almost hidden in the shadows, was a carving. It was small, barely noticeable, and I'd probably dismissed it as natural weathering or animal scratches at first. But looking at it now, with the unsettling stories of Hank Peterson echoing in my mind, it seemed different. It was too deliberate, too precise to be random. It was a symbol, a series of interconnected lines and circles, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I zoomed in on the photo, enhancing the contrast, trying to get a better look. The symbol seemed vaguely familiar, like a half-forgotten memory struggling to surface. I showed the photo to Hank, hoping he might recognize it. He stared at it for a long time, his face paling with each passing second. "Where did you find this?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Near Whisper Creek," I replied. "On a tree just off the trail." He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then spoke, his words measured and deliberate. That's an old symbol," he said. "A warning. My grandmother used to tell me stories about it. She said it was a mark of the others." "The others?" I asked, my skepticism warring with a growing sense of unease. "The creatures that live in the hidden places," he explained. "The ones that don't belong in our world. The ones that hunger." He was, without explicitly saying so, referring back to the Wendigo legends. The idea was more terrifying to me than I could easily process. He told me that the symbol was meant to ward off evil, to keep the others at bay. But it was also a marker, a sign that the area was tainted, dangerous, a place to be avoided. The tourists, he whispered. They must have seen it. They must have gone closer. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Had the tourists, in their ignorance, stumbled upon something they shouldn't have? Had they ignored the warning, or worse, had they been drawn to it? I knew I had to go back. I had to find that tree, examine the carving myself, and see if there were any other clues nearby. I couldn't explain it, but I felt a growing sense of urgency, a feeling that time was running out. I returned to Whisper Creek the next day, armed with my rifle, a GPS tracker, and a healthy dose of fear. The forest seemed different now, more menacing, more alive. The silence was deeper, more oppressive. The feeling of being watched was almost unbearable. It took me several hours to locate the tree, the photo my only guide. The forest was dense, the undergrowth thick, and the light was fading fast. I was about to give up when I saw it, the ancient spruce, its trunk scarred with the strange, unsettling symbol. The carving was even more disturbing in person. It seemed to pulse with a faint, unnatural energy, a subtle vibration that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I ran my fingers over the rough bark, tracing the lines of the symbol, and a wave of nausea washed over me. I examined the area around the tree, searching for any other signs, any indication of what might have happened to the tourists. And that's when I found it, a small, almost hidden opening in the rocks, concealed behind a thick tangle of bushes. It was a cave, or rather a fissure in the rock face, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. A cold draft emanated from the opening, carrying with it a faint, unpleasant odor, a mixture of damp earth and something else, something metallic. My heart pounded in my chest. I knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that this was where the tourists had gone. This was the entrance to the Devil's Pass, the place Hank had warned me about. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But I couldn't. I had to know. I had to find out what had happened to them. I took a deep breath, switched on my flashlight, and squeezed through the narrow opening. The darkness swallowed me whole, the cold air wrapping around me like a shroud. The beam of my flashlight cut through the gloom, revealing a narrow passage that sloped downwards, disappearing into the depths of the earth. The smell was stronger now, almost overpowering. The metallic tang was mixed with something else, something organic. It was the smell of decay, of death. I took a step forward, then another, my boots crunching on loose gravel. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of water. The air was heavy, thick with a sense of wrongness. As I descended deeper into the cave, the passage began to widen, opening into a larger chamber. The beam of my flashlight danced across the walls, revealing strange, grotesque formations of rock, twisted and contorted into shapes that seemed almost unnatural. And then I saw them. Scattered across the floor of the chamber were remnants, scraps of clothing torn and shredded, backpacks ripped open and emptied, hiking boots still laced but empty, and bones, human bones, bleached white and scattered amongst the debris. I felt a wave of horror wash over me, a cold, sickening dread that threatened to overwhelm me. I stumbled backwards, my flashlight beam shaking wildly, illuminating the gruesome scene in a series of flickering glimpses. There were 4 backpacks, 4 sets of boots, 4 skulls. The skulls were different. They were elongated, distorted, with large, empty eye sockets that seemed to stare straight through me. The teeth were sharp-pointed, like those of a predator. These were not the remains of ordinary humans. And then I heard it, a low, guttural growl, echoing from the depths of the cave. A sound that was both animalistic and something else. Something ancient, something evil. I knew with a terrifying certainty that I was not alone. That something was down here with me in the darkness. Something that had been waiting. Something that was hungry. I turned and fled, scrambling back through the narrow passage, my heart pounding like a drum, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop running until I burst out of the cave entrance, back into the fading light of the forest. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I scrambled out of that cave mouth like a man possessed, tripping over roots and rocks, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows across the forest floor, turning familiar trees into grotesque, menacing figures. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of terror through me. I didn't slow down until I reached my truck, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I drove like a madman, the truck bouncing and swaying on the rough forest road, the headlights cutting a swath through the gathering darkness. I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station, the familiar sight of the log cabin, a welcome beacon in the encroaching night. I burst through the door, startling Sarah, the dispatcher, who was just about to lock up for the night. She took one look at my face, pale and streaked with dirt and sweat, and her eyes widened in alarm.
Michael, what happened? You look like you've seen a ghost!
I tried to speak, but my voice was caught in my throat. I could still smell that stench from the cave, the coppery tang of blood mixed with the cloying sweetness of decay. could still see those skulls, the elongated jaws, the empty eye sockets that seemed to bore into my soul. I managed to choke out a few words, telling her about the cave, the remains, the growl. She listened, her expression shifting from concern to disbelief to a dawning horror. "You think it was one of them?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Them was the unspoken word, the label we used for the things the locals whispered about, the creatures of legend and nightmare. The Wendigo, the shapeshifters, the things that shouldn't exist but somehow, terrifyingly, did. Sarah was a local, born and raised in these mountains. She'd grown up hearing the same stories I had, the same warnings. She knew, just as I did, that what I'd seen in that cave was something beyond human comprehension. Something evil. I wanted to go back. I wanted to gather a team, arm ourselves to the teeth, and return to that cave to do what? Kill it? Destroy it. I didn't know. I just knew that I couldn't leave it there lurking in the darkness, waiting for its next victims. But Sarah, bless her heart, talked me out of it. She reminded me that it was already nightfall, that we were outnumbered and outmatched, that we didn't know what we were dealing with. She said we needed a plan, reinforcements, something more than just blind courage and a hunting rifle. She was right, of course. But the thought of that thing in the cave, still out there, filled me with a cold, gnawing dread. We spent the rest of the night poring over maps, researching old legends, trying to find any information that could help us. We found references to similar creatures in other cultures, other parts of the world. Skinwalkers, Loop, Garrow, Magwell, all names for the same terrifying phenomenon, beings that could shift between human and animal form, creatures of immense power and insatiable hunger. The legends spoke of weaknesses, of vulnerabilities. Silver, fire, certain herbs and rituals. But the information was fragmented, contradictory, often shrouded in myth and superstition. We decided to call in the elders, the local indigenous leaders who held the traditional knowledge of these lands. They were reluctant to speak at first, wary of outsiders protective of their secrets. But Sarah, with her gentle persistence and her deep respect for their culture, managed to convince them. The next morning, we met with 3 elders, a wizened old woman named Agnes, a stern-faced man named Thomas, and a younger woman named Maria, who served as their interpreter. They listened to my story, their faces grave, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and understanding. When I finished, Agnes spoke, her voice raspy with age. "The creature you encountered," she said, "is very old, very powerful. It has lived in these mountains for centuries, feeding on the lost, the unwary, the desperate." She told us that the symbol I'd found carved on the tree was indeed a warning, a protective ward meant to keep the creature contained. But it was also a lure, a way to attract those who were susceptible. The tourists. Maria translated, they were drawn to it. Their fear, their curiosity, their darkness, it fed the creature, made it stronger. Thomas explained that the creature's bound to the cave, to the Devil's Pass. It couldn't venture far from its lair, but it could influence the minds of those who came near, drawing them in with promises of hidden beauty, of forbidden knowledge of escape. It preys on weakness, he said, on despair, on the darkness that resides within us all. They told us that the only way to truly defeat the creature was to destroy its lair, to collapse the cave and seal it off forever. But it wouldn't be easy. The creature would fight, would defend its territory with all its power. We spent the next few days preparing. We gathered supplies, explosives, protective amulets blessed by the elders. We practiced rituals, chanted prayers, trying to bolster our courage and ward off the creature's influence. It was a desperate gamble, a fool's errand, perhaps. But we had no choice. We couldn't let that thing continue to exist, to prey on innocent lives. We returned to the Devil's Pass at dawn, a small ragtag group armed with more fear than hope. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the silence broken only by the beating of our hearts. As we approached the cave entrance, a thick fog rolled in, obscuring the path, muffling our footsteps. The air grew cold, heavy with the familiar stench of decay. We knew it was waiting for us. We set the charges, carefully placing them around the entrance, following the instructions the elders had given us. We lit the fuses, our hands trembling, and retreated to a safe distance. The explosion rocked the ground, sending a shower of rocks and debris into the air. The sound echoed through the valley, a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the mountains. When the dust settled, we saw that the cave entrance was gone, sealed off by tons of rock and earth. The Devil's Pass was no more. But even as we stood there, exhausted and relieved, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over, that the creature was still out there, somewhere lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to return. The elders had warned us. They said that these creatures were ancient, resilient, that they could never truly be destroyed, only contained. And I knew with a chilling certainty that one day someone else would stumble upon a hidden path, a forgotten trail, a strange carving on a tree, and the cycle of horror would begin again. I still work as a park ranger. I still patrol these mountains. But I'm not the same man I was before that summer. I see the darkness in the shadows, hear the whispers in the wind, and I know that the most terrifying things in Alaska are the ones you don't see until it's too late. I know what lurks out there. And worst of all, I know it's patient. The feeling of being watched never truly leaves. It's always there. And I know I am always being hunted, even if I don't see the hunter. My name is Brittany Davis, and I'm a park ranger. Or, I was a park ranger. I haven't been able to put on the uniform, haven't been able to step foot in the Shadow Lake National Park since it happened. Since the case of the missing honeymooners. The memory of it clings to me, a thick, suffocating fog that refuses to dissipate. It's a cold, clammy hand on my heart, squeezing the life out of me every time I close my eyes. I had been a ranger at Shadow Lake for 5 years. 5 years of crisp mountain air, the scent of pine needles, the echoing calls of loons across the water. 5 years of dealing with the usual park ranger stuff, lost hikers, rowdy teenagers, the occasional bear encounter. I loved it. I felt like I was exactly where I was supposed to be, a guardian of this wild, beautiful place. Shadow Lake wasn't just a park. It felt like a living, breathing entity, ancient and powerful. And most of the time, benevolent. Shadow Lake itself is the centerpiece, a vast mirror, like expanse of water nestled deep within the towering pines and granite peaks. The locals whisper stories about it, of course. Native American legends about a creature dwelling in the depths, a spirit that demanded respect, and sometimes sacrifice. I dismiss them as folklore, the kind of spooky tales that get passed down through generations and embellished with each telling. I was a woman of science, of logic. I believed in what I could see, touch, and explain. The honeymooners, Mark and Ashley Olsen, arrived on a Tuesday. I remember it clearly because Tuesdays were usually quiet. The weekend rush was over, and the mid-week crowd was typically smaller, more manageable. They were young, beaming, radiating that new light glow. Ashley had a cascade of blonde hair and bright, excited eyes. Mark was tall and lanky, with a shy smile that seemed to reach all the way to his ears. They checked in at the ranger station, full of questions about hiking trails and the best spots for stargazing. I gave them a map, circled a few recommendations, and warned them about the black bears, which were particularly active that season. "We'll be careful, Ranger Davis," Mark said, his hand resting protectively on Ashley's back. "We're just looking forward to some peace and quiet." Ashley squeezed his hand, her eyes sparkling. "It's our perfect escape." Their words echo in my mind now, laced with a bitter irony that makes my stomach churn. They chose a campsite at the far end of the lake, a secluded spot accessible only by a narrow, winding trail. It was one of the most beautiful campsites, with panoramic views of the water and the surrounding mountains. It was also one of the most remote. I remember a flicker of unease, a tiny voice in the back of my head whispering a warning, but I dismissed it. Plenty of couples chose that site. It was popular for its privacy. The first sign that something was wrong came 3 days later. A Friday. Another ranger, Jake Miller, was doing his rounds, checking campsites and making sure everyone was following the park regulations. He radioed me, his voice crackling with static and a strange, hesitant tone. "Brittany, you got a minute?" "I'm at campsite 12. The Olsen site." "What's up, Jake?" Already feeling a knot forming in my stomach. The tent, it's destroyed. Like ripped to shreds. And their stuff is all over the place. My heart started to pound. Destroyed? A bear? There was a long pause, filled only with the hiss of static. "I don't think so, Brittany. There's no sign of a bear. No scat, no tracks. And there's no blood, no sign of them." The knot in my stomach tightened, pulling itself into a hard, painful ball. "No blood, are you sure? Maybe they just went for a hike." Another pause, longer this time. "Brittany, I've been a ranger for 10 years. I've seen bear attacks. This isn't a bear attack. I don't know what it is. It's like something just exploded their campsite. But there's no sign of a struggle, no drag marks, nothing. It's like they vanished into thin air. I grabbed my gear, my hands shaking. I'm on my way, Jake. Don't touch anything. The drive to the trailhead felt impossibly long. My mind raced, conjuring up every possible scenario, each one more terrifying than the last. I tried to remain rational, to cling to the hope that they were simply lost, that there was a logical explanation. But Jake's voice, his uncharacteristic fear, kept ringing in my ears. The hike to the campsite was a blur. I remember the crunch of my boots on the pine needles, the labored sound of my own breathing, the growing sense of dread that tightened its grip with every step. The air was thick with a strange stillness, a silence that felt heavy and unnatural. Even the birds weren't singing. When I reached the campsite, the scene that greeted me stole the breath from my lungs. Jake was right. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The tent, a sturdy, four-season model, was ripped to ribbons. Fabric hung in tatters from the surrounding trees like macabre decorations. Sleeping bags were torn open, their fluffy insides strewn across the ground. Cooking gear was scattered, dented, and twisted. Backpacks were emptied, their contents clothes, toiletries, a half-finished book. A pair of binoculars lay scattered amongst the debris. It looked like a bomb had gone off, but there were no scorch marks, no signs of fire. And, as Jake had said, no blood, no bodies. The silence was deafening. It was a silence that pressed in on me, suffocating me with its emptiness. It was the silence of absence, the silence of something missing, something terribly, irrevocably wrong. I walked through the wreckage, my eyes scanning every detail. I found a small silver locket lying near the remnants of the tent. It was engraved with the initials M and A. I picked it up, my fingers trembling. It was cold, chillingly cold. Jake stood beside me, his face pale and drawn. He was a seasoned ranger, a man who'd faced down angry bears and rescued lost hikers from treacherous cliffs. But he looked shaken, broken. "I've never seen anything like this, Brittany," he whispered, his voice barely audible. It's like they were just erased. I looked out at the lake, its surface calm and still, reflecting the darkening sky. The shadows of the surrounding mountains seemed to stretch and deepen, growing long, claw-like fingers that reached out across the water. The beauty of the place, the serenity I'd always cherished, was gone. It was replaced by a chilling sense of menace, a feeling that we were intruders in a place where we didn't belong. The legends, the local stories I'd dismissed as folklore, suddenly felt different. Real, they whispered in the wind, rustled through the trees, echoed across the silent, empty campsite. A creature in the depths, a spirit that demanded respect and sacrifice. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that Mark and Ashley Olsen weren't just missing, they were gone, and whatever had taken them, it was still out there, waiting. The initial search and rescue operation was massive. We had rangers, volunteers, K-9 units, even a helicopter sweeping the area. Every inch of the surrounding forest was combed, every trail scrutinized, every crevice and cave explored. We searched the lake, dragging the bottom with sonar, divers plunging into the icy depths. We found nothing. Not a single trace of Mark or Ashley Olsen. The official line, at first, was that they were likely lost, victims of a tragic accident. Maybe they'd fallen into the lake, or gotten disoriented on a hike and succumbed to the elements. But the lack of any evidence, any sign of their presence, made that increasingly unlikely. It defied logic. It defied everything I knew about wilderness survival and search and rescue. The dogs, specially trained to track scents, were useless. They circled the campsite, whining and confused, unable to pick up any trail. It was as if the couple had simply vanished into thin air, leaving no scent molecules behind, no footprint in the soft earth. The air itself seemed to reject their memory. The authorities brought in a specialist, a Dr. Emily Carter, who was an expert in, who unexplained phenomena. She was a tall, thin woman with piercing blue eyes and an unsettlingly calm demeanor. She spent hours at the campsite examining the debris, taking samples of the soil and vegetation. She didn't say much, but I could see the questions in her eyes, the same questions that were eating away at me. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountains, casting long, eerie shadows across the lake, Dr. Carter called me aside. "Ranger Davis," she said, her voice low and measured, "I believe we're dealing with something outside the realm of conventional explanation." My heart sank. I'd been trying to avoid that conclusion, clinging to any shred of rational possibility, but hearing it from her, from a scientist, made it undeniable. "What do you mean?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. She held up a small plastic evidence bag. Inside was a piece of fabric from the tent, a section that had been ripped with incredible force. The tear patterns, she said, pointing to the jagged edges, they're unusual. There's no sign of cutting or sawing. It's as if the fabric was simply pulled apart. But the force required to do this, it's far beyond what any human, or even any animal, is capable of. She paused, her gaze locking with mine. And then there's the absence, the complete lack of any biological trace. No blood, no hair, no skin cells. It's as if they were absorbed, completely. Absorbed. The word hung in the air, heavy and chilling. It conjured up images of something monstrous, something that consumed its victims whole, leaving nothing behind. The local Native American community, the descendants of the people who had lived in this area for centuries, had their own explanations. They spoke of the creature in the lake, the spirit that demanded respect. They called it the Wendigo, a being of immense power and insatiable hunger, a being that could take the form of a man, or a beast, or even the wind itself. I met with the tribal elder, a woman named Sarah Moonwater. She was ancient, her face a roadmap of wrinkles, her eyes filled with a wisdom that seemed to span centuries. I told her about the missing couple, about the torn tent, about the complete lack of evidence. She listened patiently, her expression unchanging. When I finished, she nodded slowly. The lake has taken them, she said, her voice raspy but firm. It has always taken. It demands respect. It demands offerings. Offerings, I asked, a shiver running down my spine. You mean sacrifices? She didn't answer directly. Instead, she told me a story, a legend passed down through generations. A story of a time when the lake had been angered, when the people had forgotten to show it the proper respect. A story of disappearances, of unexplained tragedies, of a darkness that lurked beneath the surface. The lake is alive, Ranger Davis, she said, and it is hungry. Her words resonated with the unsettling feeling that had been growing inside me since I first saw the destroyed campsite. The feeling that we were dealing with something ancient, something powerful, something beyond our comprehension. As the days turned into weeks, the search was scaled back. The official investigation stalled. The case of the missing honeymooners was officially classified as unsolved, but unofficially it was whispered about as something else, something darker, something supernatural. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the torn tent, the scattered belongings, the empty space where Mark and Ashley Olsen had been. I heard the whispers of the wind through the trees, the lapping of the waves against the shore, the chilling silence of the empty campsite. And I started to experience things I couldn't explain. Strange noises in the night, shadows that moved on their own. A feeling of being watched, of being followed, even when I was alone. A cold, clammy presence that seemed to seep into my bones. One night I was patrolling the lake alone in a small motorboat. The moon was full, casting a silvery glow on the water. The air was still, and the only sound was the gentle hum of the engine. Suddenly, the engine sputtered and died. I tried to restart it, but it wouldn't turn over. I was stranded alone in the middle of the lake. A thick fog began to roll in, swirling across the water, obscuring the shore. I could barely see a few feet in front of me. And then I heard it. A low, guttural growl coming from somewhere in the fog. It was a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard before, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I grabbed the radio, my hands shaking, and tried to call for help. But there was only static, no signal. The growl came again, closer this time. And then I saw it, a shape emerging from the fog. It was large and distinct, but I could make out two glowing red eyes, burning with an unholy light. I screamed, a primal scream of terror that echoed across the silent lake. I scrambled for the oars, my heart pounding in my chest. I rowed with a desperate energy, pulling against the thick fog, trying to escape the unseen presence that was closing in on me. I don't know how long I rowed. It felt like an eternity. Finally, the fog began to thin, and I saw the lights of the ranger station in the distance. I made it back to shore, collapsing on the dock, gasping for breath. I never told anyone what I saw that night. They wouldn't have believed me. They would have said it was stress, exhaustion, my imagination running wild. But I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. And I knew that the creature in the lake, whatever it was real. And it was still out there. I resigned from the park service shortly after that night on the lake. I couldn't stay. Shadow Lake, the place I had loved, the place I had considered my sanctuary, had become a source of terror. Every rustle of leaves, every ripple on the water, every shadow that stretched too long sent shivers of fear down my spine. The beauty was gone, replaced by an omnipresent dread. I moved back to the city, to a small apartment surrounded by concrete and noise. I tried to forget, to bury the memories, to rebuild my life, but it was impossible. The case of the missing honeymooners haunted me. It followed me like a ghost, whispering in my dreams, lurking in the shadows of my waking hours. I saw therapists. I tried medication. Nothing worked. The fear, the guilt, the knowing that something unnatural had happened, it clung to me like a second skin. I was constantly on edge, jumping at sudden noises, flinching at unexpected touches. I became a recluse, avoiding social contact, withdrawing into myself. The official investigation remained closed. No answers, no closure. Mark and Ashley Olsen were simply gone. Their families were devastated, left with a gaping hole in their lives and a mountain of unanswered questions. I couldn't face them. I couldn't look them in the eyes and tell them that I didn't know what had happened, that I suspected something monstrous. The guilt ate away at me. I was the ranger. I was supposed to protect them. I was supposed to keep them safe. But I had failed. I had failed them, and I had failed myself. 1 year after the disappearances, I did something I swore I would never do. I went back to Shadow Lake. I don't know why. Maybe I was looking for answers. Maybe I was looking for closure. Maybe I was just drawn back by some unseen force, some morbid curiosity that I couldn't resist. It was a cold, gray day in late autumn. The trees were bare, their skeletal branches reaching up to the sky like accusing fingers. The lake was a sheet of steel, reflecting the bleakness of the surroundings. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, of dying leaves and damp earth. I drove straight to the trailhead that led to Campsite 12. I parked the car, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. I sat there for a long time, staring at the path, fighting the urge to turn around and drive away. Finally, I forced myself to get out. I started walking, my boots crunching on the frost-covered ground. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional caw of a crow. The feeling of dread, the sense of being watched, returned with a vengeance. When I reached the campsite, I was surprised to see that it was untouched. It looked exactly as it had a year ago. The tattered remnants of the tent were still there, flapping in the wind. The scattered belongings, faded and weathered, lay amongst the fallen leaves. It was as if time had stopped, preserving the scene of the tragedy. I walked through the wreckage, my heart pounding in my chest. I knelt down and picked up the small silver locket, the one engraved with M&A. It was still cold, chillingly cold. As I stood there holding the locket, I heard a sound. A faint, whispering sound coming from the lake. It was like a voice carried on the wind, but I couldn't make out the words. I walked to the edge of the water, my eyes scanning the surface. The lake was calm, still, reflecting the gray sky like a mirror. And then I saw it, a ripple, a small disturbance on the otherwise smooth surface. It started near the center of the lake and spread outwards, creating a series of concentric circles. The whispering sound grew louder, more distinct. And this time I could almost make out the words. It was a name. Ashley. I stared at the ripples, my breath catching in my throat. The whispering continued, repeating the name over and over again. Ashley, 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 and then something rose from the water. It was slow, gradual, almost imperceptible at first. But it grew larger, taller, taking shape. It was a figure shrouded in mist, indistinct and ethereal. It was tall and slender, with long flowing hair that seemed to blend with the fog. I couldn't see its face, but I knew who it was. Or at least I knew who it had been. The figure stood there motionless for what felt like an eternity. The whispering stopped. The only sound was the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. Then, slowly, the figure began to fade. It dissolved back into the mist, becoming smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. The ripples subsided. The lake became still again. I stood there, frozen in place, my mind reeling. I didn't know what I had just seen. A ghost, a hallucination, or something else. I turned and ran. I ran as fast as I could, back to the car, back to the city, back to the noise and the concrete and the crowds. I didn't look back. I never went back to Shadow Lake again. But I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that something is still out there. Something ancient, something powerful, something hungry. And the silence of the lake, it's not empty. It's full of whispers. Whispers of the missing. Whispers of the taken. Whispers of the Wendigo. And sometimes late at night, when the wind is howling outside my window, I can still hear it. The faint, whispering sound of a name. Ashley, and I know that the lake, it never forgets. It always remembers. And it always waits. The horrifying true story, at least for me, is not knowing if what happened was truly an act of nature, or something far more sinister. My terrible decisions, recommending that campsite, dismissing the legends, and worst of all, going back. Because now I'm not just haunted by their disappearance, I'm haunted by the feeling that whatever took them knows I saw it. And it might be waiting for me, too. The echo in the silence is not just the lake, but the never-ending echo of my own fear. My name is Christopher Hall, and I've seen things that would curdle the blood of most city folk. 20 years as a park ranger in Alaska will do that to you. I've dealt with grizzly attacks, moose charges, hypothermia, avalanches, you name it. The wilderness is beautiful, unforgiving, and brutally honest. It doesn't play favorites. It doesn't pull punches. But what happened near the Kenai River last summer, that wasn't nature. That was something else entirely, something wrong. It started like any other missing persons report. A group of 4, 2 couples, I later learned, had gone off trail near the Skilak Lake Loop, a popular but rugged area known for its stunning views and, of course, its bears. They were experienced hikers. According to their emergency contact, the sister of one of the women, they had the right gear, the right training, and a satellite phone. They should have been fine, but they hadn't checked in, not for 3 days. That's when the sister called us, her voice tight with a fear that I knew all too well. 3 days in the Alaskan wilderness without contact is a lifetime. It's enough time for a minor injury to become a life-threatening situation. Enough time for a wrong turn to become a fatal one. Enough time for anything to happen. We launched a search immediately. Myself and 2 other rangers, Dale, Mac, McCullister, a gruff, seasoned veteran who'd seen more winters than I had years, and Sarah Jenkins, a relatively new recruit, sharp as a tack but still a little green around the gills when it came to the truly brutal side of this job. We had a helicopter on standby, but the initial search was on foot, following the group's likely route based on their filed itinerary and the sisters' description of their plans. The weather was unsettling. Not stormy, not particularly cold, just still. Oppressively still. The kind of quiet that makes the hairs on your neck stand up. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. But there was another smell underneath it. Something faint and metallic that I couldn't quite place. It reminded me of a butcher shop, but cleaner, colder. We found their trail fairly easily. They hadn't gone too far off the beaten path, sticking to a game trail that paralleled the Kenai River for a while. Experienced hikers, like they said, they knew enough to stick to established routes, even when venturing off trail. But the trail, it just stopped. Not gradually faded away, not obscured by undergrowth, just abruptly ended, like they'd vanished into thin air. Mac, ever the pragmatist, started circling the area, looking for any sign of a struggle, a broken branch, anything. Sarah, her face pale, kept glancing at the dense forest surrounding us, her hand never straying far from the bear spray on her hip. I scanned the trees, the ground, the riverbank, nothing. It was like they'd been plucked from the earth. Then I saw it. A glint of metal, half hidden beneath a thick layer of pine needles. I knelt down, brushing the needles aside. It was a titanium spork, the kind favored by ultralight backpackers. It was clean, almost polished. Too clean. If it had been dropped days ago, it should have been covered in dirt. Do something, Mac. I called, my voice strangely hushed. Over here. He joined me, his eyes narrowing as he took in the spork. He picked it up, turning it over in his gloved hands. No blood. No scratches. Damn near looks brand new. Sarah joined us, her eyes wide. Maybe they just dropped it. Mac shook his head. No way. These guys were experienced. They wouldn't just drop a piece of gear. And even if they did, it wouldn't look like this. We continued searching, our unease growing with every passing minute. The silence of the forest felt less like peace and more like a held breath, a predator waiting to pounce. The metallic smell was stronger now, almost overpowering. It was making my stomach churn. Then we found the first body. It wasn't near the trail. It was about 50 yards into the woods, nestled in a small clearing that seemed almost artificial, like something had deliberately cleared the area. The body was face down, partially obscured by a fallen log. It was one of the men, judging by the size and the remnants of clothing. We approached cautiously, our weapons drawn. Bear attacks are messy, brutal affairs. But even before we got close, I knew this wasn't a bear. The smell hit me first, that clean, cold, metallic scent, now intensified 100-fold. Then, as we rolled the body over the site, I've seen bear attacks. I've seen what a grizzly can do to a human body. It's horrific, a savage tearing and ripping of flesh and bone. This was different. The man's skin was pale, almost translucent. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, but there were no obvious breaks, no torn muscles or ligaments. The wounds, they were precise. Clean cuts, like surgical incisions, running along his arms, legs, and torso. Some of them were deep, exposing bone, but there was surprisingly little blood. It was as if something had been dissecting him. Sarah gasped, stumbling back, her hand flying to her mouth. Mac, his face grim, stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the body. I felt a cold dread creep into my bones, a primal fear that I hadn't felt in years. "This isn't an animal," Mac said, his voice low and rough. "This is something else." He was right. The wounds were too deliberate, too surgical. There were no claw marks, no bite marks, none of the rag tearing you'd expect from a predator. It looked like someone or something had been experimenting on him. Methodically, carefully, we found the other 3 bodies in similar clearings, each within 100 yards of the first. All of them exhibited the same bizarre, precise wounds, the same lack of blood, the same emptiness. It was as if their life force had been drained out of them, leaving behind only hollow shells. The satellite phone was found near the last body, tucked neatly into a small, waterproof bag. It was undamaged, fully charged. They hadn't even tried to call for help. Or, if they had, something had stopped them. Something fast, something silent, something terrifying. That's when the true horror of the situation began to sink in. We weren't dealing with a rogue bear or a pack of wolves or any other natural predator. We were dealing with something unknown, something intelligent, something other. And it was still out there, in the woods, watching us. We called in the Discovery, our voices shaking, trying to maintain some semblance of professionalism despite the icy grip of fear that had taken hold of us. The helicopter arrived an hour later, carrying a team of state troopers and a medical examiner. As they began their grim work, I stood there, staring out into the silent, watchful forest, the metallic scent still lingering in the air, and I knew that this was just the beginning. This was something far more sinister than a simple missing persons case. This was a nightmare, and I was right in the middle of it. The arrival of the state troopers and the medical examiner, Dr. Amelia Rise, brought a semblance of order to the chaotic scene, but it did little to ease the underlying dread. The troopers, hardened veterans of Alaskan law enforcement, looked visibly shaken by what they saw. Dr. Reyes, a woman known for her unflappable demeanor and clinical detachment, was unusually quiet, her brow furrowed in concentration as she examined the bodies. The helicopter had also brought in additional lighting, casting harsh, flickering shadows across the clearings. The scene, illuminated by these artificial lights, took on an even more surreal and horrifying quality. The bodies, laid out on tarps, looked less like victims of a wild animal attack and more like specimens in some macabre laboratory. No obvious cause of death, Dr. Reyes said, her voice echoing in the stillness. No massive blood loss, no significant organ damage, at least not from what I can see externally. The incisions, they're incredibly precise, almost surgical. And there's something else. She pointed to a series of small, circular marks on the skin of one of the victims, arranged in a perfect geometric pattern. They looked like puncture wounds, but they were too small and too uniform to be from any animal's teeth or claws. These, I've never seen anything like them, Dr. Reyes admitted, her voice betraying a hint of unease. They're perfectly symmetrical, and they seem to penetrate deep into the tissue, but there's no surrounding trauma. No bruising, no tearing, nothing. Mac, who had been standing silently nearby, spoke up. Could it be some kind of tool? Dr. Reyes nodded slowly. Possibly. But what kind of tool? And for what purpose? That was the question that hung in the air, unanswered and terrifying. What purpose could there be for such meticulous, seemingly pointless mutilation? The troopers began securing the area, marking the locations of the bodies and collecting evidence. They found few footprints, and those they did find were indistinct and unhelpful. The ground was soft and damp, but it seemed as if whatever had been here had taken great care not to leave any trace of its presence. As the night wore on, a thick fog began to roll in, further obscuring the forest and adding to the oppressive atmosphere. The temperature dropped, and a chilling wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it that persistent metallic scent. I found myself drawn back to the spot where we had found the first body. I stood there, staring into the darkness, trying to make sense of what had happened. The silence of the forest was broken only by the distant drone of the helicopter and the occasional crackle of the troopers' radios. Suddenly, I heard a sound, A faint rhythmic clicking coming from somewhere deep in the woods. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was definitely there. I strained my ears trying to pinpoint the source, but the fog muffled everything, making it impossible to determine the direction. "Mac," I whispered, turning to my partner. "Do you hear that?" Mac, who had been examining a piece of torn fabric found near one of the bodies, looked up. "Hear what?" That clicking listened. We stood there for a moment, both of us straining to hear. The fog swirled around us, cold and damp. The clicking continued, faint but persistent. Then Mac heard it too. His eyes widened, and he instinctively reached for his sidearm. "What the hell is that?" We moved slowly towards the sound, our weapons drawn, our hearts pounding in our chests. The clicking grew louder as we approached, and we could now discern a second sound, a low, guttural hum that seemed to vibrate in the air. We emerged into another small clearing, similar to the ones where we had found the bodies. In the center of the clearing, bathed in the faint glow of our flashlights, was something. It was difficult to describe. It wasn't an animal, not in any way that I recognized. It was tall and slender, with limbs that were too long and too thin to be human. Its skin was a pale, almost translucent gray, and it seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Its head was elongated, with large, black eyes that reflected the light like polished obsidian. It was standing over our device, a metallic structure about the size of a small table, covered in intricate carvings and strange, glowing symbols. The clicking sound was coming from the device, and the humming seemed to emanate from the creature itself. The creature turned its head, its black eyes fixing on us. It didn't move, didn't make any sound, but I felt a wave of pure, primal terror wash over me. It was a gaze of cold, calculating intelligence, a gaze that seemed to strip away all pretense and see straight into my soul. We stood there frozen for what felt like an eternity. The creature continued to stare at us, its eyes unblinking. The clicking and humming continued, a maddening rhythm that seemed to drill into my brain. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature moved. It raised one of its long, thin arms and pointed a single, elongated finger at us. The device on the table emitted a blinding flash of light, and a high-pitched whine filled the air. I felt a sharp pain in my head and my vision blurred. I stumbled back, raising my arm to shield my eyes. When I could see again, the clearing was empty. The creature, the device, everything gone, vanished without a trace. Only the lingering metallic scent and the ringing in my ears remained. Mac was beside me, his face pale and drawn. What was that? He stammered. I shook my head, unable to speak. I didn't know what it was, but I knew one thing. It was connected to the deaths of those hikers. It was the thing that had been experimenting on them. And it had seen us. We stumbled back to the main camp, our minds reeling from what we had witnessed. We tried to explain it to the troopers, to Dr. Reyes, but our words sounded hollow and unbelievable, even to our own ears. They listened patiently, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. They thought we were hallucinating, suffering from shock and exhaustion. But I knew what I had seen, and I knew that we were in far greater danger than any of us realized. Whatever that creature was, it was still out there, and it was likely to return. The carefully dissected bodies were just the beginning. It was toying with us, testing us, studying, and soon I feared its research would be complete. The meticulous nature of everything pointed towards not random violence, but cold, meticulous experimentation. And humans, it seemed, were the test subjects. The rest of the night passed in a blur of uneasy activity. The bodies were airlifted out, destined for a more thorough examination at the State Crime Lab in Anchorage. Dr. Reyes, despite her initial skepticism about our encounter, promised to look for any evidence that might corroborate our story. Microscopic traces of unknown materials, unusual energy signatures, anything. The troopers established a perimeter around the area, but I knew it was a futile gesture. Whatever that thing was, it could likely bypass their defenses with ease. Mac and I were debriefed separately, our accounts meticulously scrutinized. I could sense the underlying disbelief in the investigators' questions. They treated us with a mixture of professional courtesy and thinly veiled pity, as if we were traumatized victims suffering from some kind of shared delusion. I couldn't blame them. Our story did sound insane, but I knew what I'd seen, and I knew that the official explanation, a rogue animal, perhaps a previously unknown species, was a comforting lie. We were ordered to take a mandatory 72-hour leave, a standard procedure after a traumatic incident. I knew it was also a way to keep us quiet, to prevent us from spreading our wild tale to the media. They wanted to contain this, to bury it under a mountain of official reports and plausible deniability. But I couldn't rest. I couldn't shake the image of that creature, its black, emotionless eyes, the strange device, the feeling of utter, primal dread. I spent the next 3 days poring over books, researching online, desperately searching for anything that might shed light on what we had encountered. I delved into folklore, mythology, cryptozoology, even fringe science and conspiracy theories. I found nothing that matched our experience exactly, but I found hints, whispers, fragments of stories that resonated with a chilling familiarity. Tales of creatures from other dimensions, beings that visited our world to conduct experiments on humans, stories of abductions, mutilations. Strange implants. The more I read, the more convinced I became that we had stumbled upon something far older and far more terrifying than any of us could have imagined. On the third day, I received a call from Dr. Reyes. Her voice was strained, hesitant. "Christopher, I need you to come down to the lab. We found something." I drove to Anchorage in a state of heightened anxiety, my mind racing with possibilities. When I arrived at the lab, Reyes met me in the hallway, her face pale and drawn. She led me to a small, sterile examination room. On a table under a bright fluorescent light lay one of the objects recovered from the scene, the satellite phone belonging to the hikers. We ran a full diagnostic on the phone. Dr. Reyes said, her voice barely above a whisper, "It's undamaged, fully functional, but there's something on it. Something we can't explain." She picked up the phone and activated the screen. It displayed the photo gallery. The first few pictures were typical vacation shots. Smiling faces, scenic vistas, the group posing in front of various landmarks. But then the pictures changed. The last few images, taken just hours before the group disappeared, were disturbing. They showed the surrounding forest, but the trees seemed distorted, warped as if viewed through a flawed lens. The colors were off, too vivid, too saturated. And in the background, barely visible, were strange, shadowy figures lurking among the trees. But it was the final image that made my blood run cold. It was a close-up, blurry and out of focus, but it clearly showed one of the creatures. The same creature Mac and I had seen in the clearing. Its elongated head, its black, soulless eyes, its pale, shimmering skin. It was all there. Where we enhanced the image, Dr. Reyes said, her voice trembling. "We ran it through every database we have. Facial recognition, species identification, nothing. It's not human, not animal, not anything we've ever seen before." She looked at me, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and understanding. "You were right, Christopher. You were right all along." The confirmation, though validating, did little to ease my fear. It only deepened the sense of dread, the realization that we were facing something truly incomprehensible, something beyond our understanding of the natural world. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Dr. Reyes shook her head. I don't know. I've reported my findings to my superiors, but I don't think they believe me. They're still clinging to the rogue animal theory. We both knew that the official response would be inadequate, that the authorities would likely try to cover this up, to dismiss it as a hoax or a mass hallucination. But we also knew that we couldn't let that happen. We had to warn people. We had to find a way to stop whatever that thing was. As I left the lab, I knew that my life had irrevocably changed. I was no longer just a park ranger. I was a witness, a survivor, and perhaps a reluctant warrior in a battle I didn't understand, against an enemy I couldn't comprehend. The clicking returned. Not the literal sound, not yet. But the feeling of it, the sense of impending doom, the knowledge the creature was out there, planning its next move. The meticulous dissections, the careful placement of the bodies, the almost ritualistic nature of the killings, it all pointed to a larger purpose, a grand experiment. And we, all of humanity, were the subjects. I started carrying a weapon at all times, not bear spray or a hunting rifle, but a high-powered handgun loaded with armor, piercing rounds. I knew it was probably useless against whatever that thing was, but it offered a small measure of comfort, a sliver of hope in the face of overwhelming dread. I started researching the area around the Kenai River, looking for patterns, anomalies, anything that might indicate the creature's presence. I discovered a history of unexplained disappearances, strange sightings, unusual animal behavior, a pattern of unsettling events stretching back decades, perhaps even centuries. The local indigenous tribes had legends, stories of beings from the sky, creatures that stole people away in the night, that conducted strange rituals in the deep woods. Stories that had been dismissed as folklore, as superstition, but stories that now seemed terrifyingly real. I knew I was walking a dangerous path, that I was risking my career, my sanity, perhaps even my life. But I couldn't turn back. I had seen the truth, and I couldn't ignore it. I had to find a way to stop the creature, to prevent it from claiming more victims. The final and most horrifying realization came to me slowly, piecing together the fragments of information, the whispers of folklore, the chilling precision of the creature's actions. The experiments weren't random. They weren't about studying human anatomy. They were about something far more sinister. The creature wasn't studying us. It was harvesting us. The precise incisions, the lack of blood, the strange circular marks, they were all part of a process, a method of extracting something from our bodies. Something vital.
Something is our life force.
Our souls, whatever you want to call it. The creature was feeding on us, not in a physical sense, but in a way that was far more profound, far more terrifying. And the Kenai River, with its history of unexplained disappearances, was its hunting ground, its carefully curated garden, where it could pluck its chosen specimens at will. And I was next. I could feel it. The clicking was getting louder, the hunt was on, and I was the prey. But I wouldn't go quietly. My name is Stephanie Lewis, and I'm a park ranger. Not just any park ranger, mind you. I'm stationed at Chugach State Park in Alaska. It's a vast, untamed wilderness, a place where the mountains claw at the sky and the silence can be heavier than the deepest snowdrift. I've seen bears bigger than cars, moose that could crush a pickup truck, and eagles with wingspans that could block out the sun. I've weathered blizzards that would make a polar bear shiver, and seen the northern lights dance in ways that would make you question reality. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what happened last summer. It started subtly, a whisper in the wind, a nagging feeling in the back of my mind. And it ended, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. I've always loved the outdoors. Growing up in suburban Connecticut, the woods behind our house were my escape, my sanctuary. I'd spend hours exploring, building forts, pretending I was a frontierswoman. That childhood fascination never faded. I studied environmental science in college, spent my summers working as a camp counselor in the Adirondacks, and eventually landed my dream job here in Alaska. I thought I knew the wilderness. I thought I understood its rhythms, its dangers, its beauty. I was wrong. The Chugach Mountains are a formidable presence. They loom over Anchorage, a constant reminder of the raw power of nature. They're beautiful, yes, but also unforgiving. The weather can change in an instant, turning a sunny hike into a life or death struggle. The terrain is treacherous, with hidden crevices, sheer cliffs, and dense forests that can swallow a person whole. We rangers are constantly reminding visitors to be prepared, to respect the wilderness, to understand that they are entering a place where the rules of civilization don't always apply. My partner Ben Carter is the opposite of me in many ways. He's a born and bred Alaskan, a gruff, nonsense kind of guy who'd rather wrestle a grizzly bear than fill out paperwork. He's got a dry wit and a cynicism that could curdle milk, but he's also the most reliable person I know. We've been partners for 5 years, and we've developed a comfortable rhythm, a silent understanding that comes from facing danger together. He teases me relentlessly about my city girl ways, but I know he respects my knowledge and my dedication. And I, in turn, appreciate his experience and his unwavering calm in the face of adversity. We are, oddly enough, a good team. The first sign that something was amiss came in early July. We started getting reports of oddities. Hikers complaining of strange noises in the woods, not the usual animal sounds, but something different. Whispers, they called them, rustling that seemed to follow them, even when there was no wind. A feeling of being watched, even in the most remote areas. At first, we dismissed it as overactive imaginations, city folk spooked by the silence and the vastness of the wilderness. We've all been there, right? That prickle on the back of your neck when you're alone in the woods. The sudden certainty that something's out there, just beyond your vision. But the reports kept coming, and they started to get more specific. One couple swore they saw a figure moving through the trees, too tall and too thin to be human. Another group reported finding a circle of stones arranged in a strange pattern, with symbols carved into them that they couldn't identify. Ben, ever the skeptic, suggested bored teenagers playing pranks. I wasn't so sure. There was a growing unease in my gut, a feeling that something was off. The real turning point came on July 18th. We received a distress call from a group of campers who were backpacking near Eagle Lake, a popular but relatively remote spot nestled deep in the Chugach foothills. They were frantic, babbling about something chasing them, something not human. The call cut out abruptly, leaving us with a chilling silence and a knot of dread in our stomachs. Ben and I immediately geared up, grabbing our rifles, first aid kits, and satellite phones. We knew the area well, but the urgency in the campers' voices made us push ourselves harder than usual. We hiked for hours, the silence of the woods broken only by the crunch of our boots on the trail and the occasional call of a raven. The air was thick with a strange, almost metallic scent, something I'd never encountered before. It made the hair on my arm stand on end. As we neared Eagle Lake, the feeling of unease intensified. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches forming a dark, claustrophobic canopy overhead. Even Ben, who usually scoffed at such things, seemed affected. He kept his hand on his rifle, his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding woods. Then we saw it, a clearing just off the main trail, bathed in the eerie, golden light of the late afternoon sun. An abandoned campsite, a tent still partially set up, its flaps hanging open like a gaping maw. A sleeping bag rumpled and empty, a backpack lying on its side, its contents spilled out on the ground, and a fire pit, the ashes cold, but a coffee pot, perched on a metal grate, still noticeably warm to the touch. It was as if the campers had vanished into thin air. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood, no torn clothing. No footprints leading away from the site, not even a broken twig. Just emptiness. A void where there should have been people. The silence was deafening, broken only by the faint buzzing of insects and the distant rush of the lake. I called out, my voice echoing through the trees. "Hello. Is anyone there?" No response. Only the whispering wind, carrying with it that strange, metallic scent. Ben circled the campsite cautiously, his rifle held at the ready. He examined the ground, searching for any sign of the campers, any clue as to what might have happened. He found nothing. It was as if the earth had swallowed them whole. The eerie feeling when we found the abandoned campsite near the Chugach Mountains. I will never forget it. The unsettling sense that we were too late. It was not just a feeling, this was knowledge dark and heavy. It sat in my chest and spread a cold, creeping sensation that traveled through my whole body. I knelt down and picked up a small, leather-bound journal that had fallen out of the backpack. The cover was worn and faded, the pages filled with neat, handwritten entries. It belonged to one of the campers, a woman named Sarah Miller. I flipped through the pages, scanning the entries, hoping to find some explanation, some clue. The last entry was dated the previous day. It read, July 17th. We reached Eagle Lake today. It's beautiful, even more stunning than the pictures. But I can't shake this feeling of being watched. Mark says I'm being paranoid, but I swear I keep hearing things in the woods. Whispers, rustling. And last night I saw something. A shadow moving among the trees. Too tall, too thin, I don't know. I'm starting to think we should have stayed on the main trail. The journal ended there. The pen had seemingly been dropped mid-sentence, a small blot of ink staining the page. My heart pounded in my chest. Sarah's fear captured in those few stark sentences mirrored my own. We weren't just dealing with overactive imaginations. Something was terribly, terribly wrong. Ben returned, his face grim. Nothing, he said, his voice low. Not a damn thing. It's like they just evaporated. We stood there in the middle of the abandoned campsite, the silence pressing down on us like a physical weight. The warm coffee pot, a silent testament to the campers' sudden disappearance, seemed to mock us. We were too late. But too late for what? That was the question that haunted me, the question that would lead us down a path of terror and madness, a path from which there would be no return. And the whispering woods seemed to hold the answer. If only we could understand its dark, ancient language. We spent the next several hours meticulously searching the area around the abandoned campsite. We expanded our search radius, pushing deeper into the dense woods, calling out the campers' names until our voices were hoarse. The sun began to sink below the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows that danced among the trees, playing tricks on our eyes. The temperature dropped rapidly, the Alaskan night air turning sharp and biting. The metallic scent, which I'd noticed earlier, seemed to grow stronger, clinging to the back of my throat like a foul taste. Ben, despite his initial skepticism, was now fully on edge. He moved with a quiet intensity, his senses hyper-alert. He was a tracker by instinct, able to read the subtle signs of the wilderness that most people would miss. But even he was baffled. "There's nothing, Steph," he muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. "No tracks, no signs of a struggle, no indication of which direction they might have gone. It's unnatural, unnatural." That word hung in the air, heavy and ominous. It perfectly captured the feeling that had settled over me, a bone-deep certainty that we were dealing with something beyond our understanding. This wasn't a bear attack or a lost hiker scenario. This was something else. We decided to set up camp for the night, a short distance from the abandoned site. Neither of us wanted to stay too close to that unsettling scene, but we also didn't want to abandon the search. We built a fire, the flames providing a small measure of comfort against the encroaching darkness. The crackling of the wood and the occasional hoot of an owl were the only sounds that broke the silence. I tried to eat, forcing down a few bites of a protein bar, but my stomach was in knots. My mind raced, replaying the events of the day, searching for any detail we might have missed. Sarah's journal entry kept flashing in my mind. Whispers, rustling, a shadow moving among the trees. Too tall, too thin. I pulled the journal out of my pocket and reread it, hoping to glean some further insight. The handwriting, neat and precise in the earlier entries, became increasingly shaky and erratic towards the end, reflecting Sarah's growing fear. I noticed something I hadn't seen before. On the last page, just below the final entry, there was a small, faint drawing. It was crudely sketched, almost childlike, but it sent a shiver down my spine. It depicted a figure, tall and impossibly thin, with elongated limbs and a head that seemed too small for its body. The figure was surrounded by a series of swirling lines, like smoke or mist, and at its feet were smaller figures lying prostrate as if in worship. "Ben," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "take a look at this." He leaned over, his brow furrowed as he examined the drawing. His eyes widened slightly. What the hell? He didn't need to say anything more. The drawing confirmed what we both already suspected. This wasn't a random disappearance. This was something deliberate, something sinister. We stayed up late into the night, talking in hushed tones, sharing our theories, our fears. We considered the possibility of a cult operating in the remote wilderness. Or perhaps some unknown creature, something that had lived in these mountains for centuries, hidden from human eyes. The possibilities, each more terrifying than the last, swirled around us like the smoke from our campfire. As the night wore on, the strange noises began. At first, they were subtle, almost imperceptible. A faint rustling in the undergrowth just beyond the reach of our firelight. A soft, whispering sound like voices carried on the wind. But as the hours passed, the noises grew louder, more distinct. The rustling became a rhythmic, deliberate movement, as if something was circling our camp, keeping just out of sight. The whispers grew into a low, guttural chanting, a language we didn't recognize, but which resonated with an ancient primal power. Ben and I sat back to back, our rifles clutched tightly in our hands. We scanned the darkness, our eyes straining to penetrate the shadows. The fear was palpable, a thick, suffocating presence that made it hard to breathe. Then we saw it. A flicker of movement at the edge of the firelight. A tall, dark figure silhouetted against the trees. It was only there for a moment, a fleeting glimpse, but it was enough. It matched the drawing in Sarah's journal. Tall and possibly thin, with limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. Ben raised his rifle, his finger on the trigger.
"Show yourself!"
He yelled, his voice echoing through the silent woods. The figure didn't respond. It simply vanished, as if it had melted back into the shadows. The chanting intensified, the guttural sounds growing closer, more menacing. The rustling grew louder, the rhythmic movement circling our camp faster and faster. We were surrounded. I felt a wave of panic wash over me, a primal fear that threatened to overwhelm my senses. I wanted to run, to escape, to get as far away from this place as possible. But there was nowhere to go. We were trapped. Ben, ever the stoic, remained calm. He lowered his rifle, his eyes fixed on the darkness. "We need to stay calm," he said, his voice low and steady. "We need to think. We can't let fear control us." His words, though reassuring, did little to quell the terror that gripped me. I knew deep down that we weren't over our heads. We had stumbled into something ancient and evil, something that we couldn't possibly comprehend. And I had a terrible feeling that we were about to pay the price for our intrusion. The chanting reached a crescendo, a deafening roar that seemed to vibrate the very ground beneath us. The rustling stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise. It was the silence of anticipation, the silence before the storm. Then a voice, a single, clear voice speaking in perfect English. but with an underlying tone of something else. Something cold, something ancient, something utterly inhuman. "You should not have come here," the voice said. It seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Who are you?" Ben shouted, his voice defiant, but I could hear the tremor of fear beneath it. The voice chuckled a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. "You know who I am," it said. "You have seen me, in your dreams, in your nightmares. I am the one who walks between the worlds. I am the one who feeds on fear, and you have brought me a feast." The last word, feast, hung in the air, heavy with menace, and then the darkness erupted. The darkness erupted, not in a burst of light or sound, but in a sudden, overwhelming surge of presence. It felt as if the very fabric of reality had been torn, and something ancient and malevolent had poured through the gap. The trees around our campsite swayed violently, even though there was no wind. The air grew thick and heavy, making it difficult to breathe. The metallic scent, which had been a subtle undercurrent before, now became a suffocating stench, like rotting meat and burnt sulfur. I screamed, a primal, involuntary sound of pure terror. Ben, beside me, fired his rifle blindly into the darkness, the shots echoing like pathetic firecrackers against the immensity of the unseen force that surrounded us. The bullets seemed to have no effect. The darkness simply absorbed them. The chanting returned, louder and more frenzied than before, a chorus of guttural voices that seemed to be coming from inside my head. I could feel my sanity slipping, my grip on reality loosening. I clutched my head, trying to block out the noise, the fear, the overwhelming sense of dread. Then I saw them, shadows. Not the ordinary kind cast by the flickering firelight. These shadows were alive. They moved with a fluid, unnatural grace, slithering across the ground, reaching out with long, skeletal fingers. They were the figures from Sarah's drawing, made real. They surrounded us, a swirling vortex of darkness. I could see their eyes glowing with a cold, malevolent light. They were not eyes of flesh and blood, but something else, something ancient and inhuman. One of the shadows lunged at Ben, its long, sharp claws extended. He tried to fend it off with his rifle, but the shadow moved with impossible speed, dodging the clumsy blows. The claws raked across his arm, tearing through his heavy jacket and the flesh beneath. He cried out in pain, dropping his rifle. I scrambled for the fallen weapon, my hands shaking so violently that I could barely grip it. I raised the rifle, aiming at the shadow that was attacking Ben. I fired again and again, but the bullets passed straight through the creature, as if it were made of smoke. The shadow turned its attention to me, its glowing eyes burning into mine. I felt a cold, paralyzing fear grip my body, a terror so profound that it stole my breath. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. I was completely at its mercy. The shadow glided towards me, its long, skeletal fingers reaching out. I could feel its presence, a cold, suffocating weight that pressed down on me, stealing my will, my life force. It was as if it was feeding on my fear, drawing strength from my terror. Just as the shadow's claws were about to touch me, Ben, despite his wounded arm, threw himself in front of me, shielding me with his body. He grabbed a burning branch from the campfire and thrust it at the shadow, a desperate last-ditch effort to protect me. The shadow recoiled, hissing like a scalded cat. The fire, it seemed, was its weakness. The other shadows, seeing their companion's reaction, hesitated, their advance momentarily stalled.
Run, Steph!
Ben yelled, his voice hoarse with pain and desperation.
Run!
Get out of here! I didn't want to leave him, but I knew he was right. There was nothing I could do to help him. If I stayed, we would both die. I scrambled to my feet, my legs heavy and unresponsive. I stumbled away from the campsite, into the darkness of the woods. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran blindly, desperately, driven by a primal instinct to survive. I could hear the sounds of the struggle behind me. Ben's screams, the guttural chanting of the shadows, the crackling of the fire, then silence, a terrible final silence that told me everything I needed to know. I ran for what seemed like hours until my lungs burned and my legs ached. I didn't stop, didn't dare to look back. I knew that if I stopped, the shadows would find me. Eventually, I stumbled onto a familiar trail. I recognized a landmark, a distinctive rock formation that I had passed earlier in the day. I was close to the park ranger station, close to safety. I pushed myself onward, fueled by a desperate surge of adrenaline. I reached the station just as dawn was breaking, the sky turning a pale, sickly gray. I collapsed on the steps of the station, sobbing, shaking, my body racked with exhaustion and terror. I was alive, but I was not unscathed. The experience had left me scarred, both physically and mentally. The authorities were skeptical, of course. They listened to my story, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. They attributed my experience to shock, trauma, and the effects of sleep deprivation. They searched the area around Eagle Lake, but they found nothing. No sign of Ben, no sign of the campers, no sign of the shadows. The case was officially closed, ruled as a multiple missing persons, presumed lost in the wilderness. But I know the truth. I know what I saw, what I experienced. And I know that the shadows are still out there, lurk in the darkness, waiting for their next feast. I never returned to the Chugach Mountains. I resigned from my job as a park ranger, moved back to the East Coast, tried to put the whole experience behind me. But I can't. I still see the shadows in my dreams, their glowing eyes burning into mine. I still hear the chanting, the guttural whispers that echo in the silence of the night. And I still smell that metallic scent, the stench of rotting meat and burnt sulfur, a constant reminder of the horror I witnessed. I'm writing this now as a warning to anyone who ventures into the wilderness, to anyone who thinks they know the secrets of the ancient places. There are things out there, things beyond our understanding, things that feed on our fear. And sometimes, the greatest dangers are not the ones we can see, but the ones that lurk in the shadows, waiting for us to stray from the well-worn path. The true story is out there and is horrifying, and I'm the only proof. My name is Ryan Baker, and I'm a park ranger. Or I was a park ranger. I haven't been able to set foot in the wilderness since it happened, not properly. Not without the cold sweat, the shaking hands, the phantom scent of pine needles mixed with something else. Something indescribably wrong. I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to start at the beginning, at the point where my life, as I knew it, irrevocably shattered. I worked in the Brooks Range, a vast, unforgiving stretch of mountains in northern Alaska. It's a place of stark beauty, jagged peaks piercing a sky that stretches on forever, valleys carpeted in emerald green moss and dotted with icy, sapphire blue lakes. It's also a place of profound isolation. You can go days, even weeks, without seeing another soul. That isolation, that raw, untamed wilderness, was what I loved about it. It was in my blood. My father was a ranger before me and his father before him. We were guardians of this land, protectors of its fragile ecosystem, and most importantly, rescuers of those who underestimated its power. I prided myself on my competence. I knew the Brooks Range like the back of my hand. I could track a wolverine through a blizzard, predict a rock slide with uncanny accuracy, and navigate by the stars alone. I dealt with bear encounters, broken bones, hypothermia, lost hikers, you name it. I thought I'd seen it all. I was wrong. Dead wrong. It started with a routine check-in call that never came. The group, 4 experienced hikers calling themselves the Summit Seekers, were scheduled to radio in their position every 48 hours. They were seasoned adventurers, the type who meticulously planned every detail of their expeditions. They had top-of-the-line gear, satellite phones, emergency beacons, the works. They weren't the type to make mistakes. So, when 48 hours turned into 72, and then 96, without a word, a knot of unease began to tighten in my stomach. We initiated a search and rescue operation, standard procedure. I was assigned to lead the ground team, along with 2 other rangers, Sarah Chen and Mark Olson. Sarah was a sharp, no-nonsense woman with a background in mountaineering, and Mark was a veteran ranger, a quiet, steady presence who knew the land almost as well as I did. We were a good team, experienced and efficient. We had to be. The weather was surprisingly cooperative, unusually clear and calm for that time of year. We flew in by helicopter, landing about 5 miles from the Summit Seekers' last known GPS coordinates. The air was crisp and cold, the silence broken only by the rhythmic thump of the helicopter blades as it retreated, leaving us in a profound, almost unsettling quiet. The vastness of the wilderness pressed down on us, a tangible weight. We hiked for several hours, following the GPS track, the terrain gradually rising, the trees thinning, giving way to rocky slopes and patches of snow. I felt a growing sense of dread, a prickling on the back of my neck that I couldn't shake. It was more than just professional concern. It was a primal instinct, a deep-seated warning bell ringing in my subconscious. We found their camp just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the valley, and it was perfect, utterly, disturbingly perfect. That's the first thing that struck me, the sheer unnatural orderliness of it. Their tents were set up with military precision, perfectly aligned. Not a single guy line out of place. Their cooking gear was neatly stacked. The remnants of their last meal, some kind of freeze, dried stew still in the pot, as if they'd just finished eating and stepped away for a moment. Their backpacks were lined up against a large boulder, each one meticulously organized, and their sleeping bags were rolled up, zipped up, and placed neatly at the entrance of each tent. It was as if they had been collected. That was the word that sprang to mind, a word that sent a shiver down my spine. Not packed up, not abandoned, but collected, like specimens in a museum display. There was no sign of a struggle, no overturned equipment, no scattered belongings, no blood, no footprints other than their own leading into the camp and not leading out, nothing. This isn't right, Sarah said, her voice unusually hushed. She was circling one of the tents, her eyes scanning the ground, her hand resting on the bear spray holstered at her hip. Mark was equally perplexed. He ran a hand over his grizzled beard, his brow furrowed in concentration. No sign of animal activity. No bear, no wolves, nothing. He knelt down and examined the ground near the fire pit. The fire's been cold for days. They didn't even try to keep it going. I walked over to one of the tents and unzipped it. Inside, everything was pristine. A sleeping pad, a neatly folded pile of clothes, a headlamp, a book. It looked like a showroom display, not a campsite used by 4 people in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness. I checked the other tents. Same story, uncannily neat, untouched. It was as if the hikers had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind a perfectly preserved tableau of their last moments. Their emergency beacon, I said, my voice sounding hollow even to my own ears. It never went off. Why didn't they trigger it? Sarah shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it malfunctioned. But all 4 of them. That's unlikely. We searched the surrounding area for hours, calling out their names, our voices swallowed by the vast emptiness of the mountains. We found nothing. No tracks, no signs of distress, no clues as to what might have happened. It was as if the earth had simply opened up and swallowed them whole. As darkness fell, we set up our own camp a short distance from the abandoned site. We kept a fire burning all night, the flames casting flickering shadows that danced on the surrounding rocks, creating grotesque, shifting shapes that played tricks on our eyes. None of us slept much. The silence of the Brooks Range, usually a comforting presence, had become oppressive, heavy with a sense of unseen menace. I kept replaying the scene in my mind, searching for some detail, some overlooked clue that could explain the impossible. The perfect orderliness of the camp, the absence of any struggle, the missing hikers, it all pointed to something beyond my comprehension, something that defied logic and reason. The next morning, we continued our search, expanding our radius, scarring the surrounding valleys and ridges. We found nothing. The summit seekers had simply ceased to exist. The official report listed them as missing, presumed dead. The cause of death was listed as unknown, but I knew deep down that something far more sinister had happened in that lonely valley. Something that the official report couldn't or wouldn't explain. Something that still haunts my dreams, whispering of a darkness that lurks in the heart of the wilderness, a darkness that I pray I never encounter again. This was only the beginning. The true horror was yet to come. It was in the days and weeks that followed, in the unsettling discoveries and the growing sense of dread, that I truly began to understand the terrifying reality of what had happened to the summit seekers, and the chilling implications it held for anyone who dared to venture into the Brooks Range. The official investigation yielded nothing. We spent a week combing the area, expanding our search radius with each passing day, using helicopters, dogs, even infrared scanners. Nothing. It was as if the summit seekers had been erased from existence. The media, initially captivated by the story of the missing hikers, eventually moved on to other tragedies, other mysteries. But I couldn't move on. I wouldn't move on. The official report, a sterile, bureaucratic document, attributed their disappearance to a combination of factors: unexpected weather changes, possible animal attack, even a collective, inexplicable decision to abandon their gear and wander off. The explanations were flimsy, unsatisfying, and frankly, insulting to the intelligence of anyone who knew the Brooks Range and the capabilities of experienced hikers like the summit seekers. I returned to my ranger station, a small, isolated cabin nestled at the edge of a vast spruce forest. It had always been my sanctuary, a place of peace and solitude. But now, it felt different. The silence was no longer comforting. It was pregnant with a sense of unease, a feeling of being watched. The shadows seemed deeper, the rustling of the wind in the trees sounded like whispered warnings. I started having nightmares. Vivid, terrifying dreams where I was back at the abandoned camp, surrounded by the perfectly arranged tents, the neatly rolled sleeping bags. In the dreams, I would hear whispers, faint, unintelligible voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Sometimes I would see figures moving in the periphery of my vision, shadowy shapes that vanished as soon as I turned to look at them. I tried to dismiss them as stress, as the product of a traumatized mind, but the dreams persisted, growing more intense, more disturbing with each passing night. And then the whispers started happening in my waking hours. At first, I thought I was imagining it, a faint murmuring just at the edge of hearing, like the rustling of leaves or the babbling of a distant stream. But it was persistent, insidious, worming its way into my consciousness. I would be out on patrol, checking trails, monitoring wildlife, and I would hear it, a chorus of whispers too low to decipher, but undeniably there. I started to question my sanity. Was I losing my mind? Was the stress of the missing hikers, the pressure of the unsolved case pushing me over the edge? I confided in Sarah, hoping for some reassurance, some grounding in reality. I keep hearing things. I told her, my voice hesitant, embarrassed. Whispers. Like voices. Sarah listened patiently, her expression a mixture of concern and something else. Something that looked like understanding. Ryan, she said slowly. I haven't said anything because, well, I didn't want to sound crazy, but I've been hearing them too. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just me. Sarah, the pragmatic, level-headed mountaineer, was hearing them too. What do you think it is? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Sarah shook her head. I don't know. But it's like the woods themselves are talking. Like there's something aware out there. Something that's watching us. That's when the local legends started to resurface. Old stories dismissed as folklore, tales told by the indigenous people of the region, stories my father had warned me about, half jokingly, when I was a child, stories of a creature, a being that inhabited the deepest, most remote parts of the Brooks Range. A being that was neither human nor animal, a shape-shifter, a collector of souls. The locals called it different names, but the essence of the stories was always the same, a creature that lured people to their doom, leaving no trace behind, only an unsettling emptiness, a void where a person once stood. A creature that could mimic human voices, that could blend seamlessly into the environment, that could collect. I'd always dismissed these stories as superstition, as the product of overactive imaginations fueled by the isolation and the harshness of the environment. But now, faced with the inexplicable disappearance of the summit seekers, the whispers in the woods, and Sarah's shared experience, I couldn't dismiss them so easily. I started researching, delving into old archives, interviewing elders in the nearby villages, poring over anthropological texts. The more I learned, the more a chilling picture began to emerge. The stories weren't just random tales, they were consistent, detailed, and disturbingly similar to what had happened to the summit seekers. The creature, according to the legends, was drawn to those who were strong, confident, self-assured. It preyed on those who believed they had mastered the wilderness, who dared to venture too far, who underestimated its power. It was a test, a challenge, a perverse game played by a being that existed beyond human comprehension. And the collection aspect, that was the most terrifying part. The creature didn't just kill, it absorbed. It took not just the body, but the essence, the spirit, the very being of its victims, adding them to its collection. A collection that spanned centuries, perhaps millennia. I began to see patterns, connections that I had missed before. Other disappearances in the Brooks Range over the years, cases that had been unsolved, attributed to accidents, to the unforgiving nature of the wilderness. Now, I saw them in a new light, a terrifying light. I realized that the summit seekers hadn't just vanished, they had been chosen. They had been selected, carefully, deliberately, by something that lurked in the shadows, something that had watched them, studied them, and ultimately collected them. And the whispers, were the voices of the collected, the echoes of those who had been taken, trapped within the creature's consciousness. A chorus of lost souls forever bound to the darkness of the Brooks Range. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just sit back and let this happen again. But what could I do? How could I fight something that was beyond human understanding? Something that had existed for centuries, perhaps longer. I decided to go back to the abandoned camp. I had to find some clue, some evidence, something that could help me understand what I was dealing with. I knew it was dangerous, foolish even, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the answers lay there, in that unsettlingly perfect clearing, in the heart of the creature's domain. I didn't tell Sarah. I didn't tell anyone. I knew they would try to stop me. I packed my gear, a rifle, a satellite phones, though I doubted it would work, and a small, leather-bound journal that my father had given me, filled with his notes on the Brooks Range, his observations, his warnings. As I set off into the wilderness, the whispers seemed to grow louder, closer, as if the creature knew my intentions, as if it was welcoming me back into its fold. The fear was almost paralyzing, but I pressed on, driven by a desperate need to find answers, to avenge the summit seekers, and perhaps to save myself. I was walking into a trap, I knew that, but I had no other choice. The Brooks Range had called to me, and I had to answer. The horror was just beginning to unfold. The true nature of the collector was about to be revealed. The hike back to the abandoned camp was a blur of fear and adrenaline. The whispers were constant now, a cacophony of voices swirling around me, taunting, beckoning, warning. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal arms reaching out to grab me. The shadows deepened, twisting into grotesque shapes that mirrored the monsters in my nightmares. I reached the clearing just as dusk was settling, casting the already unsettling scene in an even more ominous light. The tents were still there, perfectly arranged, the sleeping bags neatly rolled. It was as if time had stood still, as if the summit seekers had only just vanished moments before. A wave of nausea washed over me. The sense of wrongness, of unnaturalness, was overwhelming. I could feel the creature's presence, a heavy, oppressive weight pressing down on me, suffocating me. It was in the air, in the ground, in the very fabric of the wilderness. I forced myself to move, to examine the camp again, searching for anything I might have missed before. I checked the tents, the fire pit, the surrounding area, my hands shaking, my heart pounding in my chest. Nothing. Then I saw it. A small, almost imperceptible detail, something I had overlooked in my initial panic. Near the base of a large, gnarled spruce tree, just at the edge of the clearing, was a patch of disturbed earth. It was subtle, almost invisible, but I knew instinctively that it was significant. I knelt down and examined the ground more closely. The soil was loose, as if something had been buried there and then unearthed. I brushed away the loose dirt and leaves, revealing a small, shallow depression. And in the center of the depression, I saw something that made my blood run cold. It was a stone. A smooth, polished river stone, about the size of my palm. But it wasn't the stone itself that was disturbing, it was the markings on it. Crude, almost childlike symbols etched into the surface of the stone, symbols that I recognized from my research, symbols that were associated with the creature, the collector. As I picked up the stone, the whispers intensified, swirling around me like a vortex. I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my head, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. I stumbled backward, dropping the stone, clutching my head. And then I saw it. It wasn't a physical form, not exactly. It was more like a presence, a distortion in the air, a shimmering, translucent entity that seemed to shift and change with every passing moment. It was formless, yet it had a shape, a vaguely humanoid outline with long, spindly limbs and a head that was too small, too elongated for its body. It didn't move, didn't speak, but I could feel its gaze upon me, cold, calculating, ancient. It was the gaze of a predator, assessing its prey, weighing its worth, deciding its fate. The whispers coalesced, forming a single, coherent voice, a voice that spoke directly into my mind. You seek answers. The voice said, cold and devoid of emotion. You seek to understand that which is beyond your comprehension. I tried to speak, to scream, but no sound came out. I was paralyzed, frozen in place, trapped in the creature's gaze. You have trespassed, the voice continued. You have delved into matters that are not meant for mortal minds. You have sought to challenge that which cannot be challenged. I felt a crushing pressure in my chest, as if the very air was being squeezed from my lungs. I struggled to breathe, to think, to resist. The summit seekers, they were strong, confident, worthy. They were collected, added to the tapestry. And now you. The creature began to move, slowly, deliberately, gliding towards me, its form shimmering, distorting, becoming more defined. I could see now, with horrifying clarity, the details of its face. It had no eyes, no nose, no mouth, only a smooth, blank surface where a face should be. But I could feel its gaze, its hunger, its insatiable need to collect. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. I had failed. I had walked into the trap, and now I was going to pay the price. But then something unexpected happened. I felt a warmth, a sudden surge of energy flowing through me. I opened my eyes, and I saw in my hand The leather-bound journal, my father's journal. It was open to a page I didn't remember reading before, a page filled with my father's frantic scrawling. The creature, it fears the old ways, the rituals, the offerings. The words swam before my eyes, but I understood. My father had known. He had known about the creature, about its weaknesses, about the ways to appease it. I looked around, desperately searching for something, anything that I could use. My eyes fell upon the fire pit, the cold ashes, the remnants of the Summit Seekers' last meal. An idea, a desperate, insane idea, formed in my mind. I grabbed a handful of the freeze-dried stew, the last offering the Summit Seekers had unknowingly made to the creature. I held it out towards the shimmering form, my hand shaking uncontrollably. "Take it." I whisked, my voice hoarse, barely audible. "Take it and leave me be." The creature paused, its form flickering, its gaze shifting. It seemed confused. Hesitant, I held my breath, waiting, praying. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the creature extended a limb, a tendril of shimmering energy, towards the offering. It touched the food, and then recoiled. The whispers changed, becoming frantic, agitated. The creature's form began to dissipate, to fade, to become less defined. "No," the voice whispered, weak, fading. "Not this, the old ways forgotten." And then it was gone. The clearing was silent, empty, save for the wind rustling through the trees. The oppressive weight, the sense of dread had lifted. I collapsed to my knees, weak, exhausted but alive. I had survived. I had somehow miraculously managed to appease the creature, to send it back to whatever dark realm it had come from. I don't know how long I stayed there in the clearing, staring at the empty space where the creature had been. Eventually, I gathered my strength, picked up the stone, the journal, and stumbled back to my ranger station. I never went back to the Brooks Range. I resigned from my position, moved away, tried to forget. But I can't forget. I can still hear the whispers, sometimes in the quiet of the night. I can still see the creature in my dreams, its formless face, its insatiable hunger. I know it's still out there waiting, collecting. And I know that one day someone else will venture too far, will underestimate the power of the wilderness, will become another victim, another lost soul added to the creature's endless collection. The Brooks Range is beautiful, majestic, but it is also terrifying. It is a place of ancient secrets, of hidden dangers, of a darkness that lurks just beneath the surface. A darkness that I pray I never encounter again, but a darkness that I know with chilling certainty will always be there, waiting, collecting. And the worst part is, I understand it now. The need to collect, I have the stone. And sometimes I feel a pull, an urge to add to it, to find my own specimens, to make things complete. I fight it. But the whispers, they're getting stronger. And I don't know how much longer I can resist.